Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. Sorry, a little bit of a faux pas there. Anyway, we are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 on the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from beautiful New Orleans. We're fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who've been a part of our journey since the very beginning. And that's probably about 5 years now. So thank you, Folgers. Couldn't do it without you, nor would we want to. Also, thank you to Justin Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, for his contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for the intro you just heard. He's an award winning composer of Halloween horror, sci fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite music streaming platforms. Also, big shout out to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Does great commission pieces, but also specializes in the horror genre, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Anyway, tonight we welcome the return of a dear friend, Micah Dank, who's going to be sharing more of his research on astrology within ancient texts. So he's been on before and he's done the Bible, the Book of Enoch. Tonight, he's going to be discussing various ancient Sumerian texts. So we know that's going to be a great time. So we're on Roku tonight, guys. Roku TV, no chat room there. For people on X and on Rumble, we can see your comments. So please feel free. Don't be shy and feel free to participate, and we'll bring it up on the screen as well. Of course, regular YouTube channels, Facebook channels. I think we've got everything covered. So, Richard, hello. Hello, guys. Come on. Where are y'all hiding? So, big thank you. Z Sun, hello. Hello. Okay. So, I am getting, okay. Sorry. Messages coming in. People only here on one of our platforms, please. I just can't do it on Messenger and stuff like that. I am not Joe. Who does it everywhere. Can't do it. Anyway, without further ado, Micah, hello.
Hey, where's Amelia?
Amelia is down. She's sick. It's a time of year. I can't tell you how many people I know who are down and out right now. So she
Okay,
sends her best and it's just like, oh, so she's missed this week. So it's just, migraines are hard on her and this time of year is hard on her. So I'm sure she'll
okay.
be watching and here in spirit. Hi, Alan. So there we go. So anyway, how are you? It's been
Well,
a
how's
while.
everything been? I'm
Good,
great.
good.
I'm great. How's everything been?
Busy, really busy. I love it. Been expanding this network to it's huge now. I mean, really huge to the point where, Joe's just like, God, I can't keep up. It's just archive time gets a bit rough because we're on over 200
Right.
different archive sites. So we're probably about 35 shows now, which is like crazy. But when I take something over, darn it, I take it over and I I do
You
my job.
see that?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And also consulting on a new TV series upcoming, which is really great. So that's going to be hopefully it's in development. And that's my first love, of course, is, creative consultations on media and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that's going to go and when I can actually share it all with everybody. So yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you've had
Fantastic.
yeah, good. It's good. And yourself? I mean, you're always researching, always writing, always doing
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Man, like when I've been showing you like the astrology in these ancient holy texts, like the Bible or Enoch or everything, I found it
Hmm.
in everything, and I went back as far as I could.
Hmm.
Hello, Richard. And I went back as far as I could to the Sumerians and I started looking at their tablets.
Hmm.
And I just have to show you what I found. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, I think just from past shows that you've done with us and just, basically through conversations and following your work, astrology seems to be the universal
Mm-hmm.
language,
It
that has
is.
out all of this. this history.
It's crazy. I found it in everything. The Sumerians, the
Mhm,
Babylonians, the
mhm,
Egyptian works, the
mhm,
Bible, the Quran, the
mhm.
Gnostic texts,
Right.
the Book of Mormon, even believe it or not.
Wow.
It's the basis of everything. It's encoded in everything,
Mhm. So
and
the
it's so wild to me
mhm,
that this hasn't been found yet to this level, to this extreme.
mhm. But that's what you do best.
It
Is you
is
go in because I think you would need an eye for something like that. Like, you really have to be versed in it. You really have to know what you're looking for. You know, it's not
exactly.
like it's hidden in plain sight, I guess, is the best
Mhm,
way to put it. You need to
mhm.
know the language, the lingo, right?
Exactly. And I'm going to teach everybody that tonight.
Ooh, can't wait. Well, the stage is yours, my friend. Take her away.
Cool. So I'm presenting right now. So I need you to pull
Yeah.
something up.
Okay. There we go. And here we are.
Oh, that's nice and big. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you guys who are listening. Michelle knows this already, but I'm going to teach you guys already the 12 signs, and I'm going to tell you the history and the mythology behind them, and the keywords that apply to all of them. And then we're going to use those keywords to make patterns. It's going to be wild. So check this out. The first
Okay.
sign I talk about is Aquarius, which is represented by a water pitcher. Now, technically, Aries begins the year in astrology, but because Aquarius is closer to our new year, and it's just easier for me to do the first two signs this way, and you'll see why. So let's
Okay.
start with Aquarius. The story of Aquarius goes back to the story of Zeus and the young boy. So Zeus saw a 14-year-old blonde boy on Earth, and he wanted him up on Mount Olympus with him. But the boy's father wouldn't let him go. Long story short, he ends up bargaining with him and making a deal and giving him land, animals, money, and all that kind of stuff. So the boy goes up to Mount Olympus. While he's on Mount Olympus, he's feeding everybody ambrosia, which is the nectar of the gods.
Mm,
Um, Technically, nectar is what he's feeding everybody. It's what they ate. And he's doing this day in and day out, day in and day out. And eventually he gets so fed up with it that he goes to the side of Mount Olympus or heaven and he pours it out, just like in this picture. And that causes a great flood. That's where the Greeks get their flood story from.
mhm.
Now, Zeus, who's usually an angry, deviant god, punishes people sexually. He's not a stable dude. Um,
Right.
and he would punish him. But in a moment of self reflection, he goes, you know what? I probably shouldn't have brought this kid up. He was a little young and all this kind of stuff. So what he does is instead of punishing him, he immortalizes him as the constellation Aquarius in the act
Mm,
of pouring it out. So the man with the water pitcher pouring it out. So the key words would be son of man and man because this is the sign of the man, whereas Virgo is the sign of the woman.
okay.
Baptism, because this is how you baptize someone. Water pitcher, because there's a water pitcher in the picture.
Mhm.
Fountain, because all the Greek fountains and statues are built this way. Stream, river, pond, lake, ocean, sea. These are all water bodies. Now, Aquarius is actually an air sign, if you know astrology. But because
Mhm.
there's water in the picture, we used it to encode water. Now, Pisces is the sign of the two fish in the water, and Pisces is actually a mutable water sign. So, all the same water examples: stream, river, pond, lake, sea, ocean. And whether it's Aquarius water or Pisces water depends on the patterns in the heaven that it makes. And I promise that'll make some sense in a little bit. So, the first two are water, basically. Then you have Aries, and Aries is the ram. And in Aries, you have March 21st, which is the spring equinox. It's a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night. There's also three different types of Passovers that occur during Aries. The
Mm,
first is the astrological one, where the sun is going to pass over the equator and start to make its way back up to its height in the summer solstice. The Jewish Passover is when the angel of death passes over all the houses, and any of them that don't have the lamb's blood on their doorpost. Again, a lamb is a baby lamb.
mhm.
Anyone that doesn't have the lamb's blood on their doorpost, identifying them as the people of Aries, the Jews, who are the people of Aries, the ram.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they blow the ram's horn during the high holidays. Their firstborn sons get killed. And then you have the Christian resurrection of the Son, of God's Son. So there's three different Passovers that occur. So the key words would be ram, lamb, shepherd, or ram's horn, and that would be Aries.
Mm-hmm.
Taurus is the bull, and when you look at the sky and you see Taurus during the season where it's supposed to be, Michelle, it's as above, so below. You look up, you see the bull, the plow goes on the bull on land,
I'm a
and
Taurus.
mhm,
Yep.
and that's what Taurus is. That's what Taurus is,
Interesting.
um, and so that you can plant the seeds, so that you can harvest in Virgo and Libra. So
Mm-hmm.
whenever you hear bull, ox, calf, or cow, again, cow being the female bull, you're talking
Mm-hmm.
about Taurus.
Mm-hmm.
Then Gemini is the twins. It's the story of Castor and Pollux Troy, whose sister was Helen of Troy. It's the story of Achilles. So whenever you're talking about twins or brothers, that's Gemini.
Mm.
Then Cancer is the crab, and the crab walks like this. The crab walks like this, sideways, because the sun does this too. So I'm going to show you. So if this flash drive is the sun, on December 25th, it rises a degree on its axis. On December 26th, another one. On December 27th, another degree. And every day, another degree. The
Mm.
days are getting longer, the nights are getting shorter. When it hits the summer solstice, June 21st, it's at its height. It's the longest day of the year, the shortest night.
Mm.
Then for 3 consecutive days after, it's not going to rise an additional degree or lower an additional degree. It's going to walk sideways like the crab and stay at that exact same degree. Where on June 25th, it's going to lower a degree. Then June 26th, another degree. June 27th, another degree. Now the days are getting shorter and the nights are getting longer. When it hits December 21st, that's the winter solstice. And it's not going to, it's at its lowest point. The ancients would look out on the winter solstice. The sun doesn't crack the horizon. They would see that and they would say God's son was dead. And
Mm.
then it's going to walk sideways like the crab in Cancer for 3 days. So suddenly God's son was dead for 3 days. Where on December 25th, or the birth of all these gods, all of them comes back to life. The sun rises a degree and start to make its way back up. In the Egyptian times, it was the beetle, not the crab. That was
Mm.
in their zodiac. So when you're talking about crab or beetle, that's Cancer. Then Leo is the king. He's the lion. He's the king of the savannah. The ruling planet of Leo is actually the sun. So whenever you're talking about lion, lioness, or cub, that's Leo. Virgo is the woman holding the wheat stalk. So remember before when we were saying that you plant in Taurus? Well, what would
Mm.
happen during Virgo, the harvest season, is the virgins would go out to cultivate the wheat in Virgo in order to make the bread for the year. So whenever you're talking about virgin, wheat, grain, seed, barley, corn, these are all grainy things that in the northern hemisphere thousands of years ago when these holy texts were written,
Mm.
that's when it was
Okay.
harvested. That's what was harvested during that
Mm-hmm.
time period. Now Libra is the justice. It's the scales, it's the balance, it's the just one. The
Mm.
reason it's the justice is because it's going to judge God's son as it passes over, technically passes under, the fall equinox. Remember, Passover, spring, it's being celebrated. Here, it's being mourned because the sun is being sentenced to death in winter.
Mm.
The
Mm-hmm.
Jews always celebrate the new year around the fall equinox, and I'll give you an example. Last year, the Jewish New Year was September 15th.
Oh,
That's in Virgo. Now, eight
okay.
days after the Jewish New Year, according to their rules, is a day called Yom Kippur, which is the day of judgment. Well, eight
Mm.
days after September 15th is September 23rd, which is the first day of Libra. Of course, the day of judgment has to be with the scales and the justice. So, all law related things law, judge, justice, the just one, divorce, marriage, court, things of
Mm.
that nature. It's also wine season. This is when you press the wine, you press the grapes to make the wine. So, wine, vineyard, wine press, grapes. And then it's also olive oil season. That's when you crash the olives to make the oil, the sacred oil. So all
Mm.
law related things, all wine related things, and all olive related things are
Mm.
Libra. Then you have Scorpio, who's the scorpion, and he is the betrayer. When a
Mm.
scorpion attacks you, it's going to leave an imprint in your skin that looks like a pair of lips. And it's where the
Mhm.
mafia gets their kiss of death from. That's where they get that metaphor. And it's why Jesus was betrayed by Judas with a kiss. So the sun is going to be judged in Libra with the scales and betrayed in Scorpio. And then finally in Sagittarius, this is where the bow and the arrow shoot the sun and inflict further punishment on the sun. This is where the sun dies in Sagittarius because the last day of Sagittarius is December 21st. That's when the sun is at its lowest. So whenever you hear horse, bow and arrow, spear, or horseman,
Mhm.
that's Sagittarius. And then finally you have Capricorn, which is the goat. So this is the zodiac wheel right here. Capricorn's at the bottom, Cancer's at the top. So what
Mhm.
you do is you take the sun and you put it all the way at the bottom, signifying December 25th, and you start walking it a degree higher to the left every single day till it hits its
Mhm.
height in Cancer. So it's metaphorically starting to climb up the great mountain, as the zodiac
Mhm.
is known. And the mountain is climbed by no one else better than the goat. The goats
Mhm.
climb mountains better than any animal out there. It's actually wild to see them do that.
Mhm.
So those
Yes.
12 signs, and
Right.
based on those 12 signs, do we have any
So,
questions or do you have any comments before I continue?
uh, well, somebody wanted to know what your sign was. What is your astrological sign?
I'm a Libra. I'm a Libra, but I'm on the cusp of Virgo.
There he goes, he said. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people are listening in. And of course,
So
we've
let me
got right there. Mike is a great teacher, Orlando, BC. Thank you for that comment. Very
thanks,
nice.
brother.
All right. So let's carry on.
So okay, so this is fun. Like what I'm about to show you is really fun because there's some really great connections that we're going to see. So
I
let's
was
start with the
really excited about Gilgamesh, by the way. So I'm glad
let me
you're
show you
starting there.
Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to start with Gilgamesh if you're going Sumerian.
Yes.
You have to. Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you one example. Now I have all these texts completely broken down on my website, and I'll plug that later.
Okay.
But um, I'm giving you one example out of all of them to show you that it's all the same stuff.
Okay.
So when we're talking about Gilgamesh, may the bear mourn you, the hyena, the panther, the leopard, deer, jackal, lion, wild bull, gazelle. May the rivers Ulaya and Euphrates mourn you, whose sacred waters we offered to the gods. May the young men of the great walled Uruk mourn you, who cheered when we slaughtered the bull of heaven. Who's the bull of heaven? That's you, Taurus. May
Right.
the farmer mourn you who praised you to the skies in his harvest song. May the shepherd mourn you who brought you milk. May the brewer mourn you who made you fine beer. May Ishtar's priestess mourn you who massaged you with sweet smelling oil. May the wedding guests mourn you like their own brother. The bear is the constellation Ursa Major, the great bear, which is in Gemini and Cancer. The
Mhm.
leopard is a constellation called Camelopardalis. And Camelopardalis breaks down into two words. Camelos for camel.
Mhm. Mhm.
Pardalis means leopard, the camel leopard. The
Mhm.
giraffe in the ancient times was called the camel leopard because they looked at this thing and it was just this weird, long shape. It was shaped similar to a camel, just this
Right.
weird, this lanky shaped thing with spots, and they said that's a camel leopard.
Uh-huh.
And that is in Gemini. And then the deer is a constellation called Mariga, which is located in Orion, which sits between Taurus and Gemini. The
Mhm.
lion is Leo. The wild bull is Taurus. The
Mhm.
rivers are the waters of Pisces, the water
Mhm.
sign that signifies the water. The bull of heaven is openly Taurus. The
Mhm.
shepherd is Aries, as previously mentioned. The milk comes from the Milky Way galaxy, whose center is in Sagittarius. The brewer and the fine beer is from barley, which is harvested in Virgo.
Mhm.
Ishtar's priestess is Virgo, the woman. The
Mhm.
sweet smelling oil is the oil from Libra. The mourning like their own brother, the brother is Gemini, the brothers.
Mhm.
So just in this one passage from Gilgamesh, you have 10 of the 12 zodiac signs. It's just missing Scorpio and Capricorn. They didn't mention the goat and they didn't
Mhm.
mention the scorpion.
Mhm.
But just in Gilgamesh, just in this one passage that I took,
Mhm.
10 zodiac signs. So
Mhm.
we have astrotheology and Enki in the world order. That's Sumerian. Father
Right.
Enki engendered by a bull, begotten by a wild bull. Great dragon who stands in Eridug, a grove of vines extending over the land, where stags are born, where wild goats are born in meadows. You close up the days and make the months enter their houses. The bull is Taurus, the
Mm-hmm.
dragon, and its tail goes from Aries to Sagittarius. The stag is the deer, which is Mariga, which is in Orion, which is between Taurus and Gemini, and the goats are Capricorn. So
Mm-hmm.
we have Gemini, Taurus, Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Sagittarius. This particular passage not only has 7 zodiac signs, but they're all in a row. So it's a very distinct pattern
Mm-hmm.
that can't just be thrown up to coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is Enki and Nirhusaja. In Dilmun, the raven was not yet cawing, the partridge not cackling, the lion did not slay, the wolf was not carrying off lambs, the dog had not been taught to make kids curl up, the pig had not learned that the grain was to be eaten.
Mm-hmm.
The raven is the constellation Corvus, which means raven and borders on Virgo. The lion is Leo. Leo and Virgo are connecting signs. So,
Mm-hmm.
can you see my background right there?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
see
Do you want
that?
me?
That
Yeah. Here, let me just take this down for a minute. Okay, we have a
okay.
bigger picture of you. Hold on.
So check this out. If this is the sign I'm talking about, the connecting signs would be to the left and the right of it. That's a pattern. The other pattern that it can make is it goes across the zodiac, which is known as its opposing sign. And these are the only patterns that it's going to make. Not only are these patterns signs in a row
Mm-hmm.
or across, so the lion is Leo. These two are
Right.
connecting signs. The wolf is the constellation Lupus, which borders Libra.
Mm-hmm.
3 signs in a row. The lamb is Aries, which
Mm-hmm.
is the wolf opposing sign. The dog is Canis Major, which is 11 stars in Cancer. So now you have Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and Libra. You have 4 signs in a row. The pig is a constellation called Porcus, which is in the southern sky, which disappears in April. Now, if we continue to go, this is Nana's descent to the netherworld. These are all Sumerian tablets, by the way.
Okay.
She took the 7 divine powers. She had placed twin egg-shaped beads on her breast. After 3 days and 3 nights had passed, and the other the life-giving water. They will offer you a river full of water. They will offer you a field with its grain. They eat no fish. The 7 of them poured the milk. They would not let the shepherd play the pipe. He turned his feet into snakes' feet, in the beer house and the tavern. The 7 divine powers are the 7 sisters of the Pleiades. That's in Taurus. The
Mm-hmm.
twin is Gemini. These are connecting signs. The life giving water is Aquarius. The river full of water is Pisces. These are connecting signs. The field and the grain are Virgo. Pisces and Virgo are opposing signs. The fish is Pisces as well. The milk
Mm-hmm.
comes from the Milky Way galaxy, whose center is in Sagittarius. Sagittarius and Gemini are opposing signs. The
Mm-hmm.
shepherd is Aries. So far, we have Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini. That's 5 signs in a row.
So
The snake,
oh, sorry, go ahead. Then I have a question.
sure. The snake is Ophiuchus, which sits in sidereal astrology between Scorpio and Sagittarius, and the beer house is Virgo. So there's 7 signs in this tablet, and
Mm-hmm.
5 of them in a row. What was your question?
It almost seems like they're hiding astrology in here. Well, they're not hiding. Maybe it's just like I said, hidden in plain sight. Why would they just not speak plainly? Like to
Well,
those wondering, like why all of this astrology, like speaking as this way?
yes, absolutely. That's a good question. So let me just find
Thank you.
so on slide 31.
Hmm.
Let me read you. This is my first slide. Ready?
Okay. Yeah.
We take for granted that we had calendars, clocks, watches, and whatnot.
Hmm.
The ancients didn't have any of that. They had sundials. In the Bible, they worked on dream interpretations for the harvest. They had to
Hmm.
know things. They needed to know Taurus was when you put the plow on the bull and plant as above, so below, as I've explained.
Mhm.
The Bible and these ancient texts are encoded farmers' almanacs and were the knowledge of staying alive the most important thing. Because
Mm.
people would look at the stars before there was any type of pollution in
Mm.
the air. They could
Correct,
see
yes.
everything.
Mhm.
And they would see all this movement and they'd be like, oh, he's fighting him and he's doing this to her. Oh, and Saturn's eating the. And they would just see all this and they would make these stories up. And those would
Mm.
get passed down and passed down. And then eventually, starting in Sumeria, they learned how to
Mhm.
write. So they started writing them down. They
Mhm.
encoded them. They encoded them this
Yeah,
way.
very cool. Okay. Just because
Because
yeah, like,
as
you've
in
been
the
on the show
Bible, it
before.
says, now my quote down here from John Dominic Crossan says, my point once again is not that those ancient people told literal stories and we are now smart enough to take them symbolically, but that they told them symbolically and we are now dumb enough to take them literally.
Right, right. I just want we
And
have
that's
so
basically
many
the
new
that's,
listeners that
that's
I
basically
wanted you
why.
yeah, I wanted you to explain it again because we've had you before, so I'm
Right.
pretty much knowing what you're talking about, but we have many more listeners who may be wondering the same thing because this is just very different. A lot of people do not know this with,
Yeah,
how
I know.
astrology plays a part in literally everything.
It does. Well, that's why they tell you in the Catholic Catechism. That's why in
Mhm,
Islam they tell you that astrology is forbidden because they
mhm,
scare you away from looking into it because it is the basis of these books of everything.
mm, mhm.
This one is Enki's Journey to Nibiru, and it is not Nibiru, it's Nibru, so it's a distinction. Its
Okay.
eaves roar like a bull. Your lock has no rival. Your bolt is a fearsome lion. Your roof beams are the bull of heaven. Your vault is a bull raising its horns. Your door is a lion who seizes a man. Your staircase is a lion coming down on a man. Rising sea without a rival. Mighty awe-inspiring river, which terrified the land. A lion in the midst of the Abzu. The Suhur carp play among the honey herbs. Enki had oxen slaughtered and had sheep offered there lavishly. Enki reached for the beer and had emmer wheat beer pressed out. So the bull is Taurus, the bull of
Mhm,
heaven. The
mhm,
lion is Leo. The man is Aquarius, the sign of the man.
mhm.
Aquarius and Leo are opposing signs.
Okay.
The carp is Pisces. Pisces and Aquarius are connecting signs. The honey, in the sign Cancer, there is a group of stars called the Beehive Cluster. So that's where the honey comes from.
Mm,
The sheep is
okay.
Aries. Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, and Taurus are four signs in a row. The wheat beer is Virgo. Virgo and Pisces are opposing signs. Leo and Virgo are connecting signs. Cancer and Leo are connecting signs. What these are basically doing is they're highlighting the heavens and they're helping you understand which sign is where, what signs across from what. This is
Mhm,
this is this is these are mnemonics basically. You know,
mm,
when they're talking about this, they're putting a picture of the heavens is what they're doing. So we
mhm.
have Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, Pisces, Cancer, Aries, Virgo. The ship is a constellation called Argo, and that goes from Cancer to Scorpio. It's
Mhm,
just missing Gemini, Sagittarius, and Capricorn. But check this out. Gemini and Sagittarius are opposing signs. Capricorn and Sagittarius are connecting signs. So even in the missing signs, there are still patterns to be discovered.
mhm,
And it's just basically a way for you to understand the zodiac and the heavens. Because since the beginning of time, we've always been looking up.
mhm,
And we're trying to make sense of that.
mhm.
So let me just see.
I'll put up this comment while you're searching.
Did I go
Alan
through
says
it?
astrology makes sense on a flat Earth plane, but not so much on a round planet. So, what are your thoughts on that? Astrology makes sense on a flat Earth plane, but not on a round planet.
It actually makes sense on both. To be perfectly honest with you, it does make sense on both.
Okay.
But yeah, we just went through a bunch of Sumerian tablets, and that's what I've been doing. I've been going on. There's a website uh, that Rex Bear from the Leak Project gave me that is basically Sumerian tablets, nothing but Sumerian tablets, and
Wow.
that's basically it. You know, it's this the Sumerians have it, the
Mhm.
Babylonians have it, the Egyptians have it. I've come on and done the Bible with you. You know,
Mhm.
it's in everything. It's literally in everything, and people just don't know what they're reading or looking at. It's
Mhm.
frustrating.
Mhm. It can be. I mean, I think, like you explained it when you did the very first show appearances, you almost had to. How many people didn't know how to read
Yeah.
at that time? So they really wouldn't have been the wisest in trying to read this. I think the most educated or the wealthier people would have been made privy to a lot of this, and that would have been it,
Hmm. Absolutely.
right?
They used to chain the Bible to pews in the Middle
Mhm.
Ages,
Right.
and they would give you pieces of paper with interpretations, which
That's
is slightly different than what they do now. Now they
mhm.
still give you the interpretations. They just don't write it on a piece of paper and hand it to you. They don't chain the Bible up.
Right. Well, there's many. I wonder if it was sort of like a sign of the times because there are actual a lot of ancient libraries or old libraries throughout, Europe who still chain like all their books are chained up. They're really old
Hmm.
books.
Yeah,
It's crazy when you think about it. Um,
absolutely.
so I guess it really doesn't matter. Like you can pick up any book essentially and find that in like do you find that in any modern day stuff or I mean we're pretty much over that,
I found it in the Book of Mormon too. Now, it's not just any book.
right?
It's not just
Okay.
any book. It's got to be what we consider an ancient holy text or a relic, something of that nature.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
and Western work. I haven't checked the Eastern yet, but for the Western work, but it's a breakdown, and I have I think anywhere from 68 to 80 ancient holy texts, including
Mhm,
and I'm not including the Bible too. The Bible
mm,
I count as one.
mhm,
Um, I have breakdowns on my website for everything.
mhm, mhm. Yeah, I'm flashing the website.
No, no, no. My
Just
website is debunkmywork.com. It's not mikeadank.com anymore.
oh, it's not. Well, you gotta clue me in on some of this.
That's
All right.
my fault. My fault. I forgot that. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a
Okay, so
while.
it's debunkmywork.com. I'm gonna change that right now. So
Right.
debunk. Yeah, I'm like, it'd be good to know this. Okay, so let's try it. Here we go. Is that better?
That's much better. Um,
Debunkmywork.com.
and
Okay,
on my website, I have all my social medias. I have my
okay,
YouTube and my Rumble. I
okay.
have all the astrotheology breakdowns. Remember, I just gave you guys one example. I go through the entire texts and break down the whole text.
Right.
So I have all those. I have some merch on it. I have my book series that dives down and teaches it deeper, and I can't really share a lot about the stuff on the book because it'll get us kicked off, and I
Aha,
don't want to
thank
do
you.
that. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
we
yeah.
don't.
So
No,
there's a
no.
way to there's a way to email me at the bottom, but everything, the way to contact me or just in
Mhm,
general, everything is on that website, debunkmywork.com. It has a breakdown of everything. I've done the whole Bible. I've done,
mhm,
you know,
mhm,
the Sumerian tablets. I've done the Enuma Elish. I've
mhm,
done the Code of Hammurabi. I've
mhm.
done the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I've done the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
That's
Um,
one I'd like to tackle. That one would be
the Emerald
interesting.
Tablets.
Yeah. Yeah, we got time if
Let me
you
see if I
wanna
can
do
pull
it.
it up.
Oh, I think that would be fascinating because it's just people are really, bringing it in the forefront, I think at the moment, um, because I think people are looking for real answers. So I see a lot of researchers are bringing the Emerald tablets back into the forefront and talking about it. So it'd be interesting to get your research on that. Yes, there we go. That's right, Alan. Let's go. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And a question: how do you account for the changing positions of the stars from creation times of astrology and
Okay,
now?
I'm opening it. Give me a sec.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
this is This
So
is
there's your
basically
question.
astrotheology and quantum physics.
Yes.
Yeah, hold on one sec. I'll get to it in a sec. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Just curious, how do you account for the changing positions of the stars from creation time of astrology and now? We've known about astrology for 17,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have. You just
Right.
got to look at the Lascaux caves. That's all you got to do. They have.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Mm-hmm.
Lascaux caves, some teenagers years back went into it and explored it, went to the back of the cave, and they found drawings of animals and things. And what they did was they told people, and they came and carbon dated it, and it came out to about 17,000 years. Then what they
Mm-hmm.
did was they called an astrologer in, an astronomer, because they noticed, oh, these are the bulls. That must be Taurus. This is the lion. That must be Leo. So when they started putting two and two together, they called an astrologer, and what they did was they rewound the sky back
Mm-hmm.
17,000 years, and they printed out what they saw and they superimposed it onto the wall, and all the constellations lined up to where they were supposed to be. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
on June 21st, the summer solstice, light would actually, and only on that one day, light would come in through the tunnel and illuminate the back of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a man this.
Mm-hmm. Right. So that's how. All right. Perfect. So you ready to go? Yes. There we go.
I'm ready to go. The
All right.
Emerald Tablets of Thoth. So I went
All right.
over the 12 signs, so let's just continue
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
then.
All
Chosen I
right.
was from the sons of men. The sons of men, the son of man, as Jesus is known, is Aquarius, the man
Mm-hmm.
sign with the water pitcher. Then having drunk deep of the cup of wisdom. The cup constellation is called Crater and is
Mm-hmm.
between Leo and Virgo.
Okay.
Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing Earth's balance until only the temple of light was left standing on the great mountain,
Mm-hmm.
on Undam, still rising out of the water. Some there were who were living, saved from the rush of the fountains. So the great waters are the two water-based signs, Aquarius and Pisces. Rising out of the water is Pisces, and the rush of the fountain is the fountains of Aquarius.
Mm-hmm.
Raging they came with cudgels and spears, lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. So the spear is a weapon of choice across all holy books. In the Bible, the two most important murders are Jesus, who is killed with the spear of destiny,
Mm-hmm.
and Cain and Abel. Though Cain hits Abel over the head with a rock, the name Cain in Hebrew translates to spear,
Mm-hmm.
and it is used interchangeably with the bow and the arrow in Sagittarius. Why? Because Sagittarius is the death. It has December 21st in it, which is when the sun dies.
Mm-hmm.
So this is everything is the hero's journey is what it's basically explaining.
Okay. Okay.
There in the circle from eon to eon sit the great masters. Each zodiac sign is called an eon, or a mansion, or a house. There are many words for it. The end of times in the Bible is a mistranslation. It's actually supposed to say the end of an eon. The Mayan calendar ended December 21st,
Mm-hmm.
2012, and we know what December 21st is now. But it wasn't the end of the world. It was the end of an eon. It was the beginning of the end of the age of Pisces.
Right. Right.
Seated within the flower of radiance sit seven lords from the time space times above us. The seven lords are the seven planets they knew about at the time, and here they're openly talking about space time in thousand-of-year-old tablet.
Mm.
Um, they did not know about Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune at the time. They knew the other ones. It came
Okay.
out to about Saturn. Saturn was the furthest that they knew. That's why it was regarded so highly.
Right. Makes sense.
Judging and weighing they with their wisdom, watching the progress of light among men. The judging is judgment, which comes from Libra, the judge, the scales of justice. Free
Mm.
is a mentee to the Son of Man. Notice they're saying Son of Man instead of
Yes.
Son of Man, because that's how it is. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
O
Yeah.
Master of darkness, guide of the way from life unto life, before thee I bring a son of the morning. Touch him not ever with the power of night. Call not his flame to the darkness of night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers, lifted from the darkness of night. This is sun worship. That's
Mm-hmm.
what this is, basically.
That exactly is that. Exactly.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Man is a star bound to a body. This is many thousands of years old. We know the iron in our blood could have only come from the dying star. We are the heavens, and the heavens are us. It's as
Mm-hmm.
above, so below. In fact, the
Yeah.
word youngster that we call kids, young star.
Right. I love it.
Consider the law, for all is law. Seek not that which is not of the law, for such exists only in the illusion of senses. The law is Libra, the scales, the law.
Mm-hmm.
List ye, O man, to the voice of wisdom. List to the voice of Thoth the Atlantean. Freely I give to thee of my wisdom, gathered from the time and space of this cycle, master of mysteries, son of the morning, living forever. Think about how old this tablet is, and they're talking about the space time continuum,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And once again, they mention the sun, the master of mysteries. Again, the sun is the risen savior. It's the light of the world. It's the
Mm-hmm.
only begotten son.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Long time ago, I in my childhood lay neath the stars on long buried Atlantis, dreaming of mysteries far above men. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars. They're openly talking about the stars in the heavens, and they're openly talking about the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Far into space, my soul traveled freely into infinity's circle of light. Strange beyond knowledge were some of the planets, great and gigantic beyond dreams of men. Yet I found law in all its beauty. The law is Libra, by the way, but
Right.
this sounds like a trip. It sounds like an
It
acid.
does. It does.
It sounds
It
like an
does.
acid trip. They're talking
Yeah.
about thousands and thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Forth then my soul sped throughout the cosmos, seeing ever new things and old, learning that man is truly spaceborn, a son of the sun, a child of the stars. As
Mm-hmm.
above, so below. We're all from the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Know ye, O man, whatever from ye inhabit, surely it is one with the stars. The bodies are nothing but planets revolving around their central suns. So we're not sure. We're still not quite where we used to be with quantum physics thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you another example. When you're talking Hermeticism, right? The
Mm-hmm.
third Hermetic principle is the principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything vibrates.
Mm-hmm.
6,000 years later, so, physicists are patting themselves for discovering string theory that everything vibrates at a. No, we knew this thousands and thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Even as exists among men the dark brothers, so there exist the brothers of light. They're talking about brothers of Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Masters they of the sun power, ever unseen yet the guardians of men. Once again, the mention of the sun, the light of the world, God's only begotten son.
Mm-hmm.
Deep in the halls, in the dark halls, sit the seven units of consciousness from cycles above. Manifest they in this cycle as guides of man to the knowledge of all. Seven are they, mighty in power, speaking these words through me to men, time after time. Stood I before them, listening to words that came not with a sound. So the seven represent the seven planets above that they knew at the time.
Mm-hmm.
In the Bible, they talk about the Elohim. Well, El translates to Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
It's Saturn worship. The Jews wear a black cube on their head,
Yes.
right? A
Yes.
black cube. The
Mm-hmm.
Muslims walk around a black cube in Mecca. This is
Yes.
Saturn worship.
Saturn worship. Yeah. Yeah.
This is
It,
this
it,
is
it was
Saturn worship.
huge. Yeah. That, I mean, it's still done, like
Mm-hmm.
even in hidden societies,
Mm-hmm.
quietly. Right. Guys got
Not
to
as
research that.
mm-hmm. 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 Not as man am I, for free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each take I on a new body. In each I change in my form. Know I now, know I know, the formless is all there is of form. And they're
Mhm.
talking about dimensions and planes thousands of years ago. And nobody's reading these texts. It's crazy. You
I don't
know,
understand it.
we knew this. We knew this thousands of years ago. It's that quote again. It's that quote again. It's not that these ancient people told literal stories and we're now smart enough to take them symbolically. It's that they told them
Mhm.
symbolically and we've become dumb enough to take them literally.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, I mean, yeah, I think, you know, the ancients, we if people think back to ancient times and they don't think that they were more advanced than what we possibly could be today, or it's the opposite. I think we've been dumbed down quite a bit, and
We have been dumbed
the
down.
ancients had it together. Like they had so much more wisdom and technology.
Yeah. And it's not even just that, like just architecture too. Just look at these gothic buildings that they used to build and look at what
Yeah.
kind of crap we turn out now.
Tartaria.
Exactly.
Right, there's a whole other show, Tartaria. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But I mean,
Exactly.
I think you have to ask yourself, even with that, were they leveled out, or were they did they build them, or did they unbury them?
That's a good point.
Right?
We
My,
don't know
my,
how long it's been there. Yeah.
no, for sure. Because I mean, there's a lot on that. I love it, but it goes to show you, you're looking at structures that are still standing, and we can't build something that will, if we're lucky in this day and age, we'll build something that'll last 100 years, maybe
Right.
200 years. Okay, three. In the US, you guys are older than Canada, so you guys have some structures that are standing. But that's nothing. It's just a drop in the bucket compared to some of this ancient stuff that you're talking about here. So
It's
let's
thousands of years old.
yeah. So before we get too far ahead, can you answer this one here? Do you think the end of the Mayan cycle of the Mayan calendar in 2012 signifies something more than just the end of a calendar? He says I didn't know the lingos. He didn't know how to ask it correctly.
Do you think the end of the Mayan cycle of the Mayan calendar on
Mm-hmm.
2012 signifies something more than just an end of a calendar?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean that's look, everything goes back to astrology, everything. All these
Mm-hmm.
texts, everything goes back to it. It would be the end of an eon.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about it in the Bible too. In the Bible they talk about it. The disciples are asking Jesus where they can meet him for the next Passover, and what does he tell them?
Mm-hmm.
Go into
Mm-hmm.
town, you'll find a man holding a water pitcher. Follow
Mm-hmm.
him to his house. The man with the water pitcher is Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius. They're going
Mm-hmm.
into the age of Aquarius. That's where you will find him.
Mm-hmm.
They embed this stuff so thoroughly, and
Mm-hmm.
people don't know what they're reading, and they just take these books literally, and it causes all the strife in the world.
But it's a lot of mistranslation, misinterpretation for that reason, I believe.
True. But the thing is, when it comes to different I'll give you an example. The word for
Yes.
in Hebrew,
Mm-hmm.
or the commandment in Hebrew is "Thou shalt not murder." By the time it hits the King James Bible, it becomes "Thou shalt not kill." There's a difference between kill and murder, a
Yeah.
very legitimate difference between kill and murder. But all those words that have been changed over time, none of them have anything. They don't touch mine.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's like when they tell you we're sacrificing a lamb, a ram, a goat, and a
Mm-hmm.
bull. Well, that's Capricorn, Aries, and Taurus. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's it's
Mm-hmm.
openly talking about this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, Micah. Fascinating. Okay, let's continue.
All right, so where am I? Far have I been on my journey through space time, even to the end of the space of this cycle. Space time is not a new concept. These books are available to read. I have no idea why no one goes back. There is a phrase called chronological ethnocentrism,
Mm-hmm.
and that is a social science term, which basically means that because we're the furthest along in time that we know, The ancients had less wisdom and knowledge. We think about them like they're in the dark ages, but it's just not true.
Mhm.
No, it's
Mhm.
just not. Seek ye, O man, to find the great pathway that leads to eternal life as a sun. Exactly. Once again, the sun. The
Mhm.
ancients knew they worshiped the sun.
Mhm.
Space is filled with concealed ones, for space is divided by time. Seek ye the key to the time space, and ye shall unlock the gate. Know
Mhm.
ye that throughout the time space consciousness surely exists. Though from our knowledge it is hidden, yet still it forever exists. Think about that. This is a
Mhm.
6,000-year-old tablet, or
Mhm.
give or take,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Constant mention of space time through the tablets.
Mhm.
Constant.
Mhm. Mhm.
Man is a light born spirit, but without knowing, he can never be free.
Mm.
Light born spirit. They
Mhm.
know. They knew.
They knew. It's really it's deep if you don't know, what you're looking at. Like, basically, you don't have to know a huge deal about astrology. You just have to know something about it.
Right.
Just from your explanation, people are following along and getting it. But
Yeah, I'm actually probably one of the easiest, if not the easiest one that does this to
mhm,
understand, because it's very simple. You should be able to teach something to a 10-year-old, you know what I mean?
mhm, I agree.
Hmm.
I mean, you just look at modern day curriculum. It's just
It's
is what
garbage. The Rockefeller Institute
I was gonna say it is what it
curriculum.
is, right? But this is something that should be taught at least as something, even at least in high school, as an extracurricular, credit or something, because there's so much to it on so many levels, not just with your work. I
Mhm.
just look at Priscilla's work. Just
Mhm.
astrology. Like, there's a lot in there that could
Mhm.
really, really get people on the proper track of knowing our history and knowing what's coming. It's just, I love astrology. It's a deep rabbit hole, but simple to understand.
Exactly. Like here it says, "Ye are a son of the great light. Remember, and
Mm,
ye shall be free." We're all sons of God.
hmm hmm
Used I the drum of the serpent, cried to the lords of the signs in their houses. The
hmm
signs in their houses. Each sign is called a house.
hmm
There are two serpents in the heaven. You have Hydra, who is the sea serpent.
hmm
Hail Hydra, remember? And
hmm
Ophiuchus, who is the serpent bearer.
hmm
Know ye that ye as a whole in this consciousness are only a cell in the process of growth. There's so much wisdom in here.
Yeah, we're
I mean,
everything and we are nothing.
we are
Uh,
everything and we are nothing. It's
and
true.
we're all one,
Yep.
technically speaking, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Know ye, O man, that all of the future is an open book for him who can read. Edgar
Mm,
Casey talks about this in his works. It's about
yes.
accessing the Akashic records.
Yes, he
The
does.
Akashic records are an interdimensional book of
Mhm.
sorts that have all the thoughts, words, and action from everyone throughout history. It's basically just scripting everything.
Mhm.
Those are reachable. Those are that if you set yourself into a Casey meditation, you can reach this. If you work hard enough, you can.
Mhm. I agree.
Great
I'd love
literature.
to see you do those.
I would love to do. I would love. I have Casey's book on Atlantis. I do have to get to that eventually.
Oh, that would be good.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Ah.
So, knowledge and wisdom shall be man's in the great age, for he shall approach the eternal flame, the source of all wisdom, the
Mhm.
place of beginning that is yet one with the end of all things.
Mm.
I, in a time that is yet unborn, all shall be one, and one shall be all. Man, a perfect flame of this cosmos, shall move forward to a place in the stars.
Mhm.
I shall move ever from out of this space time into another beyond the stars. It's unbelievable. The reason this passage is so important is because the reason religion gets away with everything is because they have monopolized
Mhm.
everybody's fear of death.
Mhm.
That's what they've done. That's the only thing religion has done, is they give you a story to believe and a way for you to not have to deal with pain anymore and go to heaven. So
Mhm.
people spend their entire lives not searching any deeper because they feel that they're not going to go to heaven, and it's abuse, really.
Mhm. Well, it's funny when you say that because just in the field of work, I'll sidetrack for 1 minute of the paranormal. So many people out there looking for lost souls, and and they'll say, "Well, why are there so many? Like there are more souls going back, let's say, hundreds of years ago, or even 100 years ago, than there are now, as far as souls being kind of stuck or grounded, let's say."
Hmm.
But I say my thing is essentially is that because they instill the fear of God into these people. So you
Hmm.
had like the Puritans, like really faithful people from all walks of life. But when they're basically saying to you, like, you, for example, covet thy neighbor's wife, you're not going to heaven, you're going down to hell. This These people are thinking, I'm just gonna take my chances and stay
Which,
here.
by the way, is three of the Ten Commandments.
Yes.
Um, come from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, 125.
Yes. Yes. Yes, they do. They do. So, but you can see how people, I think, through conditioning and again, all walks of life, all different backgrounds of faith, you're taught to believe a certain thing and you do fear it and you fear it all the way into the afterlife, which is it's pretty frightening because it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, I mean,
Just look at what you're reading now and how you are breaking it all down. And I think if people had the knowledge to do that, they would have a different perception of what things really are,
mhm,
right? So,
absolutely. It
right.
it it proves to you that the Bible and these texts aren't supposed
Mm,
to be taken literally, is what it does.
mhm,
And I think that once you realize it shouldn't be taken literally through this,
mhm,
then then you can not be afraid of death anymore. I
mhm.
think that you don't have to be afraid anymore. Personally,
No, I don't think it should. I think I'm more concerned about the method of my demise than I am my actual demise,
there you
right?
go. Hmm.
Yeah. All right. Next. We have a lot of time, so just go ahead at your leisure.
This time will come when ye too shall be deathless,
Mhm.
living from age to age, a light among men.
I love that phrase.
Right?
Mhm. Yeah, it
Man
just
in the
shows you
future will
afterlife.
listen to this one. Man in the future will deny the mysteries, but always the way the seeker will find.
Yeah, see, that's deep.
Hmm.
That's deep. Okay.
There in the temple, I drank of the wisdom, poured as a fountain of light. I mean, just,
Mhm.
oh, and that's it. That's it.
Wow, already?
Yeah. So
Wow.
that's the Emerald Tablets break down this way,
Mhm. Right.
and it's in
Well,
everything. It's in everything.
mhm. How many people, like when we talk about Edgar Casey, for example, I mean, the man was brilliant. He helped so many people. He could tap into anything, and he had a great understanding of all of this stuff. Do you think, that there were more people like him who they could read something like this and fully have an understanding of what it was he was, really
I think
reading?
Tesla did.
Tesla definitely did. Yeah. Yeah, Tesla
Um,
definitely did.
yeah, there's been mystics throughout history,
Mhm,
absolutely, that know this stuff.
mhm.
What's his name? Nostradamus.
Nostradamus.
How many of his quatrains does he talk about different zodiac signs?
Have you done his work? Have you
I have to relook at it. I looked at it a couple of years ago. No, I looked at it a long time ago.
Right.
and I was nowhere near as understanding of this whole thing as I am now. So I
Right.
do have to look at it again.
Yeah, because there's a lot of metaphors and things like that that you almost have to work around, which you could probably figure it out pretty easily, just because of the fact that you're figuring all this other stuff out. Because
Mhm.
he was really big into that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
And the religious will tell you that astrology is evil, and the religious will also tell you this: you're worshiping the creation, not the creator. I'm saying I'm worshiping neither of them. I'm just pointing out patterns and
Hmm.
things that are undeniable.
Hmm.
That's what I'm pointing at, you know?
Hmm. What set you on your journey to do this? Like, really, what made you interested in this out of anything you could do? Because you're a gifted researcher. You could have done anything, really. So why this specifically?
Because when I first heard of it, I have two mentors, Jordan
Mhm.
and Santos, and Jordan has since passed away. And
Yeah. Yeah.
when I started listening to them,
Mhm.
because I follow all sorts of esoteric stuff,
Right.
um, but when I first started listening to them, it was so strange, Michelle. It was kind of like I was remembering something instead of learning something.
Mm. Waking
And
an awakening.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I've
You
been doing this now for 12 and a half years.
wow. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do a show on Jordan Maxwell, so I don't want to ruin that because there's so much to this incredible human. My gosh, like he just really put it out there in black and white. This is the way it is. But like even people like Manly P. Hall, you
Right.
know, just putting things into perspective, making you think, right? But I find it interesting how when you make that comment, it just seems like I was just remembering something, almost like you're asleep. It's just buried. And sometimes you go through life, and whether it's a song or whether it's just listening to somebody, and all of a sudden it's just like this epiphany. It's like, wait, wait, wait. I know this stuff, right? It's like when you first started doing it, did you find it difficult, or was it just really simple from like the get go?
I basically power watched them for 6 to 8 months
Wow,
for hours and hours and hours a day. And then I
wow.
started getting comfortable and I started seeing different patterns when I started reading these ancient holy texts.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my God. And then I broke down the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And then my friend Rex was like, or from the Leak Project, he was like, hey man, try this one, try this one. Like, if it wasn't for his suggestion, I probably would have just stuck with the Bible. But
Mm-hmm.
it's unreal how you can break this down for everything, and it just shows that the Bible is not original, and the Bible shouldn't be taken literally if they're all written the same way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, for me, I've always been fascinated in the Gnostic texts because it's so old,
Hmm.
and different perspectives altogether. So to find it there, because we knew that the Gnostics were stargazers. They worked with the stars. They were knowledgeable about the stars. They talked about the knowledge about the stars. But it just shows you, like after the fact, you look at Galileo, then the church they're just ready to just lynch this guy because he's
That's the
talking
funny
about the
thing.
stars, right?
That's the funny thing. Like, Jordan was really ahead of his time, or maybe he was just discovering things. But
Mhm,
him and Santos both got a lot of hate and vitriol for this, for
mhm,
what they talk about,
mhm,
and I have not. And I think it's just the timing. I think
mhm,
if we had this conversation, let's say this podcast
mhm.
or this show 45 years ago,
Oh,
I think me and you would have been freaking lynched,
you think YouTube lynches you all the time? You
right?
talk about something you're not supposed to. It's
Uh-huh.
still going on. But I agree with you. I agree with you because I mean it was happening in ancient times, and yet you look at. I'll give you another example. You look at the church, who it was like, no, this is heresy. You can't talk about things like that. But you look at them today, and then they've got this massive telescope named Lucifer, just saying,
Right.
but and they have unlimited funding. So you have, these priests slash scientists who are working on behalf of this with unlimited funding and discovering great things. It's just like, where did that flip happen?
Hmm, that's a good question.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, they've got one of the best telescopes on the planet.
I think it is the best telescope on the planet.
Yeah, I know. And you would have been a heretic back in the day if you would have
Right.
talked about this as well, right?
But this is why
Oh.
they demonize it.
Mhm. Yeah, hi, Wayne. The Book of Jubilees in Noah talks about the stars and the zodiac signs. Given that knowledge from the angels, Noah wrote all of this down. A lot of people don't realize also Noah was very much, well, Moses. Let's go back to Moses being part of the ancient mystery schools. Like, I think this has been known all the way along. And in saying that again, where did it change? Like, that was pre the institution of religion as we know it today. And somewhere along the line, it's like, no, you're not allowed to know this stuff.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yet, but
That's
everybody, like their
exactly what happened.
predecessors, yes, their predecessors, like the text, the ancient Sumerian text we talked about today, for example, it was all there, and all of a sudden, it was just like, no, you're not allowed to know it. You're not allowed to talk about it. This is heresy. So they went from knowing it, being not allowed to know it, and now it's like, no, you can know it again. And we're one of the leading influences within the field, which is amazing, but mind blowing at the same time.
Agree. I think you're right on point with that.
Yeah,
Um,
thank you. So,
the
little
age of
things, you know.
Pisces was the age of religion. It was the age of belief, whereas the age of Aquarius is going to be the age of knowing.
Hmm.
There's a difference between belief and knowing something,
Hmm.
and that's what it basically boils down to. That's where we're headed.
Hmm. Hmm. So, have you worked with a text or deciphered anything that gives insight into what's coming? Tread cautiously.
I have not.
Not yet,
I
eh?
have not.
Yeah.
The way the world is working right now is that everything with the red heifers in Israel that were sent by Texas,
Hmm.
with the third temple, with the
Yes.
embassy to Jerusalem, they're trying to make prophecy happen.
Yes.
And they're going to be
Yes.
very disappointed when it doesn't.
See, this is something I was just talking with a friend just a couple of days ago. It's and actually again today, Wayne and I were talking about it because we're looking at there's a lot hidden in television. And
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of stuff hidden in there. So you have to ask yourself, is this something that, is there somebody in there whistleblowing, like they know something's happening? Or are we looking at people who are watching these programs, reading these books, trying to force the hand, force the situation, right?
Well, you have
You
two
know where I'm
choices.
going with it.
Either the Bible is a magical text that is coming to life.
Hmm. Right.
The reason it was hidden is because it took power away from the Catholic Church in the third century. In the third century, in the town Megiddo in Israel, which is where Armageddon comes from, the word,
Hmm.
they found a church underneath another church and they dated it to the third century. And in the middle of the floor of the church,
Hmm.
when they excavated it, was a mosaic, which we even know who commissioned it, of the two fish Pisces in a third century church. They knew this stuff, absolutely.
Hmm.
But is this book coming to life, or are these psychopaths in charge tailoring events to make it look like prophecy is coming so that everybody still follows and believes the Bible?
Hmm. Well, I mean, we know that whenever, let's say an army, whether it be the church, whether it be another country, invaded another, they would build and they would alter everything to their own belief system while incorporating a little bit of the area that they've just amalgamated to sort of merge things. We know the church built over top of ancient power spots, ancient temples, so they would have acquired knowledge
Right.
through the information that they were finding, right? So I don't know, how much do you think sits in the Vatican archives? How much do you think sits in private libraries
I
throughout
think
Europe?
Alexandria was in the Vatican archives.
Oh,
I
you're
think it was both.
darn straight. Yeah. Didn't they set it on fire? You know?
Yes.
So, yeah. So, there's a lot out there, and there's stuff that we're never going to be made privy to, and in the same respect, there's stuff that's so old that allegedly there's just nobody available, even at the Vatican, to translate all of this stuff. Like, there's stuff that will never what is it, like 50 miles of stuff? How is it humanly possible to bring in people who can understand some of these ancient languages?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like a 45-mile tunnel or something.
Right, it's crazy. So, I mean, I'll give that to them that, but not everything needs translation. Some of it is very, very, it's accessible and it has been translated. It is a language that there are still people today. Even Aramaic is still spoken today,
Hmm.
right? So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's a lot out there that we may never be made privy to for various reasons. And like it or not, we the followers, the sheep, will always be just wandering. We're never going to have all those answers that other people have. And then you're fighting distractions. Maybe they're being saved for incredible things are happening. There are things going on all around us, and oh, here's a tidbit to throw you off the course of what's really going on. Isn't this stuff wonderful? It will be fed little morsels here and there.
I agree. I agree. I think so. I think that's the idea between these crappy disclosures that come out.
Mm,
You know what I mean? Where they give you it's like 1% truth and 99% crap. And
hmm
like you have to go through it and really understand to be able to get to the bottom of it.
hmm Well, let's talk about that for a second. What are your thoughts on the recent alleged Congress disclosure?
Uh it's funny because you remember when they had those two little Mexican aliens come out when they
Yeah,
had
I
the
remember the Nazca,
right,
the
the
Nazca.
disclosure to that.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was distracting you from?
Oh, there were many things going on, but let's delicately slide it in there.
Um, it was basically it was to get your mind off of the Epstein thing.
That's right. That's right. Yes, it was. Along with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, which
Yes,
was overshadowing everything else. There's always going to be, those distractions.
but it's
But at
funny
least
because like I do believe in aliens. I do think that there's no way they don't exist. But
mhm,
then the government comes out and shows you aliens, and now I'm like, I don't know anymore.
I know. But hey, do you remember the one that happened at the Miami Mall like a few months
Yes,
ago? Okay.
well, they sent
So,
70 squad cars fully loaded to go
yeah,
stop a bunch of kids fighting.
and they took a bunch of cell phones away and everything else and they debunked it. However, a guy came forward who was an enthusiast of you. He still owns a flip phone and came out. He had a VHS recorder and he recorded it on a VHS tape and he just went public with it.
Really?
And he sent it to independent news people who had it analyzed, and it's true blue. They never thought, check a guy with the old technology on tape, which you can't really fudge.
Yeah, it's the whole thing with like the electronic cars and everything. It's
Yeah,
kind of like they're trying to make everything electronic. Why? Because they can control the car.
that's right, for sure. But that's what I'm saying, like older technology. This guy had photos, but like in there as well. They were able to screenshot some of this video that really close up better than a lot of these cell phones got.
I'm gonna. I
So
want to see that. I want to see that link if you could send it to me.
Sure. No problem. I'll do that. I will do
Fantastic.
that. I showed it on one of the shows. I was just like, "Oh my gosh, like look at this." And you see these clear like pictures and I saved a couple of the screenshots because like, this guy's like, "I've got nothing to lose by this," but people are getting their phones confiscated. Why would they do that if they're just stopping a bunch of kids? So,
Exactly.
I don't know. Call me crazy, but that's just one example. So to kind of look at disclosure and say, no, we don't think it is. There's people who take big risks whistleblowing. They really do. They take really big risks. I think in February we're going to be doing a show on whistleblowing. I have two of my producer friends coming on who have worked with people doing documentaries who essentially took some chances. And one guy had his life upheaved. So again, is it just a whistleblow thing? Is it an actual thing? I don't know. But at the end of the day, you have people who take great chances. Yet Congress, you have people coming in, you know, just with all kinds of information. And yes, I 100% agree with you, Richard, 100%. So with that being said, it's sort of like, you know, there's only so much that they're going to be able to keep. Eventually, people they're going to have to relent. Here's a question. So, I question: why does it seem like the time is speeding up? As in Terence McKenna's notion that as the time goes on, the things that happened during 100 years are going to happen in 50.
Why does it feel like it's speeding up? The reason
Yeah.
it feels like it's speeding up is because it is speeding up. And the reason that it is speeding up is because the ones who are in control are losing the narrative.
Hmm.
You've got Elon's X, which is the number one site in the world. You've got,
Hmm.
and the people are coming back. Like even this presidency has some decent picks in it, and
Hmm.
it's maybe something good will happen out of it. I don't know. But
Hmm.
it seems like the awakening is happening, so they got to speed the timeline up. So that's why you see the heifers now. That's why you see the third temple. That's why you hear all of this stuff coming on right now because they have to push it through.
Hmm. That's true. And I've heard people mentioning that they feel time has been speeding up. And I have also, you see all kinds of people talk. We've had people on the show. I have people who message me all the time, and they basically do feel there's this big shift of energy happening and that there is some kind of an awakening, which puts the stage masters um, on high alert. They have to move a lot quicker. So I agree with that. That's a tough one. That is a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you working on next, Micah? What's next for you?
Well, I've got the Apocrypha. Did I go through that yet?
Nope. You got half an hour, so you most certainly can.
No, I didn't go through the Apocrypha yet. I do have to go through the Apocrypha. I mean, I physically haven't gone through it yet. I do have to go through it.
Ah.
Um, I was looking at the Talmud. I was looking at. I'm about to write my ninth book
Mm-hmm.
at some point in the near future.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got that.
Mm-hmm. Are you allowed to talk about that?
I could talk about my book series. So
Yeah.
my my 8 book series. It's a series, so you have to read them. They're story form. But my
Okay.
first book talks about MK Ultra. My
Oh.
second book talks about the pyramids and the capstones that are missing and what they truly are.
Mm-hmm.
My third talks about the Rosicrucians versus the Knights Templar.
Mm-hmm.
My fourth one talks about,
Got it.
yeah,
Thank you.
which I wrote in 2017, by the way. Um, my fifth one talks about the missing library of Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
My sixth one talks and breaks down the Bohemian Grove. My seventh one talks about turning lead into gold, more
Mm-hmm.
specifically,
Mm-hmm.
the
Alchemy.
meteorite in the Kaaba,
Mm-hmm.
taking some of it and
Mm-hmm.
turning it into pure gold.
Mm-hmm.
My eighth book talks about destroying the Federal Reserve. And
Wow.
it's a book series, and this is what I talk about. And it's all sorts of stuff that we can't get into on YouTube,
Right.
but I'll
Yeah,
show
that's
you.
why there's just some shows that I I'm looking to do just on X and Rumble,
Nice. This is my first book, Into the
right?
Rabbit Hole Beneath the Veil,
Beneath
and
the
I've
veil.
been asking people on my channel to the last week or two to
Mm-hmm.
pick it up because I want to start going through it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff we can't talk about. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about. But
Mm-hmm.
all this is on my website. Way to reach me, social media, my book
Mm-hmm.
series, merchandise, just all that
Mm-hmm.
kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you ever want to talk about them, we could do, special edition shows that will not be here. And I'll put them on my X. I'll put them on Rumble and go for broke.
I like it.
I like it too because I think it needs to happen.
Uh-huh.
So, um, well, I'm really glad that you have come on and joined me. I thought it was a lot of fun as always,
Mhm.
and man, I'm looking forward to seeing what else you come up with.
Well,
The
thank you.
apocalypse book sounds great.
Thank you. I would just ask everybody who's listening to go to my website, debunkmywork.com. And the very first video on my website is sort of the breakdown of the Bible and all that stuff,
Hmm.
where I explain the history and the truth and everything.
Hmm.
And yeah, I would just ask everybody to just go there basically. And if you want to reach out to me, there's a way to reach out to me at the bottom of the page.
Hmm.
And I guess that's basically it. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, and if you guys, I mean, are you open to suggestions if anybody's got books that they'd like you to delve
Always.
into?
Always. If they want to email me and be like, hey, read this. Hey, pick this up.
Right. Um, Sorry, what is it? Lots of Sasquatch too. Okay, well, I'm lost on that.
Yeah, me
um,
too. What's that?
yeah, I don't know. You might have to elaborate on that one. Well, I know what we're coming into, different world events, and I'm hoping that the whole age of censorship is slowly coming to an end as well. I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be shared out there, and I really, oh, the Pacific Northwest. Okay. Oh, you do. Yeah, or Mike, you're not in the, where are you, Micah?
I'm in Tampa.
Tampa. Okay, yeah. So you're on our side of the world. So it's like, okay. I was thinking, am I missing a whole conversation that's going on? Oh, the other Michelle. Oh God, no. Okay. Michelle Wilfong, thank you. So anyway, thank you for coming on. And I am very serious. I know you're coming back on to do a show in is it February, January? Let me just double check because I want people to tune into that. You are back on January 23rd, and we're going to talk about symbols. We're going to talk about everything Jordan Maxwell. And I think it would be great that maybe we can turn into a little bit of a tribute show because I think you would be the perfect person
That would
to
be great.
do that since
Absolutely.
he's your mentor and I know I've researched a lot of his stuff and he's just fascinating, but he's just a wonderful person.
Hmm.
Right. And I think it'd be a great way to keep it all alive and keep the information going. And people can still go out and buy his books. I know I just bought one too. So it's like anxious to get into that. And I'm really serious about looking at doing even like 1 hour shows and just putting them on just the other platforms. And that way you could go ahead and speak freely because I would love,
Exactly.
yeah, right. I would love to talk about some of the other stuff that you've mentioned.
I would love that.
Okay. I say we just do it and we'll just have some fun with it.
Cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, well, I will be in touch and we will let's talk about that and we'll set up some dates because it could be aside from just a show nights. We'll do it separately and we'll do it and get them out there. And we'll also I'll get you those links to the crazy Miami Mall thing.
Yeah, that's wild. I have to see that.
There, it's crazy. It's a 6-part series of video. Somebody sent me a TikTok video with them and I was just like, but it was like part 5 of 6 or something, so I know there's other clips to it, but this was the pertinent one where essentially like he was relatively close enough, and of course with a proper camera like that he would have been also been able to zoom in and the pictures are pretty good. I'm thinking like this is crazy that he got them and it never got confiscated, and he went to independent news person if memory serves me correctly, to an organization, people, and they just sent it out there to make sure it actually did get out. And
Good.
now all of a sudden it's like, no, it's definitely a thing.
I respect that a lot. What I'll never understand is these people or these whistleblowers who are like, I have breaking stories. I have breaking news on blah 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 blah. I'll be releasing this in a week or so, and then something happens to them in the next couple. When you have information like that, just dump it on the internet and just let it fly.
Hmm.
Don't give people a heads up that you're going to drop a
A
heavy bomb.
bomb, essentially. Yeah, right. I get it. I get it. Yeah. Photo bomb, just saying.
Mhm.
Right. No, I agree with you. I think there's just too many ways. You can't let that time pass. And I think that's where, some people go wrong. But this guy, I mean, he did it months and months after. So I don't know what the holdup was. I don't know if they just wanted to take the time to actually authenticate this, but I'm glad he did because it needed to be done. There were so many witnesses. People are losing their minds. That's the thing that gets me is we know what we see, right? We know what we see, and just to have people say, "No, you didn't really see that. It wasn't real." What? So it's like, no, all right, I must be losing my mind then, So I think it's important, exactly what you say. It's just you have it, just put it out there and let the world determine. Everybody can form their own opinion. We're all entitled to our own opinions. That's what
I
makes us
agree.
all unique.
I do. I
Right.
agree.
Right. Anyway, thank you so much, Micah. And I will be in touch and we will work on some little future projects.
Sounds good, Michelle. Thanks for having me on.
Your pleasure. Good night, Micah.
Good night. Take
Well, guys, thank you all, for hanging in the chat room. We're finishing a little early tonight, but can only go so long with this stuff because that's the man and he's got the research. But if you have any other questions along the way, I am happy to address them before signing off. There's nothing saying I have to always make a push, yeah, and there, which means budgets. I would agree. I think Health of Animal. Dolores Cannon. Oh, I would love to do a show just on Dolores Cannon. That woman was just incredible. Interesting guest. Micah is awesome. Yeah, thank you. I think so too. Guys, check out his other shows because I believe, if memory serves me right, there was the Bible. I think he did if I'm not mistaken, I think he might have done the Gnostic texts as well. So he's been with us and he's done, I think, at least three shows where he's talked about it. The Book of Enoch, that was a really interesting one as well. So, got to go back and check all those archives. It's really phenomenal. And I know there's a lot of stuff out there that he's very versed on. And don't miss the Jordan Maxwell show in January because honestly, it's going to be mind blowing. If you're not familiar with Jordan Maxwell, please Google him. He died, I think, a year and a half ago. And just brilliant, brilliant, and will open your eyes and mind up to some incredible, incredible stuff. So next week, okay, it's going to be fun. So Wednesday, we welcome back another fan favorite, Morgan Daimler. Now, Morgan has been on two or three times early days. And I know you've heard me mention that I want to start bringing back some of these incredible, incredible guests. I mean, we're going to be hitting our 500th episode on, let me see, December the 11th, guys. Okay, it's going to be episode 500 for us. And we're going to have Priscilla Rosado Cruz on. It'll be another night of astrology. This woman was on before and did my astrological reading. Mind blowing and bang on. So she's going to tell us what's coming up for 2025. And I cannot wait to hear what she's got to say about it. But anyway, next week, Morgan Daimler, she's going to be discussing her new book, Celtic Fairies of North America. And I think she will include Mexico and part of that as well. It's going to be excellent. And Thursday night, far as I know, open mic. and a whole lot of stuff planned. Now that I think we're getting to like American Thanksgiving at that point on that day. So you never know what can happen, but right now it is a plan to go live with some really really good stuff. And I want to hear from you guys. I also want to hear about some of the things you guys would like to talk to. So I'm going to put up the I mean, you guys, for the most part, you guys know how to find me, but I'm just going to put this up there. I want to hear what you guys, different topics that you would like to see covered in the show. If you want to see certain guests on the show, let me know. And we'll do our best to bring you these people. And I know there's a lot of show topics that people have been messaging me about. I know Tartaria is a really big one, and I promise we will do it. I'm really trying to work with bringing a guest on. Matt Rose from Cultivate Elevate came on and did quite a bit, and I'm really trying to find somebody who can get into the bones of all of that, who's much more versed than I. But I love to research, but in order to do so, I need the time to do so. So if you guys can think of anyone, please just put it out there and I will make it happen. Anyway, I hope you guys have a great weekend and we shall see you all next week. Thank you and good night.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our American friends and family and colleagues. It's great night. You guys are all having, I think, nice, turkey dinner and such.
Gobble,
You know,
gobble.
we're not, but here we are.
I wouldn't be
Anyway,
eating turkey if it was Thanksgiving, anyways.
that's true. Kind of a roast beef thing.
Yeah.
I know. I posted a thing today on
Right.
Instagram and it was a turkey that said moo.
Oh, that's
Moo.
funny. That
I
would be
know.
mine. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, we are broadcasting live here on the United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from beautiful New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing folks over at Folgers Coffee who have been a part of our journey for the last few years. So thank you, Folgers. We couldn't do it without you, nor would we want to. We're just one big happy family. There we go. So, also, big thank you to Justin Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for the contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for the intro you just heard. He's an award winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite music streaming platforms. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the horror genre but does phenomenal commission pieces. So tonight we're gonna have some fun. Honestly, I thought I had this huge list. I got on there today. I went, we
Oh, I
haven't,
texted her.
we
I'm like,
haven't.
so what's going on? We
I
covered
went
everything
through
last
my
time.
list and I went through it. We had another open mic at the
Yes.
beginning of the month. So anyway, I snoozed on that, but I spent literally the entire afternoon. It's not just a matter of coming up with topics; it's a matter of trying to cross-reference it and find a few
Right.
things on it. So we're at least, presenting something that is plausible. Whether it leaves a question mark or not. Where I still like to make sure that we have some kind of a show and tell and such. So we'll
Mm-hmm.
do what we like to do best, and that's just present things. And we'll all have our say in it. Amelia and I will gab about it, and you guys could sort of get in there and give us your 2 cents worth. And Wayne,
Ignore
just
me. I have my hair up and it's driving me crazy because I can see it. If I
ah,
couldn't see it, I'd be like, hey, that's fine. But now I'm like, this thing,
oh,
because when you have black hair, it just looks like a thumbprint. Like it just looks like a blob on camera. Seriously.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
lovely.
Thank
Looks
you.
lovely.
I'm biased.
Here we go.
But
I'm just making our way through. Hi, everybody. It's always
hi,
so nice to see you
everyone.
guys. You guys are just like our outer realm family. It's just
Yes.
awesome seeing you guys here
Yes.
every week.
Thank
You
you.
make it so much fun, and we look forward to seeing you guys. And we love to see all these new faces as well. And I just want to be clear. We're also on Rumble, and we're also on X. If you want to comment during the
Thank
show,
you.
we can see your comments and we can put your comments up, such as this. Hi, Michelle. So we can see your questions and your comments, and we value
Best part.
all of it. Yeah,
It's the best
exactly.
part.
So
So
we'll get to everybody as we can. I'll just flash up comments and such, and we will address it as we go along. So, Bubbles.
I just want to say that 4 weeks today is Christmas. So if that didn't make you
What are you
panic,
on about?
I'm just letting you know as I made my gnomes today. It was a I would just wanted to see it. It literally took
Amelia
as
was trying to
long.
pick a fight with me on
No,
social
I wasn't.
media.
I would never
Posted
pick
a
a
gnome
fight.
on my page.
I simply stated the truth.
I know. I
But
know.
don't you gotta love you don't know me.
You don't know me. I know. I know.
But I was really impressed, and sometimes I love doing crafts, but sometimes I like doing stuff and then sharing so that people who have kids at home during Christmas, okay, it's a glue gun, so you would have to do this, but literally it was the same time as the video and it was less than 10 minutes to glue that together. Once you have everything ready, it's 2 seconds, and I think kids would love it.
Because
And it's a
Amelia seems
sock.
to think I would actually want to put together a gnome.
No, my daughter, I sent it to her. She was at a meeting for her fundraiser,
Right.
and she messages me back. She goes, "It's actually not creepy." She goes, "I like it. He's cute." I'm like, "Okay, it's a he." Where do gnomes get their building supplies from? I sense a dad joke. I don't know where. Gnome Depot.
The Gnome Depot. That's right.
I
The
miss you.
Gnome Depot. I know. We
Thank
actually
you,
knew somebody
Kathy.
who looked like a gnome. I mean, he looked like a gnome for real. And
Oh,
one time he said to Wayne, he goes, "Why?" He did this funky gnome stance. He goes, "Why don't you send that to Michelle?" And Wayne goes, "Why don't you send that to Michelle?"
yeah, no
see,
kidding. You
see how
deal with
long you live
that.
to tell about it.
Are you
Right? It's like,
crazy? I didn't put it on your page. I just tagged you and
I
said you
know.
wouldn't want this, but
Oh, I put it
he
up.
was
I know.
he was really
I'm a
cute.
good sport.
Yeah, you are. You are. But I thought he was kind of cute. Like he didn't have those like Seven Dwarf kind of outfits.
Hey, I found that video
Thank you,
and
Heidi.
the Veranda gnome. Yes, yes.
Thank you,
And I
Kathy. Oh
sent it
no,
off.
those I don't like.
And it was Argentina. For those who were in last night, it was not Chile. So I'm trying to just forward. I have to forward it to you because I did it late last night because it took me a
Yeah.
while. But what the crap is this thing? I know it exists. Then I saw it and went, there it is again. That thing. But it was a little
Oh
bit
my
different. So I
gosh.
don't know if it was somebody else that was in the same group that just took a different video because they caught him at a different angle, which
Ooh. Do you think it
well, it
moved?
was because I saw more of it, so that wasn't
Do
overly
you,
impressive. And they didn't show him scowling.
do you think it moved?
I moved. It sidestepped across the freaking. It doesn't walk. It doesn't run like it sidesteps across the road. It's a wiggy little thing.
Oh, that one. I thought you were talking about something on a veranda. Okay, no, because I saw
No,
Wayne say it
no,
called the
no.
veranda.
That's what he
No.
used to call his friend, the gnome. It was always
Yeah.
called him gnome because it looked like a gnome.
I
So
see
it's like,
veranda too. Sorry.
oh, yeah, there are veranda gnomes. It sounds like a hinterland who's who thing, which he's done. So I'm just like, okay, But anyway, on to other non-gnome things. So we've got some good
Non-Christmas.
we've got some interesting stuff put together. And like we really there's some good stuff out there that's happening right now, which is why I just titled it What's New in the World of High Strangeness. It seems to have be Like, I don't know, is it just me, you guys, or is just stuff just happening? Because I am finding stuff, when I start looking for things pretty much once we're done our open mic, I'll slowly start keeping my eye open for other things, and I'll make a list, and I'll keep, articles and things, and see if it's worth try to theme things up a little bit. And
And she has to deal with my 100 emails.
I know it's yours and Joe's and
Yeah.
everybody
This
else's.
guy looks good.
I
Yeah.
know, right? So anyway, so I start putting this all together and have found some pretty cool like articles and stuff. So I like to
Yeah.
share not just pictures, but articles because it gives credit to the people who wrote the article. So I thought it would be fun to start with a 1600-year-old amulet. Okay, I know the guys are
Oh.
gonna love this one. I thought it was
Ooh.
pretty cool. So what it is, 1600-year-old amulet depicting Solomon spearing the devil was just discovered in Turkey.
No.
I'm gonna share it right now.
Like now?
Yeah, they just found this thing November 15th, 2024 is when this was published. It was published by allthat'sinteresting.com.
Huh.
So let me just present it, and we'll have a little read, okay? And then we can see. But I want you to see this thing because it's pretty cool. So okay, here we are. Okay, there it is. There's the amulet right there. That thing right
It's
in the
pretty
middle.
big.
It's not real tiny, is it? Right?
No.
So anyway, it's a detailed view of 1600-year-old a pendant. I'd love
That's a
something like that.
pendant. Wow.
Spearing
They
the
were
devil
goth before their time.
yeah, while riding on horseback. So archaeologists in Turkey have made an astonishing discovery in the ancient city of Hadrianopolis. Say that 3 times. Hadrianopolis. A little slow. Anyway, it's a rare artifact. It also bears inscriptions listing the names of archangels declaring our Lord defeated evil, provides a glimpse into the beliefs and customs of the city's Byzantine inhabitants in the 5th century CE. So it was a thriving center of cultural exchange from 3500 BCE through the early Byzantine period. Recent excavations led by Dr. Ersin Silikbas have unearthed baths, churches, and other structures. How amazing is that? But the discovery of the pendant was highlighted in the city's role as both a religious hub and military stronghold. So we can go on and on and on about it, but getting back to this thing, isn't it amazing? Like it's
I'd
just a
wear it.
me too. I know. I know. I
I'd wear
would.
it.
I
I'd
would
wear it with
too.
like a very low cut black
I
dress, man. Oh
I
my
know.
God. Without
I know.
hesitation.
Yeah, that's what Heidi said. It looks really heavy. It does.
It does look heavy.
I wonder
It
what it's
does,
made
because
of.
it
It's,
looks
it's
it
awesome.
looks almost a half-inch thick, but at the middle.
Yeah, it's
When
pretty
you look at
cool.
that. Oh, I
It's
just
pretty
really
cool.
today I just
I
stuck my
um.
pencil in my throat. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. It's been one of
Yeah.
those days. Broken nail.
Oh,
Burned my finger. God, I love
lovely.
retrograde. Retrograde.
Just
Yeah.
dandy. Okay, one
So
second. Kind of looking for other stuff. Keep talking.
speaking of relics and amulets and things, traveling with someone, our friend Hamilton White he traveled with a 2,000-year-old piece and took it to a pub with them and
He would.
photographed and posted it. I'm like, buddy,
He
you're gonna
would.
get mugged.
He would for sure. It's funny.
He's hilarious. I miss him. I haven't talked to him in forever.
Okay, once I'm just pulling up pictures while we're
Yeah.
all yattering. Okay, here's one that you'll probably like or not like, Amelia. I chose this one for you. I know we've talked
Oh,
about it. I
you're
know we've
so
talked about
sweet.
it. Okay. Wait for it, people. Here it comes. Wait
You're
for it.
getting me back for the
For it.
now.
Wait for it.
Is
Jesus
it a
Ouija board.
Oh, for the love of God, and no pun intended. Yes. I got that. I got that in my Instagram messenger as well, and I was laughing because I couldn't tell if it was Jesus or like some kind of like
It's a thing.
Dalai Lama or Buddha or something.
I
From the
know.
distance, I'm like, yeah, there's an angel one as well.
It seems to be like the rage, with Ouija boards coming back and such. And I have to I have to like to ask myself or ask all of you guys, what's the fascination and why like we've had some pretty like the ghost research book for toddlers who can't write yet. Like remember we did that one time on one of the shows. What is the fascination with this? Why all of these themes aside from this, money, money, money. What what is the fascination?
Yeah, it has yeah, Alan's got a point. It's not even a valid Ouija board. It has an infinity sign on it, not the alphabet. Well, thank heavens for that.
But any way you look at it, you don't really need all of that because it's more about your intention to make an invitation,
Yeah,
right? Like, so does it really matter what's on it?
I don't
Because
know.
I know, again, it's a curiosity because it just seems to fall under that divination uh, family
Wait till
thing, like
Bishop Jim sees
like
that
the
one.
divination label, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, just
I
being
think we're
devil's advocate, pardon the pun, but
I think we're living in a dangerous time
okay. Why? Well,
because of
why?
everything that's going on in the world, and
Sure,
I don't want to talk about that part because it will
sure.
get yanked.
We don't want to
But
do that.
a lot of stuff has come out this week, a lot of really heavy stuff,
Mhm,
and I think we're living in a dangerous time. I think people are very vulnerable, and I don't think it'd be children picking that up. I think it would be adults
mhm,
and trying to reach out to anything for some solace,
mhm,
like some peace, some a sign of light. And I think I should stop saying I think. I believe that with any type of communication, not just this Ouija board, it just makes it more enticing and easily
mhm,
accessible to someone. For people who collect it, they collect it as a gag and think nothing of it, but they also study them and they understand how to use them properly. But
mhm,
for the times that we are in right now, and so many people so low
mhm,
vibrationally, this is a disaster waiting to happen.
mhm.
And I feel like it's a play on the light workers that are trying to, I feel like there's something evil behind it. Money is evil in some ways, and not evil in the sense like, oh,
Ah,
don't do that.
some people are a lot more evil than other things that can be out there,
Absolutely, but this is
different
makes
times.
it accessible to
Mm,
anyone rather
mhm,
than someone in our field who could do this, because you
mhm,
don't need that Ouija board to communicate. You can simply just speak.
mhm,
um, I think people use it because they want to be able to understand the response, and you're never going to get anything good out of something like that. um
mm. Yeah,
I
it's
don't
it's
know.
different. Divination. In fact, you guys should all tune in to Spirit Switchboard tomorrow at 6 p.m. because her whole show is going to be on divination. So check that out. I think people are very fascinated. I think spirit communication goes back to Victorian times. I mean, at least. I mean, I've done shows where it goes back to the time of oracles. Like, I mean, it goes back thousands of
Especially
years,
after the
really.
war. Yeah.
Well, but again, thousands of years. It really,
Yes.
there's so much out there. But for the most part, since the Victorian era sort of brought back a lot of it in a more modern time, and they nothing was off limits. They really got into it, and that's a whole other show. Like, I mean, I've done shows on that as well with
You
the
know how,
Victorians and
yeah.
such, right?
You know
So,
how I feel about Ouija boards in the hands of people.
mhm,
um I just say if you're going to do it, research everything about it, and
mhm,
maybe make sure you're not alone, and maybe do it with someone who has experience doing it. And I mean experience, not
mhm,
10 years they've been playing with this thing, but
mhm,
someone who knows how to properly open and close any form
mhm.
of communication.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that
exactly.
the Vatican hasn't ripped these off yet, but or said something. But he's pretty easy, chill going.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Kaysen has an interesting question.
Yeah. Hi, Kason. Have you guys heard about the green stone? It's an ancient stone used by a Victorian era lady for occult practices. Do we know which green stone, or
That's
is
what
it
I
just
was going
called
to
that?
say.
Because
Yeah. Because emeralds were probably one of the most like mystical sort of stones that we use. Happens to be my birthstone, just saying. But
Yes,
they were really big. But there are different sorts of green crystals, and
and emeralds come
I
from
mean,
the Caribbean.
green tourmaline is a big one, not just black. We know like
Green
black
tourmaline's
tourmaline.
beautiful.
Yeah.
But emerald
So,
comes from there's a lot of emeralds in I think it's Saint Martin. They're
mm-hmm,
known for it, for
mm-hmm,
mining emeralds, and that already has like a little bit of,
mm-hmm.
spirituality to it because it's the Caribbean.
Right.
Um, yeah, I wonder about that too.
Right.
But yes,
Right.
I would see, I would like I could understand why they seem
Yeah.
so, you know, different and leery of them and think they're magical because yeah, they would
Mm-hmm.
have been few and far in between unless you traveled,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Um, okay. Well.
I
Okay.
wonder how early the monarchy had emeralds on their crowns. That's something I got to look up now.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. There's significance behind all stones. So it's just a matter of you know, what does it mean personally for them? There's a lot of stuff we will never be made privy to because they don't tell us everything. A lot of
No,
information has been suppressed, need to know basis, and apparently the common folk just don't need to know. So anyway, so with that being said, let's get into the next one. I don't know that I have a picture for this, but
oh my gosh, we should do the Tudors one night.
that might be fun.
Yeah.
So the
Oh,
Vatican hypothetical. Okay, then okay, there we go.
yeah, Meonia stone.
Excellent.
Oh,
Thank you.
gotta look that one up.
Yeah, I'll
That's
just
fun.
highlight it
I
there.
am as well, Wayne.
Um, so the Victorians, while we're on the topic of the Victorians, were known for using spirit trumpets. So
Hmm.
you may ask, what is that spirit trumpet? Well, some spirit trumpets, I'm just going to try to bring up some photos of some Victorian ones that were actually used. So bear with me a few
So
minutes
it
here.
doesn't. Which one of the arcs carries a trumpet? Is it?
Gabriel.
Ah, there you
The
go.
horns of Gabriel. So
Yeah.
it was a device that they used in seances and spiritual circles, primarily during the Victorian spiritualist era, to amplify the voices of, I guess, communicating with the living. So I'm just going to pull up this thing here. One second.
Oh,
Hold on. I
I
know,
can
right?
see where they get that from. And when you look at the first, what was it called? A gramophone?
Yep, similar. Yeah.
Yeah, I could
This
see
was
why. Yeah.
This came from this article is from the College of Psychic Studies in the UK. So you guys should go there, check it out. But it
Lucky
explains
them.
everything. Wild activities of spirit trumpets, if that can actually get wild. But here's, I mean, pictures of some different variations of them. And a group would sit around the table and wait in anticipation for it to twitch, turn, and occasionally levitate, depending on the messages that the spirits wish to convey. So they're also known as seance trumpets, came to the lore in the 19th century. During a seance, the aluminum cone was placed in the center of the table. The spirit trumpet would amplify any sounds issuing forth from beyond the veil. Noises range from familiar raps and knocks to voices, whispers, whistle, dogs barking, and rushing wind or waves. And of course, it was a funky time too, because there were a lot of charlatans back then. So, I mean, Harry Houdini spent a good part of his life trying to debunk spiritualism, spent a lot of time in
Yeah.
Lilydale. There's a lot of stuff in the Lilydale Museum of him trying to do that. So whether he was able to or not, he debunked a few of them, that's for sure. So occasionally a spirit would speak through the medium who would bring the spirit trumpet to their mouth in order to amplify the message. Sometimes the spirit trumpet would levitate, can you imagine, and
How
float around the
bizarre.
room, hovering beside the person for whom the message was intended, as well as sounds and spoken messages. Spirit trumpets are also capable of gifting and report materialized from another realm.
Oh my, how bizarre.
right? Like, I mean,
To
that's
hear the message more, you think it's just like a symbolism
well, I
or
don't know. Apparently,
maybe
what they're saying from different articles that I've read was that they would actually speak. Like they would speak, the sounds would be amplified through that. It kind of reminds you of the old, how kids would just have,
the
tin
can.
cans with it,
Yeah.
right?
The
I want
vibration, yeah, on the
the
string.
vibration. Yeah, I tend to wonder. You know, I tend to wonder
That's
how
crazy.
it's different, isn't it? It is different for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Um,
really crazy.
yeah, it's definitely something else.
I love that. I wonder if something magical is embedded in that.
Hmm. Well, again, is it about intention? Sort of thing, right? Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. There's so
But
much to it all.
it sounds
Um,
so Merlinish.
it could, yeah.
Yeah.
Merlin. There are many different Merlins. People think, oh, there's one Merlin. No, there's many Merlins. I know it's crazy, but it really was a
Oh my
thing.
gosh, speaking of
So
dragons. Joe
I
Rogan
know.
believes in dragons, just saying.
Joe Rogan.
I no, he got upset because a popular TV show, a popular for the wrong reasons TV show, said, "Can you believe this is the kind of guy that's giving out advice? He believes in dragons." I'm like, well, it's not far fetched if a pterodactyl's in the freaking air, lady. Like, I don't think it's far fetched to believe there were dragons at one point. Maybe not as large, maybe it's not as fast, like because of the fantasy of it. Maybe they were smaller,
Well,
maybe
I
little
mean,
geckos, who knows? But
and
we don't know.
you look at all these different cultures throughout the world that had all common ground and a common belief and common depiction of what these things look like. They
Yeah.
varied culture to culture, but the ideas were still there. Again, I did a whole show on dragons, and
Yes.
there's a whole lot of stuff out there, and I'm sure I only scratched the surface of it when I researched it because I couldn't believe the things that I found. So
Yeah.
there's definitely something to it. There's something. I always like to think, well, maybe they're dimensional beings, so, which
Yeah.
to me would make some kind of sense, but
Yeah, I know, right? Who says there still isn't dragons apparently in Wales? Tamara. Hi, Tamara.
we could
Hi,
definitely
Polly.
talk about dragons sometimes, so
Yeah.
that's for sure.
I love them. I think a lot of people in the paranormal love dragons and gargs. And if you don't
They
talk
are
to me.
same. Yeah, there are
They're afraid
probably
of gargs. Go away.
some, I think, in the old world yet, Tamara. That doesn't surprise me at all, at all.
No.
So, okay, so I'm gonna pull up some pictures and we're going to there's a lot to talk about tonight. There's some pretty cool stuff. We're going to talk about this one because it really is pretty much in the news again. So give me 1 second.
Oh,
Let
don't
me
tell me the house.
hold on a second here. Where is all of this?
You
Is it
notice how much anger there is out in on social media with the paranormal. We talked about this with
Mm.
at seeing a lot of that this week. I'm wondering if some of it's got to do with retrograde, the rest with the time of year, and
Oh,
I
well,
don't know, but I don't believe anyone should air their laundry on Facebook. It's just my opinion, so I stay out
everybody,
of it.
everybody does.
Yeah.
Everybody does. Oh, hello from Rumble.
Hello. Nice. So it's
Hi,
the green
Richard.
there, the little green
It
nice.
is. Yeah,
I
yeah.
opened an account, I followed us.
Good. Woohoo. I
Yes.
yeah, I think we're up to the price of a frappuccino or
Oh, little
finally.
halvesies.
Oh god.
You take it. You take it. You deserve it.
Oh my god. Okay, 1 second. Cancel this one. I'm gonna put up. Okay, so here's what's going on with
Yeah.
the Conjuring House. So
Uh,
okay, apparently the community in which this individual has a house, a judge has said, you do not get to keep up with this business. You cannot. That's it. Close it, get rid of it. So we're thinking, okay, a lot of the paranormal people are relieved at this. And then this shows up.
What? She didn't get her
TCH is
license.
transitioning to, so the transitioning to the new name, the Realm of Arnold. We are celebrating the lineage of this remarkable family from England to America. So it's no longer the Conjuring House. So she just went in and opened it under another name. I know. I know.
You
So there's
can do that if somebody
you,
doesn't
you
trust.
can. They
Yeah.
said she had to stop. Oh no,
Well,
no,
she
no,
didn't
no.
pay her license.
It's closed, but she just opened up a new name called the Realm of Arnold.
You have to
I know.
there's something that if you don't follow the story, you don't understand, and it fits in with hauntings and things like that.
Mm.
This house is a money pit for anyone who lives in it. No one who's
Yeah,
taking it over, I mean, as something open to the public,
right.
have made any money on it. The people who sold it, who took really good care of it, had to
I
get rid of
know.
it because they couldn't afford it because everything was going wrong.
I
So
know.
you
Uh,
don't. Oh
no, Mark, it's been renamed to the House of Arnold.
yeah, she didn't pay up, so they took her license away for
Yeah. So now,
touring it as a public, yeah, a public tour house as the Conjuring House, but it is the Arnold house.
well, now she is just
Yeah.
all she is just taken it down to a whole other level, and that is
Whew.
that. So
How
heads up for those who are
I
looking
wonder
to get
how
in
they
there. I don't know that it will be open to investigations. I don't even know that people want to investigate it anymore.
I'd be
Um,
afraid to go in there with someone who's that unstable in there.
for sure. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, that seems to be the story. I don't know the woman. I don't follow up on a lot of this stuff.
Oh,
But
want to get into that
just we're
conversation.
talking what's new in the world of high
You're
strangeness,
friends with
paranormal, all that
their
stuff.
dad.
That is
Yeah.
one of the things that is
We
new.
don't know the whole story. You're seeing bits and pieces on social media, and
We're
it's
seeing,
not anything any of us can speak on.
uh,
Show
yes,
on cable where a guy from
so,
Massachusetts restored it.
but they sold it,
Yeah,
and
it was a
this
money pit.
and this chick got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, a whole lot of it.
I remember them putting videos out on social media
Yeah.
discussing how they love the home and how
Hmm.
happy they were there, but it was just costing too much money for them
Hmm.
between the mortgage and
Hmm.
the expenses. And she said we took on a lot, and she
Hmm.
was just hoping before the mortgage came up that they could sell it, and she literally they sold it in the nick of time, if I remember correctly.
Hmm.
And I was happy for them because they understood it and they were compassionate and respectful,
But they were
and
also researchers, and
yes, they were,
researchers
and paranormal
understand
investigators.
how things work if you are an investigator.
Yeah.
So, like it makes a really big difference when you get somebody who's in there and I don't know what the motive was. Was it because well, it's a business move. Obviously, I'm going to make money at this. It's a famous place. I didn't buy it to not make money. A lot of people buy locations and it's to generate an income, right? But I
Yeah.
also think that it was overdone. It's just like a lot of locations that open up throughout the world, but especially in the United States, because I think United States, Canada as well, not so much because there's just not as many places, or if there are, they're not open to the public. But a lot of the shows generate out of the US. But whenever a location seems to come forward, every show does it, everybody wants to investigate it, and sometimes it takes its toll as well. Not there's great investigators out there who know their stuff, and then there's others who are like, oh, it's a great place to investigate, and it would have been one of those good places as a beginner to go to, I don't think, right?
Mm-mm.
So there's a lot of things there, and
Um,
it's you know
Imagine if Amityville opened up. They probably have some kind of bylaw that states they can't do it because of the fact that it is on a
Mhm,
residential road.
mhm,
Like you have houses everywhere there, where the
mhm.
Conjuring House, the Harrisville House
It's just
is,
by itself, right?
yes, it's
Right.
further out and it's different. Where
Mhm.
Amityville's right there, but
Yeah,
they
exactly.
probably put
Yeah.
out a bylaw that they can't they can't do anything public with it. And I imagine if anyone tried, they probably were discouraged and turned down. Um, yeah,
Mhm.
but that would be, my gosh, that would be
Mhm.
crazy. Lizzie Borden house too, but it's on a busy main street, so it's different.
Mhm. Yeah,
Mind you,
it's
didn't they
craziness,
stop as
seriously.
well?
Did it what?
Didn't Lizzie Borden stop as well?
I don't know a lot about it. I haven't been per se, but
I wonder if it,
I don't know if it stopped. I don't know if what the new owners did with it,
I
right?
think they stopped doing tours. I don't know. I'm going to ask my niece because she was just there if she
Mhm.
got in or not. But I thought they were stopping the tours because when I was there, they were, it was at that point that it was being, they were going to
Mhm.
change hands. And
Mhm.
we got lucky, but it's on a really busy street. Like it's
Mhm.
right up on the street. Who knows how far it was from the road back then, but I mean,
Right.
like it's right there.
Right, right. Yeah,
But
I don't know enough,
there's a
enough
lot, there was
about
a
it.
lot of controversy with that home as well. Person
Mhm.
says they think it's not haunted. What's not haunted? Hi,
Mm.
Preston. Huh. Wonder what he means.
Hold on. I'm just typing, guys.
I feel like the people there now. Oh, at Lizzie Borden, you mean? Oh, Amityville. Yeah, we went through that with Laura DiDio.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Laura DiDio, guys, there's part 1 and 2 where she talks about because she knew the Lutzes. She knew, I think, Ron DeFeo. I don't know if she met him, was somehow got
She
to
interviewed
interview. I
him.
don't know.
Yeah.
She really gets into a lot of it and she does it very biasly. And she did spend a little bit of time in the house on her own. She did have some experiences. We're hoping to get her back in the first half of the year to talk about other experiences that she's had.
Yeah, she's so
Um,
interesting.
she was there the night of the big seance. She's there were things that went on to the extent of what movies have a way of ruining a lot of things, unfortunately. But I think there's just a lot of different aspects to this whole situation. So,
Yeah.
you know,
And
you, you'd almost have to
sorry.
tap it and see.
And Tamara's so right. She wrote, I think it would be a paranormal house, make a paranormal house worse with tours and haunted
Mhm.
investigations continuing over time, especially if the people who own it allow you to do communications and stay overnight. You never know what's
Mhm.
coming in with other people or what
Mhm.
they're bringing with them, what they open up, what doors they don't close.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it's,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, also just because a house doesn't perform for one person doesn't mean it won't for another one. And I hate to
no,
use the word performing because you really don't know um one way or another, how they react. But I know there's a right way to do things, there's a wrong way to do things. And I know the night of the seance, Laura had said there were simply too many people.
oh,
The Warrens had their people, the Lutzes had their people. She came in with her people.
well, she only
Um,
had 2 though. She goes, "If I knew, I would have brought more
well,
to
at that
film."
point, you
Yeah.
you cannot have that many people in one space as an investigator. You cannot and expect to get incredible things happening.
No.
It's ridiculous. Every time you hear a sound, how do you know you just heard a spirit sound? You don't
It's
know
and
because
when
you've got
yeah.
20 people in the house. You
Not
don't know.
and
It's
you
crazy.
shouldn't be
Yeah.
wearing perfume. You shouldn't be wearing loud,
No,
noisy
nothing.
shoes.
No.
I like there's so many rules to how you move in a home that is that old
Mhm.
as well, because you have to know the creaks and sounds of what it normally does before you start saying it's
Mm.
haunted. And I mean, I
Mhm.
believe it is, and I believe that you can make any home haunted if you open a door.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
that's how these places became haunted. Something traumatic happened there and kept happening at
It leaves an
Amityville.
imprint. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I mean, I'm going to give you an example. If somebody passes away, if somebody dies, it leaves when your spirit leaves the body, it leaves an incredible imprint in that time and space. It really does. It's powerful beings. People
Yeah,
don't realize how
absolutely.
powerful our energy is. We're energy beings. We're just kind of having this human experience, but we're energy beings. It will leave an imprint. I have read, different accounts where when someone has died, my favorite was a story that was talked about from a person in the small town. And one day, at the exact same time they found out that this elderly lady passed away, there was almost like a freaking sonic boom sound that went off in the town. And when that happened, there was a witness, I think, with the woman when she passed, and it happened at the same time. Coincidence, possibly, but I have read accounts of this happening. That's incredible transference of energy, if that is the case.
Hmm.
It's pretty crazy, but I mean, hello.
Hi.
So who knows? But anyway, on to other things. So here's a fun one. This is one that I had researched and found a long time ago. And again, it came up again. And I have to assume it's because of, all of the UAP stuff that's coming up and all of the
Yes.
it's in the news right now,
Yep.
right? In the UAP news right now. So this man here is named Maurizio Cavallo, and these are photographs that he had taken of alleged aliens and he's an Italian journalist, okay? And he claimed that he had captured aliens several times on camera. He described what that they looked like us, but their facial features are somewhat different from ours. So obviously, if you look at these are some of his photographs, apparently, right? So obviously, you can just imagine he got a lot of criticism, but he claims that these aliens with human faces could be this guy thought they could be photoshopped, and
Mm,
absolutely they could definitely be, right, for sure. But
yeah.
this guy's story has been floating around for a long time. So it's easy for us now in an age of technology to say they're photoshopped. I think when something hits the internet, for sure. If you are looking at a guy, I don't know what era this was. This is something that I tried to find that actually.
Can I make just a
Oh,
comment,
yeah,
observation?
yeah,
The on the picture of the four, the
hmm
lower left corner,
hmm
the eyes are similar of a psychopath or sociopaths. When you
Ooh,
have the white underneath or over,
yeah.
and sometimes
Hmm.
it's both, it's usually sociopathic.
Oh, there we go.
Because
So,
it happens to us as we get older. But if you have
hmm
a lot of white showing under your eyes or above your eyes, it's
hmm
automatically red
hmm
that way. That's why I said it doesn't look. I mean, these could be anybody. And if they are, it's really sad because you can't really,
you don't know, right?
because I mean, the one in the top right could
There's a
be
book
someone from Nigeria or.
they've written a book about him, and
Yeah.
um, essentially it talks about. I'll just give you a little bit of um, a little something about it here. So this information. National security agencies around the world have been vigorously suppressing this story for over 50 years. Human-looking ETs are visiting and living among us, some with a message of individual empowerment, global peace, social upliftment. The book takes you through different Italian contactees, astonishing an Italian, I'm guessing the author, journey where he experienced a truth that transformed his personal world. So we get a little bit further in because it's a pretty long interest. We get into other people. The book takes you through Italian content, astonishing journey. A similar experience lies on the road ahead for those willing to experience contact with human-looking visitors from other worlds. Michael Salla, exopolitics. We know a lot of people know about Dr. Michael Salla. Political implications of the extraterrestrial presence. He Hold on. He said your intention says this, Mauricio, is to raise the vibration of all humanity. So these are a lot of these messages. There have been other people within the field who have sort of come to his rescue. So they're basically saying, I'm just trying to see if they're saying what planet that they came from, because I know they do mention it. Painter, sculptor, musician. Inhabitants of a planet in a third galaxy, distant from Earth about 150,000 light years away. So if it's in here, it's in this really long thing. So I'm not going to find it offhand. But it is interesting. There are things in this world that it's very easy to say it's a fake, because I don't know, maybe sometimes it's hard to get our heads around it. But I'm not validating this one way or another. I'm not a professional in that respect. I'm not a photo or
No, we're
photographer
just
or
having a
photo analyst
conversation,
or
just a
yeah,
discussion.
I don't know enough about it. But there are researchers within the field who seem to think that this is information that has been deliberately, kept from us. So I don't know.
I
Um,
think they look more like us than we are even aware. But
mhm.
it's not to say it's not possible. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
Preston
really
says they're
awful how
Photoshop. Yeah, it's sad if that's the case, but
the one in the bottom right corner was very pretty, and it could be anybody on the
mhm,
street.
could be. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely,
I'd research
absolutely.
him and do a background check, police background check on him. Italians are notorious for stuff like this. So not the
Well,
background check, I mean the BS, but
yeah,
uh,
but let's look at, for instance, somebody going to the extent of doing something like that. Should we just look at it and just be annoyed, or should we look at it and maybe reflect on it and say, how would we feel if we came face to face with different beings from other planets, or a lot of them have been within our own planet for how long? They've been here long before us, right?
yeah, when you put
But
it that way, it's not as scary.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, it is interesting nonetheless. I dig it, I do. But I mean, I would be okay with it. It took me a long time to say I would be okay with that, you know, even the mantis, which, apparently we've got like and
Oh,
one of my recordings, it's like, wait a minute, what?
oh my
Uh,
gosh.
so it takes some getting used to, but it can happen. So okay, so these next pictures I'm going to show. This is hot off the press, apparently, and I do have the video, but I don't know that I will play the video. I think if I can find it on my X, I will play the video. But give me 1 second,
Oh,
because there
goodness.
are there are pictures here, and I snagged them off of. I did snag them off of X. So bear with me. I'm just trying to bring up these various pictures because there's a bunch of them.
That is so funny that
Um,
you mentioned the horn. It was on one of the episodes of Supernatural in my background.
ah, okay, 1 second. Okay, so this is something that happened in Manchester, the Manchester airport, and there was video footage that was taken from the cockpit by a pilot, who, by the way, when it was discovered, his X account came down almost immediately. So I know, right?
X account?
hmm It was on X, and it came down pretty quick. I'm
I'm
trying to
surprised he
see.
took it down.
I'm trying to see here if we've got global links. Hold on, Elon Musk. Wow.
Wow, I'm really
Okay.
surprised.
I do have the video up. Okay. So essentially, is it a drone or is it a sphere? Apparently, people are saying this is a sphere, and you see it coming through the sky. Keep your eyes peeled for it, and then it comes and it lands next to one of the planes. And of course, there's all kinds of pictures of this thing. People have screenshotted this thing to death. So, looking to see what you guys think about it. So, I don't know if there's sound or not, but I'm going to present this video. I'm going to play it, and then I'll get to the pictures. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, okay. I like it. Okay. So here we go. Happy Thanksgiving, Mark. Okay.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Here we go. I'll see if I don't think I can make this bigger because,
Oh my.
okay, here we go. They're the same right there. There it is.
Oh my. Yeah, I saw this. You know where this is?
Man,
It's still on
Manchester.
TikTok.
People have
No, no,
shared.
no. I'm saying it's still
Yeah.
on TikTok. When I closed my account,
The
Yeah, this
guy,
was
yeah, the guy apparently has the captain who took this, his account has been taken down. So this is essentially people have shared it, thankfully, because the video exists. So
yes.
there it is. And then I'll get to some close-up pictures.
Yeah, I
Okay.
it's phenomenal. Yeah.
Okay. So there's that. All right. So let
Hmm.
me just get rid of this for a second. And I'll start putting up some pictures. Okay. And one of these pictures, they also had one, I think it was in Argentina. Okay. Yeah. Dolly, you can put your comment up. I'm just going to put it up. Well, we'll look at some close-ups. So this is, hold on. No, no, hold on. Let me get to, I want to get one here that is, okay. So this thing landing, the thing in the sky. I want to try and do this in some kind of order. So just bear with me. Okay. So let's put this guy up. Okay. So this one here is, so there it is. Okay. All right, there it is.
I see.
Right.
I rarely sit by the window.
I know, right?
I
Okay.
never see anything because I rarely sit
So
by it.
I put that one up. Now I'm going to come in and I'm going to put this thing up where it's landed, and then I'll show an alleged close up of it. So, okay, hold on right here. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so we've got this one here. So there it is. Okay. This is this when it makes it's landing right here, and these are sketchy. So I've gone ahead and I have found other. I mean, people clean these things up. People are
The
amazing with
pilots see
them.
a lot of stuff.
Okay, so here we go. This apparently is the thing cleaned up, and then I'll show you a comparison of one that someone posted that apparently was in South America. So here it goes. This is what apparently this thing looks like, right?
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And military drone, thousands have been produced. Yep. The heavy tech. Okay. Yes. Manchester just lately, though, also have been going through a lot of crazy stuff. So,
Well, their
so
country
here's,
is a mess, so I could see why they'd want to come and help. Our
okay.
country's a
All
mess
right.
right now.
Okay, here we go. This is the one that's apparently in South America. Let's see if I can bring this up a bit.
That's
Similar.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Similar. So I don't know. This is pretty much now what is, again, I say hot off
It's
the
hard
press.
to dismiss
And
that.
well, it's a matter of are we looking at like I mean, technically it's a sphere, it's a circle, it's a ball. But I mean,
Yeah.
is it a drone or is it what the big debate all over social media and on X and everywhere else is them or us. Dolly says us, right? Dolly? Yeah. Hey
Yeah.
Richard. Right. So
No, it's not. You could
so
see
then
it. There's metal. You
yeah,
could see there's metal, but like
yeah,
the hard, sharp edges, you
yeah,
can see that's not a balloon. And if it was a balloon, it would have been shot down.
yeah. It's crazy. So it is interesting. It is interesting.
I don't
So
know. I have a hard time. Like if that's a drone, holy crap! Because
I
for
know
me, it looks. But
it's
I'm not an expert on this stuff. But for me,
yeah,
just this person that doesn't,
yeah,
is still learning and everything, it looks kind of real to me. But I believe Dolly too, because her
yeah.
experiences is a tough one for me.
The
I would
tech.
have to say if I saw it in person, I would think it was
Hmm.
otherworldly.
Hmm.
And maybe it's
Well,
meant to look that
they
way.
they have they have the technology. I truly believe that they do have the technology. So
Absolutely.
um okay, so next we're going to go to all right. So here's another interesting, and I'm gonna put this up because I love to share Mary Joyce's stuff. I really do. She's
Mhm.
exceptional. She does a lot of hard work, and we've put up her stuff before, so we're going to give her another plug. We have to try to see if she wants to come back. Uh, yes, reverse engineering anti gravity.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
I
I
don't know anything
agree.
about that.
I
So for
I
me, like
agree.
I said, this person that doesn't know
Hmm.
much about it would think automatically.
So here is something, again, something new.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, I will read it to you, then I will put up Arizona UFO base. Oh, I don't even have to put it up. Really, I thought there'd be a picture, but okay.
How small was it? I don't
So
know.
um in the okay, Arizona UFO base and ETs revealed by Disclosure Project attorney. So Daniel Sheehan, who has worked as an attorney for the Disclosure Project more than 30 years, revealed the location of an undersea ET base recently. And that posting was based on an October 24th of this year, 2024 article published in the UK. And on October 31st, he revealed an underground extraterrestrial base outside of Sedona, shocker, Arizona, on Julian Dory's podcast. So plug out to them. And here's how he identified and what was seen. He identified that location and he in the ET scene there. So another
Mhm.
UFO base, Sedona, Arizona. There's a place called Secret Mountain Wilderness. That's just a total desolate area. There's a base there where the crafts are. There's a number of bases high in the mountains and remote areas of the planet, which, yes, without a doubt. And they're here now and they're extraordinarily distressed. You can tell about the state of human affairs right now. The U.S. military personnel all around that place that are Apache helicopters and others are disposed and they accompany the coming goings of big triangulars or triangles that fly in and out of there, which, as Jolly mentioned before, too, those are ours. So, as for the ETs, there are witnesses that were interviewed that say there were tall whites or tall grays there, along with what they call the mantis people, huge 7 foot tall, extraordinary, skinny, thin, kind of bowed over people. They remind people of the praying mantises. Whenever they're seen, they seem to be in charge. They're constantly giving telepathic commands of where and how they deploy. So the statement was found within a 3.5 hour conversation on this specific podcast. So there's a whole lot of other stuff coming up. So big shout out to Ships Over Cashiers, Mary Joyce. We love her. She's got some great articles on there. Check her out if you guys haven't yet. But again, we'll try to see if she'll come back on because she talks about all kinds of stuff, not just this stuff.
Yeah,
We'll do one another one of her articles
I
that I
love her
thought was
name.
very interesting. Yeah. So Dolly says that Danny is totally misinformed, false flag stuff, which we also have to be really careful of with this whole Project Bluebeam thing that's coming up and seems to be a thing. We're going to be seeing more and more. But interesting on that, mostly owned by the feds. Hmm. So also very interesting.
And
So
and it explains it because it's such a spiritual and power
yeah,
center. So yeah, it's not far fetched, but
no. But they also talk about one that was just found underwater off the coast of Florida, which a lot of people suspected were already there. In fact, I think we did a show on Gray Zone about that early days, with a lot of witness accounts and so on and so forth. So definitely interesting. Definitely interesting.
wow.
Okay, so are we ready to have a little bit of fun with this one?
Always.
Okay. I had to post this. It came up last minute and I went and found the article just because we have a lot of Elon Musk fans out there and love him or hate him, he's interesting and he keeps it interesting. And this one here has definitely got my attention.
Remind me to say something about Wayne and Elon Musk after this.
Yep. Elon Musk claims he's a 3,000-year-old time traveling alien who is trying to return to his home planet. So let me just pull up the article, which says, uh, again, hence the title. So he basically is no stranger to making headlines. Absolutely not. This is on birdsadvice.com. So you guys could find it, birdsadvice.com. And the outlandish assertion has left many people wondering whether he was joking, making a veiled philosophical point, or simply adding fuel to his enigmatic public persona, or maybe all of the above. He's definitely an interesting guy who definitely leaves a lot of people scratching their heads going, come on,
Yeah,
really? For
You have
real?
to know when he's tongue in cheek because he does that often. Yeah.
Exactly. But anyway, so he's ignited a wave of reactions, of course, as he always does, across social media, from disbelief to humor. His statement taps into the intersection of modern mythology and celebrity influence, reminding us of his unique ability to keep the world guessing. I thought it would be fun to share.
It's
It's
crazy
fun.
timing because
It
you
is.
put this up because he posted
Yeah.
twice this week regarding
Right.
something that's when this came out, he posted, "They got it wrong. I'm a
Mhm.
3,000-year-old time traveling vampire alien." And I said, if you like vampires, because I caught it right when he posted, because he's a few
Mhm.
hours behind, right? He's
Right.
in Texas.
Right.
And I caught it right away. And I posted Wayne's website
Right.
and I told him that this is the series that you have to read. You will love this. This is historically
Right.
factual. I just went on and on and on. And then he started putting images of himself as a time traveling vampire and what he
Right.
would look like with the AI. And he just ran with it. What he said yesterday or today, because I do follow him and
I do. He's fun.
he's fun and I find him so
Yeah, he
compassionate.
is.
And I saw a video clip of him speaking about when he started Starlink and when he started with the rockets to Mars, on how
Mhm,
his his heroes from when he was a child. He actually started to tear up and cry, and the person interviewing him, the gentleman, I don't remember his name, teared up as
mhm,
well. He said
mhm.
that must have hurt you to see your heroes from childhood. And they're probably the reason why you got into this. And he said it was very difficult. Like he couldn't talk, he couldn't breathe. My heart for him.
Mhm.
Um, hate him or love him, he's got so much compassion and he is about humanity. He said, we need to look at interplanetary living, like otherworldly, to keep the universe
Mhm.
oneness. And I was like, I've never heard him talk like this before.
Right.
So it was very interesting because he's
Mhm.
been very political because of the elections and everything lately. So when this came out, it gave me like that pause that
Yes.
he's never explained it this way. He is brilliant.
Yes, Alan. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Elon Musk is brilliant and I love his honesty and we
Mhm.
we've all been asking him to buy Canada. I mean, he does have a Canadian citizenship, but
Well, it's
yeah,
interesting stuff about Elon as well because his grandfather, and again, I'm not prepared for this, so I don't have it all in front of me. Let me see if I can bring it up. Give
his
me one
mother's
sec.
a very beautiful woman. You could see why she was a model, but she's also very knowledgeable and very well spoken. I've seen her interviewed, and
Mhm,
it was interesting to hear Elon Musk's mom, May
mhm,
Musk, speak because you think this grand giant, how could he have a mother, right? Because he knows all, he is all, and everything. And
mhm.
he's done a lot for a lot of people. He stepped up to the plate when he didn't even have to. So I think you have to give him some credit and respect for that.
Okay, so here's the thing with Elon Musk that has surfaced because
Yeah.
he's got Canadian descent as well, and there was a thing called Technocracy Incorporated, which
Mhm.
was a political movement. I'm just reading this online, guys, so don't quote me on it. Right, I'm just here to share some fun stuff. That's it. Anyway, in fact, politicians or members of political parties were not allowed to join. So it was founded in New York City in 1933. This is his grandfather, Elon Musk's grandfather, by the way. Okay. Um, as an educational and research organization promoting a radical reconstructing of political, social, and economic life in Canada and the United States, with science as its central operating principle. There would be no countries called Canada or the US, just a giant continental landmass called Technate, a techno utopia run by engineers and other experts within their fields. Everyone would be, wait for it, well housed and fed. All material needs would be taken care of, whether you had a job or not. Sounds interesting. So, why would Elon Musk talks about it? You know, it sounds pretty cool. But when another, or term is made mention, and I'm not going to say it. I don't feel like being flagged here because I'm opening my big mouth. But there's other sort of things coming to be about the same idea. You don't really not going to need anything and blah blah blah. But people are kind of like, what? But Elon, who calls himself the techno king, people love it. So I'm just
Oh
kind
my
of
gosh, those AI images that he puts out with this stuff.
I know. So I'm just saying this was his
Yeah.
grandfather, right? So it is interesting to say the least,
So
you
it's
know.
his genius and everything comes from his father's side.
Well, but again, you're talking about this, see, look at that, right? But this was also
Yeah.
going on in Canada, founded in New York, but it was also happening. Elon was doing or his grandfather was doing this in Canada.
Oh, when they lived here. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it gets kind of funky. So we'll leave it right there. He's interesting and definitely somebody to keep following because he keeps it interesting without a doubt, right? Okay. So why don't we quickly do our station sponsor ID now, and we'll go from there.
Oh, okay. No
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, good.
Deep breath. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, coming to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans on 107.7 FM radio, as well as the Gulf Coast on 105.3 FM radio. We're live on the Roku channel, Roku TV, Rumble, YouTube, X, and Facebook group pages. Listen to us on Alexa Prime and approximately 250 or more streaming platforms. Just look for us anywhere that you normally stream. Search United Public Radio and then look up The Outer Realm. Tonight, we gave you It Must Be the Christmas Season, Michelle. This is the second open mic this month. So we are feeling generous. And of course, we love it. And we
Welcome.
want to thank, yeah, we
Yeah,
want to
you're all
thank
welcome.
all of you who are joining us in chat and talking with us. You guys just make the show. It's so much fun. And they always go by too fast. But the
They
reason
do.
why we can do these shows is
Yes.
because of the people at Folgers Coffee, all the way from our first episode with UPRN. We thank you, Folgers, for your continued support with sponsoring a show. And we'd like to give a shout out and a thank you to network owner and our producer, Joe Montaldo. We love you all. Thank you. Our fabulous banner and promo media is courtesy of Steve McGinnis, horror illustrator and artist. Steve also creates custom commission pieces. So if you're interested, because you can see how fabulous his work is from our banners, he can be found on Facebook. Thank you, Steve. Our intro and outro is courtesy of Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, award-winning composer, vocalist, and musician. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp. Stream on any platform. Find Dr. Snick on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you, Justin. Lastly, if you're watching this episode right now, or if you're listening to us, please give us a like, subscribe, smash the notification button so you never miss a show. Share us with your family and friends, please, so you can help us grow on social media, and we will continue bringing the best in their fields to you. So if you're listening, watching, it doesn't matter. Share the episode, hit like. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Open mic is just as much about all of you as it is about
Thanks,
us
Heidi.
and the topics that we share. It's just a
Yeah,
lot of
it's
it's
fun.
it's a lot of fun. Open mic is just fun stuff. Share information of what's out there and let's all give an opinion and let's all sort of go there. Maybe we'll learn something along the way. Maybe we'll debunk something along the way, or maybe we'll just sit here scratching our heads going, well, that's a thing. But whatever the case is, we're all in it together.
Oh my gosh, I'm
So
so humbled by how many of you came out tonight on chat, especially on a holiday. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
it is a holiday. So you guys
Yeah,
are just like rocking
not
this.
for us, but yeah.
No, but we're here with you guys, which is where we would want to rather be.
Oh
So
my gosh.
this
Yeah.
is awesome. Okay, next one. I pulled this off of X again because the people just seem to be able to freely postings. I don't bother with political stuff. I look for anything high strangeness, and I really dig it. So here we are. I'm going to present this, and I don't know what the heck it is. I'm just going to read it off, and I'm going to just show you this picture. But give me 1 second. Let me see here if I can. Okay, I'm going to read it then so I can
Oh,
enlarge the picture. So this was posted by skywitness.space. This was captured from a live feed provided by the Institute of Wildlife Studies. A friend of the author thought that I might be able to catch something on this live feed. So I tried it out last night. And this is one of the objects I captured in a single frame at 60 frames a second, which would suggest the object is traveling in excess of 80,000 miles an hour. Okay, so here we go. I'm just going to
what's the
put this
speed of
back.
light? Of light.
I don't know. Here we go, guys. There it is. Thoughts?
Crazy, right?
Thoughts? You know?
Beam me up,
Yes,
Scotty.
Rainy.
We
Yes, yes,
are family.
yes. So, what thoughts? Thoughts on this?
Oh my gosh.
I
That's
know.
insanity.
But 80,000 miles
Oh,
an
I know.
hour,
Like how fast was that camera clip? Like
60
how
frames per second.
yeah, it had to the aperture had to be fast. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
it's different, isn't it?
it's faster than Formula One. I mean I mean like you see the photographers of Formula One and you're impressed on how they get a clear photo. Imagine this. Hi Thomas.
Uh,
Yeah.
not 80,000. Yeah. Oh, this is, I don't know, but I think it's
Star
one of
Trek.
those
Yeah.
possible
It
asteroids.
looks very human shaped, which is really
Mm.
wow. Thomas Superwoman.
It's again,
Mighty Mouse.
I think we're going to come into a point where um we are going to see, like we were just talking about a few minutes ago, we are going to start seeing all kinds of things out there. So we have to think logically. We have to look at where the sources come from. We have to follow through, cross reference, and that's all you can do. Take it with a grain of salt for now, because you're going to see all kinds of things, and it doesn't mean everything is looks doesn't mean it's something. A lot of pareidolia out there too. So just just be wise. But it was pretty cool. So I thought
Yeah.
we would share that up. So hold on and make sure we got that one going. All right. So next we've got, okay. So here, this one is interesting. Vatican tunnel to Jerusalem.
Oh
Now,
gosh. Yeah.
there's people all over the place that are fact checking this. They are
Yeah.
saying no, it's not a thing,
It's a
because
big
it's
story
a
right now.
1,500-mile tunnel, apparently, from the Vatican to Jerusalem. And apparently it's filled with gold and all of
Underwater?
this stuff. It's not really being specific, to be honest.
Well, it would
I
have to
mean,
I know at one time there's a lot of people who've said that we were not divided. It was more of a solid mass, which would explain how they could travel a lot easier.
mhm,
But it
mhm.
would have to be underwater now.
Well, I mean, there are
Unless it's on
some.
another dimension and cruise ships are flying through it.
Well, I mean,
I that was a big story this week.
I'm just trying to see if I can bring something else up here.
Yeah, it was a big story because they're talking about tunnels everywhere. And I think people forget that during the war, especially
Conspiracy.
England, and I know a lot of America is the
Mhm.
same, they dug tunnels to protect the soldiers.
Right.
And they were called tunnelers. Um,
Right. It's true.
yeah, and
It's
they did that to protect the soldiers and to keep them safe so they could hide, so they weren't sitting ducks, especially in England.
hmm
They weren't sitting ducks in a field in a um what do they call them? The pit. Like it just
hmm
we had a lot then, but it makes me wonder how they thought of doing it to go underground unless they already had. I mean, Rome's got in France the catacombs and all of those
I don't know.
glow.
The glow. Maybe it's just my little dark charm.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I don't know. No, I clearly didn't see it because I'm sitting here scrolling for the next
There,
article.
you have a light beam coming from the top of
I
your
do.
snooper.
No,
Yeah.
no. Ever since they did the roof, the lighting. So I keep saying to Wayne, we just got to do something with that. Like,
Yeah.
change it.
It's
Yeah,
not distracting though.
it is to me.
Oh, for you, maybe, yeah. But
Um.
no, um,
Okay, so I'm gonna let me know when you're done. I'll post this up.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, there's tunnels everywhere, so it's not
Mhm.
impossible.
Yeah, it probably is brightening up, guys, because see here, I've got an article in front of me and it's got white. It's white. I'll show
Yeah.
you. There. See? This guy. Now I'm really white. But this is from mythdetector.com. Conspiracy theory is all it is. But it came out April of this year. And it talks about a video showing a tunnel loaded with gold bars, and how it was all being sent to the USA. I read in another article. So without getting into all of it, you guys can read it so we don't flag ourselves for again. But this apparently is where it goes. Right all around, all the way down. That's a really big to Jordan.
It had to be connected at one point, because how the hell, unless you're using aliens?
Well, it's interesting anyway, but of course, the term conspiracy theory was what? That was invented by what?
I'm getting
Certain
tired
a
of that
certain
term.
3-letter organization back in
Yeah,
the
I'm tired of
70s.
that.
Yeah. So, a lot of times these things turn out to be true, but they don't always turn out to be true. So take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
However, it is interesting. So Google Maps determined that the distance from this location right there, you guys, Vatican City, Jerusalem, is greater than 2,400 kilometers, as mentioned in the post. So we're definitely not doing it in 1,500. So
I know.
you know,
We,
just
we we had a guest who talked about how the masses were joined. I can't remember if it was Michael Carter,
mhm.
um, but that really makes you think about how much is buried underwater. I mean, Grand Canyon is a perfect example of what happens when it drains.
Oh,
Um, so, and I don't believe that Mariana's Trench is the deepest spot of the ocean. I believe it's just the deepest they could go
hmm
without dying.
hmm
Yeah. And Thomas Metropolitan subway systems provide examples of ingenuity and existence of tunnel technology too. Absolutely. I hate the
yeah,
subway. But yeah.
yeah, interesting. Right there, is it right here? You see this line right there?
Yes, it probs
See?
was still
Yeah,
shining. Yeah.
yeah, it could be what it
Plus
is.
she
See?
has really shiny hair. Yeah. She has beautiful hair. So
Yeah,
she
thick, thick,
glows.
hard,
She glows.
glowing. Um, so anyway, that is that. I thought that would be interesting to share it. Now, there was also another article I read recently. I didn't pull it up. I can try to pull it up, but it would take a bit of time. Anyway, I just thought I would share that news anyway. So apparently, they found a scientist when they were doing work in Antarctica back a while. They found evidence of dinosaurs.
Mhm.
Just saying.
Bet you there is dragons too, but they won't tell us.
I know,
There you go,
right?
Rogan. Giving you a
I
shout
know.
out.
I know. There we go. Just for
We'll take you
you.
as a guest.
So, it just goes to show what we already know is that, they're also saying it's one of the oldest civilizations in the world, and it's under the ice right now. And of course, it always comes back down to we'll have to do a show just on that. But why is it being Why is the technology being suppressed? Why is it not being shared? Well, my guess is ancient civilizations sometimes have really cool ancient technology, cool ancient beings or people. So I think it would be fascinating to get more information on that. I'll see if I can bring something up. 1 minute. Using my keywords. Sometimes I could do it a bit quicker. Uh, okay, 1 second.
I
Uh,
agree with you, Richard.
yeah, dinosaurs once lived. Fossils have been found from various species out there, but apparently there was one that was a little bit. It was massive, and apparently it was just a baby. And people kind of like you can imagine how big that the parents would have been. So there is a lot of information on dinosaurs out there, but this apparently is a new find and definitely uh, worth checking out if you can find the info on it. ET base. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
there's a whole lot of
There's a
ETs
reason
out
why
there.
you can't go far when you're there
I
or
know,
fly over it,
I know,
certain
right?
places.
But I do have one article I will bring up, which shows the world's oldest maps. Yeah, right there. So let me just see if I can bring this up. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Where is it? My gosh.
Now,
Comes
see, if
across.
mud fossils are so big, they are the size of mountain ranges. They could be dragons. Doesn't have to be that they were fire breathing, but there's no reason not to believe.
No.
Sorry, I love dragons.
So me too. Big time. Always have. Okay. Here it is. So the new research, this is an article, again, all that's interesting. New research suggests that the world's oldest map may depict the location of Noah's Ark.
Oh my, isn't that
So
beautiful?
researchers from the British Museum just revealed, and this was from November 4th, 2024, that the Imago Mundi, a 3,000-year-old Babylonian clay tablet, seemingly describes the location of an ark from an ancient story that parallels the biblical account of Noah. So there it is. It's a nice
Oh,
close-up
Imago
picture of that.
Mundi. Yeah.
Yeah, and it
Image
dates back.
Earth. Yeah, world image.
Yes, and it dates back around the 7th century BCE. Is considered to be the oldest world map ever discovered. Uh, hold on. Depictions of the Earth as the ancient Mesopotamians understood it. So it's about 3,000 years old. Created around the 7th century BCE, the map centers around the Euphrates River and includes various cities, mountains, and other bodies of water in the area. So again, guys, if you just go, oh, that's interesting, and just put in world's oldest map, you should be able to um, bring this up and read it all. But I think it's fascinating. The map here is surrounded by a double ring called the Bitter River. Sounds like something interesting. So the Bitter River, and where are we? Outside that river was beyond the known world of the Babylonians. Triangles carved into the map past the river seemingly represent distant mountains and unexplored realms. So again, it's fascinating stuff that's just sort of coming
My
coming
gosh.
to light.
It's
Yeah.
so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. So I think, doesn't it lead you to this essentially? We have a lot of stuff just hidden under the Earth's surface, in the oceans, in the mountains, and technology. Of course, we're so much farther ahead with technology, and I'm sure we could be further ahead. We just don't know it. But there's so much more, information that's starting to surface. And with new technology, we're finding ancient ruins. We're finding all kinds of treasures and out of place artifacts, and
And
it's interesting.
think about all the stuff that we don't know about that are
Mhm.
in certain family lineages that are
Oh,
held in their own
mhm. Absolutely.
security and their own.
Mhm.
It's really amazing. I watched
Mhm.
this case where they were excuse me, sorry, it just went dry so fast.
Mm-hmm.
They were making copies of great oil paintings and doing it with these microscopic and
Mm-hmm.
mirrors so that they could just trace it and follow it slowly, and it takes forever, and
Mm-hmm.
change it with the ones at the Louvre and Black Market, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All these, incredible, the Met and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Then to find out that a lot of these places do not even have the originals
Mm-hmm.
in their museums. So think about
Wow.
other stuff that is black market
Mm-hmm.
purchased, not oil paintings, but all of these,
Mm-hmm.
like the amulet. Who knows where that came from? For all we know, it like they could be finding things and they
There's
could be given things.
Yeah, there are
It's just
things all over the world, and some of it when you look at the Smithsonian's, who's destroyed evidence of
did they
giants
or
by
did they
dumping
give
them
it
into
to
the
someone?
ocean. Who
I
knows?
wonder if it's a little bit
Who
of both.
knows?
I
If you're
wonder.
suppressing, information, you want to get rid of it. So would you
I,
give it? I'm sure there's a lot of
it's
stuff in private collections
I
all over
think
the
the
world.
private black market
Private
collections are
libraries
massive.
have incredible
And
information.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
power. When
yeah.
people say all the time, well, they have so much money, like who cares? It's like, no, after you hit a certain point, it
Mm-hmm.
becomes about who has power. So
Mm-hmm.
think about the objects, and
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many of these families have
Mm-hmm.
stuff from the pyramids even.
I think the pyramids are not what people think that they were. They were not they were not tombs.
No.
So their power sources, and
Yes.
there's
And
a
all
lot of
the
info on there. I
hieroglyphics.
mean,
Yeah.
I've been to two pyramids in my life. I've
Yes.
been to the Great Pyramid. I've been to the Pyramid of Saqqara, and the only tomb I visited was definitely not in any of the pyramids. So I just think there's a lot of information that maybe we don't understand, or maybe only certain people understand. Um, so until everything comes to light, if it ever does, we're all going to be left scratching our head and wondering what's going
You
on.
know,
Here's
there's oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I found the article I wanted to share.
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't just like just a regular, you know, dinosaur um thing. You know, find. What was interesting about this was the fossil remnants of a 280 million year old forest, which to me is interesting, more interesting than anything. Found by Dr. Eric Goulbranson and Dr. John Isbell of the University of Wisconsin and their international team of researchers when they trekked across Antarctica in late 2017. This means the ancient forest of Antarctica existed before the dinosaurs, which lived on Earth between 252 and 66 million years ago. So here's the different pictures that they're showing of this forest. So it would have been like a substantial size forest, and it was there, you know, 280 million years ago.
Amazing.
So I found it. I just wanted
They're
to
so
share it.
pretty.
Yeah. Well, it's
But when
sometimes truth is stranger than fiction.
yeah, when Wayne put a comment up earlier that said regarding how some television, yes, I
Mhm.
think that the answers leak through TV shows and movies. Some look at it as though nothing more than fiction, whereas others see it as clues being cleverly left for us to wake up. That'd be me.
Yes, you're not
Um,
wrong. You're not wrong.
Blacklist is one of them. You might think that everything has to do with serial killers, but that show drops so much information, and James Spader is phenomenal at it. But if
Mhm.
you're looking for a binging series that you're going to be saying, could it be real? Like, could this really be happening?
Mhm.
Blacklist is a good show to watch.
Mhm.
And I love James Spader. I
Mhm.
just,
It's good.
just love him. Always have.
Mhm.
Heidi says, I heard also to release any karmatic ties. Where did it go?
Well,
To
hold
their
on.
actions they have to tell. So they talk in symbolism. Wow.
Mhm.
I never knew that. Thank you,
Oh, yeah.
Heidi.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love learning from you guys. Yeah.
There's so much out there. We'll have to do a show on Tartaria, and And I'm putting it together just so you guys know. Like I have been researching because there's a lot, and I would like to do it justice, and I would like to tie in photos and things like that. But there's a strong belief, when you look into Tartaria on average and Tartarians, this, being up near Russia, but yet we find things all over the world. The World Fairs is just one example. There are photos surfacing now because it's become a movement now. Now people are like, okay, you know what? We want to learn more about this because now people are waking up. They're going, this isn't right. Now this makes
Mhm.
sense. And it's believed that a lot of this was just covered up by mud floods. And there are pictures of people who are actually unburied, and you could see they were buried for a long time. You're looking at these buildings part way up, which look, like they've been exposed to the air. And then when they get into, like, of course, mud colors, things for sure, but you could see just by the fading at the top of some of these buildings that they've been there for a pretty long time. And I found one picture which was fascinating to me, which looked like a cathedral. And you're like, okay, it's a cathedral. And there's, of course, people think, oh, the church took over a lot of these old Tartarian buildings. They were magnificent. But then when you start, because over time you start unburying things, it is colossal.
Why did they change? Yeah, that's the
It,
first thing I
it,
said when I heard about it. I'm like,
yeah.
why was it changed?
Mhm.
I need to know more.
Well, some believe even the White House was a Tartarian building. That's why it's got so many layers underground.
Is that why Canada burned it down? Sorry,
Right?
US.
I
But
know.
the first one,
Well,
the
you know,
first one.
you're going to have your conspiracy theories
There's
without
a
a doubt.
lot of layers to the White House, though. The
Yeah,
Pentagon, too.
well, and a lot of people figure because again, some of it is buried. So, which is why there would be that they didn't just dig tunnels and tunnels and tunnels. Which, of course, anything is possible. Again, this is all the idea of this show is it's hypothetical. It's all
Yeah.
hypothetical, right?
There's
So,
there's something to say about the deeper you dig, the more evil it becomes. And when you have
absolutely,
subterranean offices
absolutely,
and levels and all
yeah,
kinds of stuff going on, you have
yeah,
to question that because obviously they want it to be hidden because they have the land and they can build anything. But yet the
yeah.
Pentagon goes like this. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
you know, um, the
Hmm.
Area 51 is a big one for that too.
It is.
It's all underground because there's nothing on top.
It is. It is. So there's a whole lot of stuff coming, so can we save, some of these shows might be a little bit too big to do for an open mic. I mean, we could touch on some of it, but I'm thinking some of it is just something we may just have to do a show on, just the two of us, and do a full show on it, which isn't something that we have often done, if at all. We've done open mics and we've tried to break things up, but there is a lot of information. Now we've done shows with giants, and we
Mhm.
have a lot. We have actually great guests coming on, and I know I'm plugging ahead a month, but we're bringing back Fritz Zimmerman, and he's going to be
Oh
talking.
my God, love
Uh,
him.
oh yeah, he's going to be talking about some really amazing stuff pertaining to some of this stuff.
Mhm.
So we're just going to, we're going to try to do things a little bit differently. You're going to see familiar faces, of course, in 2025. You're going to see a lot of new faces in
We-
2025.
We've had, sorry.
Hmm?
No, no, I'm sorry. I saw Alan. You can answer him.
I've been on twice.
Yeah,
You
he's been
just have
on
to go look
twice,
at the
Alan. He was
archives.
one of our first.
Oh God, he's
Yeah,
awesome.
he's
He's
way back.
awesome.
We loved him.
Yeah, we've got two segments with him,
Yep.
and they are in. If you just go on our channel and put in his name, go to obviously the oldest one first. His energy was incredible, and what
He's,
was
yeah,
what was fun about
he's a
him
bag of
is
beans. Yeah.
his chat room. They're very protective of him, and when they first started coming on, they were kind of hostile, and
Understandably.
it
Yeah.
was, and because he took a lot of hits, but then realized that you know, I had tried to present the opening as we're your students. We're just going to fire off questions. You be the teacher. The chat room went crazy people were just like, "This is the best show ever." I really got
Yeah.
into it.
We're like, you better not. He said, and we're like, no, no, we don't have a
Yeah,
problem. We're here to learn. You go
we're
right
here to
ahead.
learn.
And even
Yeah,
David was just like, what? I'm so used to being on a show where I'm going to get ripped, and I'm here to be
it's
challenged. I'm like,
true.
I don't
It's
know
true.
anything about this. You just go ahead, buddy. Like,
We
just
didn't
go
do
for
that
it.
to him. We didn't do that to him at all, and he had a really awesome time.
Yeah.
And when we were bringing him back on,
Yeah.
um,
Richard's done the show a few times.
yeah,
Sorry. I got to stop scrolling on you. I'm sorry.
yeah, you just have to wait. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Um, no, but the second one, people, I think it was just a different group of people, and the chat kind of got crazy afterwards to the point where I thought I was going to have to disable it because they argue amongst one another, which is just sort of like, oh my God. But I'll tell you, it ended up, the first show ended up being one of our biggest YouTube archives at over 2,000 hits, which for
Yeah.
us, I mean, was at the
YouTube for
time,
YouTube is a big deal for us.
I
Yeah.
know, I know. Yes,
He
Richard's been on
was
a couple of times. Yeah.
David was
Yeah.
very interesting and very knowledgeable, and
Great guy.
he really made you go quite a few times.
Mhm.
And I know that a lot of people who believe in the flat Earth theory, and I don't want to call it a theory. I'm not trying to. I just don't know what to say it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I
Mhm.
know they have a great deal of respect for him, and he's very well known, but he definitely knows his stuff, and
Mhm.
he's fun. He's fascinating to watch.
Mhm.
But yeah, that chat room, I couldn't keep up with it. It was just scrolling right past me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is insanity.
Yeah, we
But
just flash things up.
yeah.
That's all we can do. It kind of went at its own pace. But we also know that there are other people who talk about it, and we just want to try to bring on some of the fan favorites because we do get a lot of requests for some of the people who've been on already, and we will bring some people back. And last night's guest, Morgan Damley, was one of those people, and she's coming back for another couple of shows, and we can look for her in February to talk about
Hmm.
druids and pagans.
Cool.
We've not done just druids and pagans, so she's going to come on and talk about that. So, there's just going to be a lot up and coming. And to give you guys a heads up, of course, for December, we're going to try, we always try to keep December as lighthearted as possible. It's very sensitive for some people. And of course, we start off with Preston Dennett. Yes.
Woohoo.
On the 4th, talking about elves, which makes you wonder
Oh my.
If Preston
I'll bring
Dennett's
my
talking
Keeler
about elves,
cookies.
Mr. UFO, we gotta kind of wonder what our real elves really. So
We need our
anyway,
cookies with our coffee.
I know. So looking forward to that. Dr. Rita Louise returns with the concept of God, really based on ET. Um, I don't even understand my own writing, but anyway, it's going to be fantastic, and that's all my fault unless I can sort of dig this out with yeah, God concept being ET question mark. Priscilla, okay, here's again, fan favorite, guys. Priscilla Rosado Cruz, astrology, and she's going to be talking, she's going to do an astrology reading as to what's coming for 2025. We
Cool.
have John Thomas, who's also very new about channeling with messages of hope, also new for us.
Oh,
Michael
I love
Carter
that.
returns, of course, to talking about spirituality, especially in and around the holidays. So we love him. He's got that soothing voice.
Oh my
And
gosh.
and then Mark Ollie returns, and he's going to be talking again, very lighthearted. He used to do a TV series basically called Lost Treasures. It's all in the UK, where he's going to be talking to us about some of these amazing locations he's been to. So, and of course, on the 25th being Christmas, we're going to do, it'll be a pre-record, guys, sorry, or it's just going to be probably be a rerun, but we'll see. Maybe we do a pre-record beforehand, just air it. But it'll be an open mic on the 26th. So Boxing Day, guys, is going to be again open mic night. So that'll be the next one. And then we start with the January lineup, which is going to be amazing.
Yeah,
And we're already booking into March. So we're gonna have some amazing stuff for you.
I might be in my PJs on Boxing Day. We actually call it pajama day, so I might just go.
There we go. You never know.
PJs.
Bubbles would be in her gym jams.
Bubbles is
So
gonna be like
I
no
know.
bubbles
I know.
by then.
There we
Yeah,
go.
because I'm pretty sure
So
I'm hosting Christmas Eve, so I'm gonna be toast by then. But
I know.
it'll be a nice break from, because at that point, it's
Yep.
really funny. I love Christmas, you know that. I've started decorating like 3 weeks ago,
Hmm.
and it's a stuff still all over my house. But at on the 26th, I am honestly ready to put the tree back under the
Right.
stairs. Like I'm like, and it's funny because I don't do it, John does, but like
Right.
we're so ready after, because I guess because we've had it for 2 months at that point, and it's like, yeah, you know what?
Oh.
It's time to take it down.
Well, I think
But
it's going to be, it's going to be interesting. For some people, it's going to be, I think
it's
we're
gonna be a great
it'll
month.
be December will be great. So and of course, we get into the holidays. Our show happens to fall like on New Year's Eve, but hey, I believe we'll be here New Year's Day. We will be here. So for all of you guys who are at home, this is when Fritz Zimmerman comes on. There's going to be a lot of like what that sort of stuff because he's written a new book. So we do have a lot of fun stuff coming on, and I think it's going to be a great year without a doubt. And I'm hoping, I mean, for the outer realm, of course, and we're going to try to, share as much of it with you as possible. But again, guys, we have to say, happy Thanksgiving. And we're really glad that you spent your Thanksgiving evening with little old us. And we had a lot of fun doing it with you. You make it all that much more fun. So again, next week, guys, we have on the Wednesday night Preston Dennett, who's going to be talking about elves, maybe
Cool.
ET, right? And Dr. Rita Louise on the Thursday, God concept based on ET. So we know
So
it's going to be
cool.
good. I know. So this is concludes our open mic for this evening, and thank you all for joining us tonight. We have been on, of course, United Public Radio, UFO Paranormal Radio, 105.3, 107.7 FM in New Orleans. Check out the Roku archives. Check out archives. They're all over the place, so check them out. And remember, if you want to see a specific topic or guest, contact us at the Outer Realm Contact. Let me just put that stuff up. Let me keep it easy. So contact us right here. Right here. There we go. Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you want to see. Tell us what you want to talk about. And put together those darn Folgers commercial. I haven't been a harpy for a
Oh my
while, but I'm going to start being a
gosh.
harpy because, yeah, we've got to get those things out. So
Yeah.
let's just do it. Check us out on Rumble. Check us out on X. We are pretty much everywhere. So please, please, please check us out. So until then, we shall see you next week. Have a great weekend. If you're still out there with all the Black Friday chaos, enjoy it, find fun stuff, but be safe because we want to see you all back here next week. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Because mankind's growing so fast.
All right, here we go. Click.
Hi, and thank you all for joining us today. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 on the Gulf Coast and 107.7 101.7 FM in New Orleans.
The Church of Mavis radio show, Friday nights at 8 p.m., 7 Central, starring Jeffrey Pritchett with his co-hosts Wham and Jay McNicholas, right here on the United Paranormal Radio Network, UPRN 107.7 FM.
Tune in to UFO Undercover, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
Well, good afternoon and good evening wherever you are on our big, beautiful blue planet. I know it's good morning for some of you around the world. For everybody in America, happy effing Thanksgiving. And for all of the Trump supporters, even bigger, happy effing Thanksgiving. For my liberal friends, sorry, guys, sometimes it don't go your way. For all of our centralists, yeah, either way is good for us, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, tonight we're on a show called The Chat. If you notice, it says adult topics. Now, people, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, it's adult topics, meaning topics that you're not going to talk with your average 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old. These are topics that are more serious, things that need to be addressed, different things like that. And it's going to be an open show, so you may not always see the same host on it, but it'll be around for different things. It's just an expression show. It's also a show for when we just want to do something off the cuff that we can, for things like that. I was telling Michael just before we came live, we're going to probably be bringing UFOs or Us back. I haven't picked out a host for it. I haven't even talked to anybody about a host for it yet. So before I can even look outside of the network, I have to look inside the network. It's always nice to let your host have a shot if that's what they want to try to do. But anyway, that'll be up. We got a couple other shows coming up too that we'll be looking for hosts for. So if you have good hosting skills out there, you can always contact us. The shows vary. Some are free, some are not free. It just depends where you are on the lineup and what kind of audience you're looking for out of the gate, things like that. But anyway, I have Michael Angley with me now. There may be some other people joining us. I don't know because it is Thanksgiving. I did send some invites out. But if you are listening to us anywhere planetside and you want to join us, you can pop into one of the chat groups on Facebook or YouTube or Rumble or well, Roku don't have a chat. No, they don't. No, I know. I look damn sexy in Roku. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Oh no, no, I don't know what y'all talking about. But anyway, Mike, how you been, man? What you been up to? Eating today? Just hanging out, resting, getting some rest under the belt.
It was a weird day, so kind of just laid low,
It for me, it kind of felt awful. I'm used to having a bunch of people around on the holidays, and it's just Linda and I, so it was just kind of weird. It was just weird. That's all I can say.
I tried watching NBC's presentation of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. It was so over the top, woke, like push it in your face. It was, I don't know. It was, I don't get offended easily, and the pendulum swings both ways. I don't care about stuff like that. But when you really feel like someone's pushing something on you, there's a problem there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
there
then
is.
it was just too much of it, and how they, and how the whole woke world represents people, and certain, even black people, gay people, whatever, how they represent, they kind of lump everybody into one type. And meanwhile, that's like the most racist, prejudiced thing I've ever heard, because everybody's anything's everybody, man. Doesn't matter what color you are, doesn't matter, what your sexual preference is. It's kind of, you are what you are. Nobody fits into a cookie cutter mold. But apparently NBC, I don't know, it was just really like bleh. And I had to tune away. Went on YouTube, and a few people were showing the parade live with no commentary, just the parade. I was happy with that. So.
Yeah, that's the way I usually like to watch anyway. If you're going to see anything, that's how you're gonna see it. It's because most of them do have to get woke out of their mind. Now you can get with my friend Carmen and I. Carmen does a lot of guest stuff for us out on the other side of the planet, out in LA, and we're talking about buying MSNBC because I think you can get it for $50 right now, man. I mean it's bad.
Black
It's bad.
Friday deal,
Yeah.
MSNBC.
And I think if you buy two, get buy one, get one free with CNN. I mean, it's bad. I mean, I seen their rating chart yesterday, and I was like, dude, do you realize we have shows in this network, not even good shows in this network, or not shows that they're in the middle somewhere that are doing better than CNN and MSNBC. We need to find somebody to get outside some advertising, man. I mean, that's just sad.
It shows
So
how flimsy they are,
well,
and
they went from
also
several million a day to some days 90,000.
they never
Come
believed
on.
in what they did. There was just the hot button topic, directed towards the right, and that's really kind of what they were known for. But it's not realistic, and that's not realistic for people. I think people are pretty happy Trump won. I think that
Yeah,
even the ones who
yeah.
hate him, I think are pretty content
Well,
at
you've
this
heard some
point.
interesting stuff like two different hosts on The View. One of them, I can't remember her name, Amber, I think it is. She said she agrees with 75% of Trump's policies. So,
Yeah,
right off the bat. And then Whoopi, of all people, came and said, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to wait and see.
they're
All of
gonna.
a sudden, she got optimistic. You know why she
Oh
got
yeah,
optimistic? Because she don't need Elon to buy the station.
they're,
That's why I'm
they're
firing
shaking
it.
up the View. They're putting conservative voices on there. I mean, who even watches the View? It's got to be pretty.
I don't know. And the only reason I found about The View is because somehow or another it gets on the news feeds. Uh, it it somehow gets on news feeds,
I don't know.
and
They must
it
pay a
gets
lot.
across them. I
They
try to
pay.
block that shit out when I see it too, because it aggravates the hell out of me, man. It's because it's too much crap to sort through as it is in topics that I'm interested in, much less crap that I'm not interested in. What's that, Jack? Well, right now, I get probably 20 videos a day of liberals that have just lost their mind. I mean, screaming, hollering. Somebody sent me video of the woman screaming club in New York. So they're an anti-Trump group, and they go out in the woods now, and since the election, and just scream as loud as they can. Hey, look, if that makes you feel better, I'm all for that. I ain't got a
The
problem with
Bears
that.
really hate that.
And I'm sure they do, man, because some of them
So they
girls can scream.
want to disturb
Uh,
poor animals and whatever it's for. They're so selfish people. You know what I mean? Like the most self-hating, selfish group of people they are, and they want everyone to be miserable. They don't want anyone, because they don't want to be happy. They want you to be unhappy. They want me to be unhappy.
yeah, it's
It just
Jessica,
doesn't.
aliens don't give a shit about our politics. They're probably laughing. They probably were giggling through this whole election cycle. Probably the last 10 or 15 election cycles. Our country is a mess sometimes. I agree
It's
with you, Mike.
ridiculous.
It is, Mike. It is a
Like
hot mess. I'll agree.
it's,
I'll take that. But it is a
uh,
mess, people.
look at Kamala Harris. I mean, and then now all the Democrats are sounding off, saying, "Yeah, well, we didn't want her in there," and none of them were happy about it. Obama wasn't happy. Well, they should have stepped up and said something. Eh?
If you're listening to us live anywhere, because I know you can't get us on the radio side, you're inside the network at the moment. Don't forget, Vicky's on right now, so we're just hanging out, Michael and I, because this show will get rerun again in a live slot, so everybody can hear it. But we just want to say hi. We're just chatting. Yes, just chatting. I'm going to live on Mars. Bite me, people. Oh no! So I talked with Elon about this, So I said, Elon, look, I know I'm old, dude, but I know a lot of stuff, man. I mean, I know a lot of stuff. And he said, hey, well, look, we can put you on the ship, put you over there, and you can die on Mars. It's the goodest place as any. Oh
Say he
no!
wants to die
Well,
on Mars.
if Sean was here, he would tell us Mars didn't exist. Yes, maybe we can bring that up on the show. Not this Friday, but so not this Friday. This Friday we got John Goodwin on. Friday after next, we have the show Jesus the Man. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's going to be much in the way of alien related. No, there might be some stuff in there you might want to try to group into it, but I don't really, I don't, I don't really think that's the kind of show I would label it as. No, it's and before we get into this show, it's not about religion. It's about the individual who existed. Can you prove that individual existed at that time, and what was he doing if he did exist? And there's a lot of good proof out there. So it's just a very fun show to do, and I'm sure it'll just perturb the hell out of some people, but I think for other people who may be on the fence, it may actually help them to make a decision. What do you mean? Michael and I are not on the fence. No.
No.
There's no fences going on around here. Generally when you get to our age, there's not much in the way of fences. There may be a few, because sometimes you think about things that you might want to do, but for the
We're
most
too
part,
old to jump over fences.
That's right. Most of the time, we just kick a hole through the son of a bitches and walk through.
We'll drive through it and crash in the ditch.
Yeah, so, how you doing, man? That fence ain't no barrier for me. Well, somebody sent me a video today of some kid. His dad bought him a little mini bike for Christmas, a little mini motorcycle. I mean, I guess for his birthday or something. Kid starts up, he's running across the yard full steam, runs right through the fence, right through the gate, actually. And it was one of them vinyl fences, so it hurt because in pictures, I was like, he blasted right through, knocked the whole gate apart. I can already tell this kid's going to be like the next Evil Knievel. Yeah. Well, we week before last, we went through a lot of the evidence that was released at this this November 13th hearing about or YAP's real. Now, remember, this was not really about extraterrestrials. It was, but it wasn't. It was about proving the things flying in the sky were not terrestrial. That's not proving extraterrestrials exist, by the way. It's just proving that whatever these are not terrestrial, which can mean a lot of things still. So the Congress is having a hard time with this. One, there's questions I know they want to ask, but they probably can't ask because they're going to sound like they're crazy as everybody else. Secondly, the government's only giving up what they know, little bits of what they know, and that's not much. And the government doesn't even know as much as people want to think they know, because ET feels no need to share with the government. It's not like they can stop us.
What would the benefit be?
I mean, they've been here for a long time. Everybody, it's nothing about these hearings. They want to act like this just started 20 years ago. Oh, well, it could be man. No, it could be man. This has been going on since man's been walking on the planet. I mean, there are countless. And remember, people, anything more than 200 years ago that was flying in the sky was not man-made. I mean, the earliest thing we said we can put in the sky was the hot air balloon. Was that in 1790 or something? I'd have to go look to be sure, but it was somewhere in that range. And before that, if it was flying in the sky, oh shit, what the hell was that? and don't know. And somebody told me the other day, what was probably a comet or asteroid? No, no, no. Believe it or not, the Egyptians and the Chinese were, and even the Mesoamericans were very good astronomers. They knew the difference between a comet and some, oh shit, what was that? No, no, no. Well, the Mesoamericans were quite good about documenting what they called people from the other side, extraterrestrials. Yeah, they had no problem believing that aliens came to our planet. Uh, that didn't seem to be as big a problem with them. The Egyptians in the early days, it didn't seem to be as big a problem for them either, or the Sumerians for that matter. So it's modern day man that has a problem with it because we have been taught that we are it. We are the shit. We have the entire universe, all 15 billion years of it. We can just explore until there's just nothing left to explore, until there's not even any existence, until the universe is blown so far apart that there's no hope in getting from one galaxy to the next. That's hundreds of billions of years from now, maybe even trillions of years from now. It's just us. Who believes
I
that?
understand it like this, man. There was other alien factions that were having wars and fighting with each other. There's also history of this, even in our human history has been recorded, not understood, but been recorded, right? The attack over Nuremberg, Germany in 1561, where these discs were shooting light at each other, and then a large arrow-shaped thing came into view, and these other discs flew into that. Other ones were crashing to the ground, exploding. And so later the scientists explained it modern day as sunspots and whatever, which is BS. They made artwork. They was in their local newspaper. They actually had a paper at that time in Nuremberg. People came out of their homes. It was first thing in the morning to hear. They heard it. They saw it. So right there, and then not long later on, over Switzerland, the same type of thing happened. But anyway, think about this though, like they need us. We're like the continuation, I think, of this particular type. 'Cause I don't know. Then you get into that Admiral Byrd, his diary, what happened, Operation High Jump down there in the South Pole. Where our airplanes were flying into invisible barriers, crashing in the air, falling to the ground, people dying, ships destroyed, and then he went back to Washington D.C. to report all this. And then they all denied it later on, of course. They're like, that didn't happen, blah, 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 whatever, because they were looking for Nazi bases down there. But a lot of those soldiers who got mangled ended up going to Chile and Argentina to be treated because it wasn't as far for them. And they reported what they saw to local reporters there. And that's how those stories were recorded and that end of it. But so let's say they're here. Let's say we're obviously inferior to what they are. I mean, I see a lot of weird reports now, dude, of the orbs flying around New York City, just like right through, like going past airplanes and all that. Like almost every day, you see these stories now, and then also more military people coming out saying what they've experienced when they were in the military and real like we talked about earlier about that one instance where they had 12 Minuteman missiles shut down over this orb that kind of came around. So it's fascinating stuff, But so if you were an alien, and maybe you are, not sure, would you want to talk to humans? I mean, being that humans are so, I don't know, not trustable with anything, ever.
People ask me, well, why did they talk to us? Well, I said, well, they don't necessarily always talk to us. It's a misnomer sometimes. Being abducted doesn't necessarily mean they're talking to you.
Yeah.
They're looking at you a lot.
Studying.
Where's that, Clara? So first off, there's no real relationships between the aliens and the government. That's all hokey pokey bullshit. There's no need for the aliens to have a relationship. Number one, our governments are not stable enough. There's no person or entity that really represents the United States. Every 4 years it can change, or every 8 years it can change. So Greys and all of them live very long lives, much, much, much longer than even things we can conceive. And the problem with that is they're not real trusting that things that change every like to them, 8 years is like 8 seconds, because these guys are living millions of years. So I mean, it's not a big. It's kind of like, oh well, that was really quick. Shouldn't that guy have been around till he died or something? Or it just bothers them. So they're not real trusting of our governments or our citizens. And it's not that maybe the Greeks and the Romans, more especially the Greeks, didn't base this on the Greek gods, which were probably extraterrestrials back in the day. It might have been where the concept of democracy came from, but we have convoluted it and polluted it. So they're probably just watching us, trying to figure out, is this race going to be savable or not? You can see they don't really directly interfere, but they do subtle things, like maybe change our course due to by blood types or things like that. But they're not giving us advanced technologies. So somebody out, two of the big arguments always in the ufology field is they're here to eat us. Yes, oh yes, that's a big thing, and they're here to enlighten us, or they're here to make us slaves. So that's really the three big things. So well, let's go over those three things. They don't want to eat me. I'm high in cholesterol. Mike's high in cholesterol too. It would be really bad for these greys, reptilians, and human aliens to eat us. I don't really feel. Yeah, yeah. I don't really feel that's what they're doing. As far as slaves go, I mean, there are a lot of missing people go missing, but I think they could design and build their own slaves. I mean, that's pretty much what the Anunnaki did in the beginning. They created us in the very beginning, was created their own slaves. And that's how it became, thanks to the reptilians. That's how the race came to be. But so I don't think that's what it is. Well, obviously they're not enlightened because we're not really bright. Let's look around on the planet and say, oh, this does not look like an enlightened species to me. We're not an Anguarian species. We're a vicious ass species right now. I'm not, when you look at the world, there's 8 billion of us. So 7 billion of us just want to live our lives, and just enjoy and live our lives. That's what we want to do. But there's 1 billion of us that just fucking retards that have to be greedy and controlling and just arrogant and, oh, let's start some war. So the only thing holding up the Russian economy is the war. So Russia's at a position where it can't really end the war, because if it wins, its economy crashes. If it loses, its economy crashes. So somehow it has to figure out a way to get out of the Ukraine and not destroy its economy, which the ruble the other day dropped through the floor already.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
in anticipation. So I mean, so aliens are looking at all this stuff, going, "Do you really think they care about that shit?" No, they don't. I don't even know if they conceive money in the way we conceive it.
They care about the bomb, because Admiral Byrd supposedly talked to some being that was living down in the earth in the South Pole. This is how the story went anyway. And I mean, people might roll their eyes or whatever, but I'm just relaying the story from his group of people, and also from his diary, supposedly anyway. And then that person was concerned because of the bomb, because we had just developed it and had a message to send back to Washington. But ultimately, messages and people doing the right thing and whatever, the humans I've known in my life they're not leader types. I don't know if there are. So you need to have a group of people to lead people. So this way there's checks and balances, like what we're supposed to have in our country. But obviously it's a free system, and it can be easily manipulated by dishonest people. And that's a huge problem, because in America we have a culture of corruption, like many governments, across the world. There's a culture of corruption, and you'll get a better shake here in this country. All the people that say America sucks, I don't see them leaving, and going somewhere else. Well, what's better? Go somewhere else then, right? But we're fighting right now against a lot of lunacy. These last 4 years, for instance, have been ridiculous, and what's been allowed to be accepted, including watching Americans get killed by people here illegally. I'm not saying people shouldn't be allowed in this country. Obviously, we need people. You know what I mean? And we naturalize over 1 million people a year, so it's not like we don't have people coming in. But we need to know who's coming in. We need to know what the intention is, and they need to be a functional part in our society, and not just some drag on the economy. We don't need that, but we do need people, right?
We do. We need people, and but somebody when they talk about aliens, like we're talking about extraterrestrials. We're talking about illegal aliens, but technically, extraterrestrials are illegal aliens too. They haven't checked in. They haven't registered and said, "Hey, guess what? I'm from Alpha Centauri, and I'm here to visit Earth." There's none of that shit going on. I think we're at a weird position right now. With the new regime taking over, we might see some data that no one thought we'd ever see. Maybe. I'm not sure if we'll get the Kennedy data for some reason. I know Trump seen it last time and it still didn't get released. So there's something in there that will do damage to the American psyche. They won't release it because of it. It has to be some really internal. It had to be like a big internal thing from inside the country. It had to have been more than just the CIA. It must have been senators and congressmen, House reps or something that got together, because I can't understand why, if it was anything else than that, if it was mafia or Russia or anything else, I can't see why they wouldn't have released that by now.
I think that Trump is going to be on a free for all in this administration. I don't
He
think
is.
that he's going to hold anything back. He's going to just go for it, and we'll see. I'm not a lover of Trump, but what was been going on the last 4 years couldn't continue. Obviously, and there was no leadership going on there. In fact, I can't even believe it. This stuff has been happening. I mean,
Sherry Lynn, it's so I remind my liberal friends of this, being a centrist. I have to remind them every once in a while that
slap them down.
They say all this stuff about Trump, and he's going to destroy this, he's going to do this, he's going to do this. But and then I look at him and I'm like, you do know he was president for 4 years, right?
Okay.
And they're like, well, what do you mean he was president? He was president for 4 years. He didn't do any of that.
No wars.
And I said, yes.
Was great.
Look who joined us. Hey, this sexy beast back. I don't know if we should let him in. All these girls been eating turkey. They're all a little drugged up from the turkey. We might not want to let Sean up in here because, it could be trouble.
Sean's on it, man.
Hey, how you doing, Shawnee, baby? What's up, kid?
Happy Turkey
Happy
Day,
Thanksgiving.
man. Happy Turkey Day.
We're talking about why
I spent 4 hours. Hey, ladies, all you single ladies out there, right? I gotta tell you, I cooked the whole turkey dinner. Started at 2 in the afternoon. Did it all by myself. Everything. So, if you're looking for a man who can cook. Hey, Michael, how are you?
I ordered out. It leaves me a lot of.
Hey, Christy, I didn't see you in there.
So
I didn't
all the ladies out there, order the best. And a lot of free time for cuddling, man. Have a cuddle.
It's So, what is that, Jamie Lynn? What do you mean? Well, tonight's show's kind of a mix. It's kind of a little mix, a little politics, a little bit of the stuff, a little bit of the alien stuff. It's just kind of a little mix.
UFOs are politics, man.
They are politics today. And look, they're in our politics. November 13th, we had a big get together and we talked about, what's real, what's not real. Hey, Jane, how you doing?
Military's involved. The military's always. I saw one report though, it made me laugh my ass off. You know what? That one where they were chasing down that one ship that was kind of flying just above the surface of the water, right? It was going incredible speeds, and the pilot was all animated. Wow, I can't believe it. Look how fast. And then they're like, well, he was just chasing a shadow that was projected from 13,000 feet. So you mean tell me this F-14 and highly trained pilot, all this superior gear on there, all these radar shit is chasing the shadow, but at the same speed. So whatever it was at 13,000 feet was a bucket, man. But I mean, that's the bullcrap part, right? There's still that element in the government that needs to lie to us, period. End of sentence. They don't want to tell you what's going on. They even just say, I don't know what it is, or just don't lie. Be like Bill Clinton, right? If he had come out and said, instead of saying, I didn't have sex with that young girl, Monica Lewinsky, if he just said, my personal life is none of your business, bye.
None of your business.
People would have been like, oh man, where do you go from there? You know what I mean? His personal life is none of my business, okay?
So till you jump. Melinda, where are you writing in from, baby? Where? Okay, I understand England. The rest of that word, you're gonna have to send one of these guys in here.
Good old England.
That's Rutherford. Why don't you? What you spell? Your English spells different than ours. Come on now. We may all say words different or have different meanings between the Brits, the Canadians, and us, but still. No, I don't go for that. What do you mean? What's the biggest piece of proof For UFOs, okay, there is no proof for UFOs. You want to know why? UFO means unidentified flying object. So go out in your backyard one day and look up in the sky, and you like if you see a little light moving across the sky way off in the distance, tell me what it is. Well, you're going to say a plane, but you don't really know that because you can't see it. It could be a helicopter. It could be a drone. It could be an alien spacecraft. You just don't know because again, you can't see. Well, that's what a UFO is, unidentified flying object. And 99% of everything classified as a UFO is not going to be considered otherworldly. But there
But the
are a percent that
military
is.
and airline pilots, just plain old commercial pilots, have had thousands and thousands of encounters with these ships, just beaming right past their ship, just going boom, they're gone, man. Recording these things that have no exhaust coming out of it, nothing like that, right? We don't know what it is. We can't without having a conversation with them, but we know that it's not
Well,
our
Christopher.
technology. I
If
mean,
they
and it's not Russia or China. If it was our technology, nobody would even know about it because they
if
wouldn't have.
they if them pilots, some commercial air pilots, see one, they're not allowed to report it, are they?
You know what?
They used to not be able. They can now.
They
Same thing
asked.
with the
They
Navy
used to ask him,
pilots.
"Do you want to report a UFO?" Remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind, like right there in the beginning. Do you want to report a UFO? And the guy's like, nope, I don't want to report one of those because they used to be like listed as nuts. If they saw one of these, they would get put on the list, so they didn't want to report it. But people also air traffic controllers when they see it on their radar, they see those fast blips and that type of thing. I'm just saying, like these days, New York City, there's a lot of reporting. Is it because more people have cameras? Is because there must be a lot of factors involved, but it just seems to be like if you don't want to be around people, why are you in New York City? Beaming around New York.
We love New York.
People
Yeah.
upstate New York have seen them by the great. I'm in the Finger Lakes, by the Finger Lakes, Great Lakes. Coming out of the lakes, all kinds of stuff like that. So, and I don't know. There's a lot of interesting parts of it. If you put the information together, you can definitely see a timeline. But they're not talking to us. That's for sure. Or maybe they are.
Jennifer, what do you mean my beard changes color? Oh, it does. It does. It goes from brown to light brown to red to gray to salt and pepper. Just depends what kind of mood it's in. It's
Look at ley lines.
it's a
around
moody
the
bitch.
planet. How the ley lines don't move. And a lot of people theorize that they could be used for navigation. So I don't know.
Well, it's interesting where ley lines. So when you look at cities like New Orleans and Seattle and Portland and Los Angeles and New York, Miami, there are ley lines that run either next to them or right through them.
You want to hear something crazy, dude? 5 of them come together right over Seneca Lake, right in the Finger Lakes, right where they are. There used to be a military base there, and when they made the bomb, when Cornell had their hands in making the bomb, they stored parts up at that Seneca County base. Today, there's still a submarine base there, because the lakes are 600 feet deep, so they test sonar that run back and forth up and down the lakes, But they actually had a part of a Seawolf submarine, the section of it, submerged right there in the lake. But interesting how those ley lines come together. A lot of people talk about seeing weird stuff right there in that area, and now they still use it, but it's like top secret for Navy. It has to do with Navy exploration and also war. If you look at the explanation of it, on Google, but. I have a really weird picture. I was there one day, took a picture. I got to show it to you guys.
Can you explain ley lines to me?
Ley lines are these lines that just kind of connect all around the earth, magnetic lines. And then they connect, they interconnect, sometimes run parallel, but in some areas they cross each other. If you look on Google ley lines, just ley lines, you'll see the diagram will come up of what. And a lot of people just theorize that they're used by since they're magnetic lines that they're used.
Okay.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Just kind of interesting stuff.
It's interesting, in fact, because when they first started arguing about ley lines way back in the day, people were like, "Well, there's no proof. There's this, that, or the other thing. It's not true." And I mean, some people got downright nasty about it. And then there started being predictions or coincidences, whatever you want to call them, that started popping up where people said there were ley lines, and you started seeing where there was concentrations where ley lines mixed in places like that. Like what is it? Salt Lake City, Utah is one of those, or right there by Salt Lake City. It's there's I think 9 of them or 12 of them that converge right there. Might even be more than that.
Which is
They
by
all
Moab. So that's Moab, right? And
yeah,
then
Moab's not that far from there, like an hour or two
so
tops.
remember, like a while ago, we talked about how the Native Americans there were rescued by these beings that they called the ant people because they looked like ants, their head and whatever, and took them. They believe they took them under the earth, but they just took them in a vessel, and then they took them away. And then this major cataclysm had happened. At that point, it was all green and plush there. They brought them back, and it was all dry and messed up. And then when they dumped them in Moab, they all made their marks on the walls, like these writings on the walls. And for like a Navajo, you'll know that mark because it's a circle that goes from inside all the way out, it spirals out. And then they were told no matter where they go, they should make that mark. And they found that mark in Turkey, Turkey, man. And this is about 75,000 years ago. This is a long, long, long time ago. And then a lot of people believe it was more towards like the end of the Ice Age, but I don't know if people know times, if you can truly judge, even with carbon testing and things like that, because it depends on how fast or how slow something generates anyway. But that was just interesting because Moab is where a lot of them interconnect also. And that's where a lot of sightings have been seen anyway.
Now you,
Well,
well, you can.
what I don't understand about the ley lines is really huge in the metaphysical world.
Because it cowers power across the planet. So every ley line's connected to every other ley line. So it doesn't really matter where you are. That's why people think that if you're telepathic, there is no distance on planet Earth because you can just be picked up by one of the ley lines and carried along and deported to wherever you're looking for on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, think of how an email gets around, right? I can send an email to my buddy right now in Australia and he'll have it in a second. It's amazing, isn't it?
You see,
how fast something can travel.
Yeah. When you're looking at this map again, you'll see right here. I think y'all can see my arrow. That's right there, top of the Utah. That's Salt Lake or somewhere right around there. And then look, there's another one right up here. What part of Canada this is? I'd have to ask one of the girls because they're from there. And then there's one right here in Bermuda Triangle. How you like that?
Oh wow!
Yeah. Exactly. So I mean, and then there's one right next to the Great Lakes. Oh wait, no, there's a cross in the Great Lakes. That's probably Devil's Jaw.
That's the one up by me, and not Great Lakes, but Finger Lakes.
Yeah, and so I mean. And then look, it'll show you different. This is Australia. You can see what's in Australia. Here's another one that's a little more condensed. Right down here in the Yucatan Peninsula, I see there's not the Yucatan, the Baja Peninsula. There's a little tuck up in there. But you can see, I mean, they're consistent on whatever map you're looking at. Here's another one. What is this right here? What is that? That's Missouri. Is that Chicago or near Chicago?
A lot of people believe that's how that ET can navigate without having a line of sight. I don't know. It sounds interesting, but
and then you see right, this one shows you the area of the power. So this is the one in Bermuda Triangle. This is the one we were just talking about. This is the one in Utah. See the little red dots. So these are big intersections in the United States. So if you live in any one of these areas, look, this is out right as like Vermont or somewhere right there. There's another one. I mean, there's none out here in the West at all for some reason. That's probably why the West Coast people are so naive, I guess we'll say. And hey, I'm being polite. And then here's one over here. What is that, DC? I mean, some of these are in some serious places that you just kind of got to stop and wonder. Yeah, this is DC, which is in line with the one in Bermuda Triangle. Okay, that's just creepy.
That is.
And here's one over the city of New Orleans in the Gulf Coast. So it's just, I don't know. It's interesting. What does it mean? I don't know.
All Native Americans tell the story. It was actually the Hopi that had the ant people. Navajo will call them star people because they came down from the stars, and very, very simple terms of what they were interpreting when they saw them. And we've all seen those drawings, that were made, and they definitely don't represent any animals. They definitely don't represent any people.
So, I wonder maybe we should try communication experiments in these areas where it's really intense, where there's 12, 16, 18 ley lines connected.
That's
Why
why I
That
don't
always
might
we?
thought it
be.
was interesting
How
about
would
that.
we do that, Joe? How would we do that?
There's a couple of ways we could do it. Actually, we use telepaths, but there might be even some other ways. So let me see.
I got to
So
show you the
does this
picture
turn? No, it doesn't
from
turn.
over that base because something had happened. I was taking a picture of an American flag and there was a POW flag underneath it. It was kind of flapping in the wind, and I thought it looked cool, so I was taking a picture of that. And then on the side, when I was going through the photos, there was this really weird beam of light going up. There was a cloudy day, beam of light going right up, and it looked like a doorway, like several doors. And it wasn't an anomaly in the camera. This is a really high end camera that I use. It wasn't like something in the lens. It wasn't. I'm like, what the hell is that? And when you look into it, you can see that light was actually like behind the trees. It was just very weird. But having that in a place where they did so many experiments, and who knows what they were doing, you know what I mean? Because it was just a place where at one time it was Air Force Base, Navy base, Army base, and then now it's just the naval.
So let's try. I don't know what town this is right here. We'll have to find out. But let's try. We could try an experiment from here. This is somewhere in England because there's London down here, and you got this whole group together
Yeah.
of these lines. So what we could have, we could find somebody who lived here. Maybe find somebody who may be telepathic, or arrange for somebody to be telepathic to be in this area, and use those ley lines to communicate back and forth. Not just that, I think we could probably try sending like sounds or music, something that would resonate along the line. Uh, Something that you might even be able to pick up like over an FM radio or something.
That would be
You know,
crazy, dude.
you get those microphones that can pick up stuff and it plays over your FM. I'm thinking we could do it. It's worth a shot. It's not going to cost as much. We just got to get to the two areas where they are. So I guess for the three of us, DC would be the easiest one. Utah's way out on the other side.
Yeah.
I don't know which one's got more ley lines crossing through. We'd have to see, but it may not actually be DC, but it's
Virginia?
where was it? We'll have to wait till we get back to
I
it.
got one 20 miles away from you, man.
It's well, I'm not looking for the line. I'm looking for that convergence where there's like 16 of them.
Yeah, well,
converging together.
there's 5 that cross through each other over here. The 5
Yeah,
is a fair amount.
Yeah, but you see that one in Utah? There's
Yeah.
16 crossing through.
Yeah, 16 of them.
There was 16 of them crossing through. So we want something like that. And this one in London probably has at least 10 crossing through. So, I mean, not in London and wherever this is. So we want to get one like those. And I bet you, because we did an experiment with a group of telepaths. We went to Sedona, Arizona, and was checking out some of the vortexes. And I was thinking, so we had somebody in 2 different vortexes at the same time, seeing if they can communicate with each other. It was a 50-50 experiment. 4 of the people connected or seemed to connect, and 4 of the people seemed not to connect. So it was 50-50 experiment. But still, those 4 people did share information with each other that only the 4 of us knew because we were the ones that gave the material out.
No, does iCar do a lot of experiments like that?
No, we used to do a lot. We don't do as much because there's not as many of us anymore. That's why we're in the middle of getting new directors. But yeah, we did all kinds. We still do some. I mean, those kind of things are the things that makes the difference, especially when you go to speak somewhere or when you're talking online somewhere, because nobody else does those kind of things. There were in the 70s or 80s, there were ley line experiments, but none that seemed to amount to being.
All I know is that I watched the program. It was on YouTube because we were interviewing the guy who was on there. It's a long, long time ago. And what he did was he followed one ley line straight across the United States. And there was like 7 or 8 different UFO experiences along that line. They just followed the one line, and there was all these stuff, these UFO thingies that happened, dude. And it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, this doesn't. Oh, look at this one. We're in Nazi Germany. Let's see a big SWAT sticker right there.
Oh.
We'll leave that one alone. We don't need to mess with that one.
So, in your own opinion, buddy, Joe, Do
I'm
you
listening.
think that the UFOs follow the ley lines like Michael was saying?
No, I don't actually. But I have an advantage that y'all don't. So I've seen Larry Hatch's maps that track the UFOs from about 42 until about 2002.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not so really and truly, they're more tracking things like deep water channels, offshore stuff. It seems like you can see where they're crossing the ocean, a matter of fact. There's two different flight paths. There's one coming out of which would be like upper closer to New York, one kind of center of the country, one kind of closer to the equator, and then there's some below the equator. So every sighting he ever could find anywhere in the world, he put into this database, every one. And he kept putting them in, putting them in, putting them in, putting them in, putting them in. And then you could layer the map. So you could go through from like 42 and start working its way forward. And you could see how the sightings bloomed up around cities, especially cities near deep water channels, cities along ocean bodies, Gulf Coast cities, cities along the Atlantic, cities along the Pacific. There seem to be far more UFO sightings there. Cities around the Great Lakes, there seem to be far more sightings there because the water's an easy place to hide them, especially if it's deep.
But they go deep. If they have underwater bases deep down, we have technology now that's starting to go deeper and deeper and search these things out.
Yeah, but
So
you
they're not going
can't.
to be able to hide really anymore.
Yeah, they'll just go into stealth mode. They fly around our skies all the time. We don't see them.
I'm saying having a base, obviously they need a base. I mean, because that's what's all been reported is that.
Yeah, but do they have the bases or do they have the bases parked behind moons in our solar system?
Do you
More than
think the
likely.
moon is real? Do you think the moon was?
Well, I don't know. They say the moon's hollow, but it's not even that. I mean, you have right now NASA thinks they're going to find life on at least 10 different places in the solar system, including Mars, but on several moons. They think they're going to find life.
Yeah.
And the more they look into it, the more they think they're going to find life in other places. Well, any big mothership could be parked behind any one of those moons that we would never see. It would be something we would never see now,
if
or
it's
inside.
like synthetic.
But now remember,
yeah.
NASA got in trouble because about 10 years ago or 12 years ago, NASA releases a ton of video footage from everything they do. And it goes through JPL in Milan, and sometimes stuff gets out, because it's too much to review it all. So they send it out in packets, and people catch stuff. Well, they were catching those little squares that looked like bored ships parked around the sun. There was 3, then 4, then 3, then 4, then 2, then 4, and they looked like there was some kind of portal there, like they were around this portal thing. So, and think about this: these were big enough; they looked like they were about 1 inch when you seen them on the screen. So this is up against the sun. So you have any idea how big these things actually? They were way bigger than our moon. I don't even know if they could fly close to our planet without causing gravitational problems. I mean, they were big, whatever they were. So, those kind of things might be parked out around Jupiter or Saturn. And because there's lots of reports from people who say they're being taken, to motherships that are much bigger. When you look down or look up from the middle of the ship, you can't see top or bottom, which suggests they're miles tall, miles wide. There's countless races on board. There's all kind of stuff going on. Technology's insane. They talk about how the air is, how the water is, and one of the things I always hear is because it's like until you get, I guess, what you would call the arboretum, there's an absence of smell. Everybody says it. But when you get out to where the breezeways are, where the center of the ship is, where it goes up and down, where the plants are and the water is, he said, then there's a smell, but just there. Everywhere else in the ship is a lack of smell, like there's something constantly cleaning and scrubbing everything. So there's no anything left around that can make anybody sick. I would imagine a human being exposed for that too long could hurt them when they came home, weaken their immune system. Our bodies need to be challenged to stay healthy. They need to be able to fight all the nasty germs that are on our nasty planet. What's that, Jimmy? No, we're just looking at the ley lines. Look, here we go. What is this? Dimensional tier. Is that what the hell is? Oh, okay, never mind. I now realize what that said. Okay. Chris, there are just tons of these ley lines. They're all over the place. And you can see them, see them here. And what is this?
And they don't move.
No,
this.
that's how they are, and it's the way they connect. It's not just the way they connect over a particular country. It's the way they connect over their country and then other countries and then other parts of the world. But it really truly does. When you look at the world map, you can really see everything on this planet is interconnected. I mean, here's one right here. Look, I mean, this is going everywhere, and there's pitfalls and places that seem to cross over. There
How
seems,
how
yeah,
do they find ley lines? How do they know their ley lines?
that's a good question.
The magnetic.
They're supposed to be they're supposed to give off a field. Um, there were people back in the 70s and 80s that would use dowsing rods to find them. The ones that were sensitive to magnetic fields and stuff, they said they could find them. And then there was some that they said they found with whatchamacallit equipment, seismic equipment.
Okay.
But and I've heard many different ways that they found it, but still, in a lot of ways, they're still what's the word I'm looking for? They're still not completely accepted by science, I guess, is what we're going to say.
They just are what they are. They don't know why they are.
They don't have not a clue really.
Kind of know what they are, but they don't know why they are.
They do. Most scientists do think they exist. They just think it's points where because of the way the Earth moves and all, there's concentrations of energies in certain points on the planet.
So you know how I found out about them? Me personally, I was doing research for a show about people who disappear in front of other people, like hikers and whatever, who have kind of just gone into some kind of doorway and they're gone and they never came back. And also people who have gone into one place and been either teleported or they end up in another place. They don't know how they got there. They have no memory of it, and there's no reasonable explanation for it. So what I found was that a lot of these ley lines interconnected in those places, especially when they're up in the mountains, like in Vermont, way up. So, I mean, magnetics, we're humans. We don't know a hell of a lot about anything at this point. I mean, not anything. I feel like, I feel like we're just scratching the surface. We really aren't technically capable, which is probably good because, the more technically capable you are, the more weapons and the more destruction you can cause for a species that's not ready really to join any kind of other group of people or beings that aren't inherently violent, or want to just destroy, at will. So, and then that technology will end up in those hands, even if you have the best intentions, but they'll use it for what they want to use it for is the thing, right?
Oh man, we got to go to this one in a Bermuda Triangle. It has 24 that crosses. Man, we could probably communicate with somebody off world on that one. This one over here, right at looks like Area 51, maybe.
Huge,
it has
though,
about
isn't
24 crossing.
Bermuda Triangle, growing up as a kid. Well, I'm old, man. Like a long time ago, people saying how they saw UFOs and planes have disappeared. All these other things disappeared. Some planes disappeared and reappeared. That one guy who ended up, flying hundreds of miles and it took him like an hour, in his Piper. You don't know how the hell that is, like some kind of tunnel, and he was transported down there. Stuff like that. I mean, we don't understand about wormholes, as we would call them, or doorways, pathways. Obviously you can't travel in the universe physically if I mean, even going light speed did take an extraordinary amount of time. If you have to be frozen and whatever. Too many stupid things are involved. But if you had like a magic door, you could just walk right on through. And if you think of physics, especially micro level of physics, quantum physics, you're going to find that point A to point B can go out, bend out in space, and come right back and be in your same hand, like a pencil. You know what I mean? And just go way out and come right back and still be the same pencil, just it's in other places at once. And I think that, as they experiment with quantum physics, that's what they're seeing, that particles can be separated by many miles and still react as one when manipulated, So but we're not there yet. And then even if we go somewhere, where the hell are we going? You know what I mean? And what are we gonna do when we get there? It's not like there's an In-N-Out burger in Saturn. You know, like,
Yeah, how much?
I'll
How
go
much?
7-Eleven in Pluto.
How much money do we need to bring?
Look,
Exactly.
I'm gonna when I move to Mars, I'm gonna open a Whataburger because I can imagine there ain't gonna be much in the way of liberals on on Mars, so there ain't gonna be no need for no Whataburger. No In-N-Out because
I want to open the first Indian food restaurant on Mars, man. That's my
yeah,
get your curry in a hurry. That's what it's gonna call, curry in a hurry.
what's that, Jimmy? Open a Dairy Queen, maybe a Frost Top. Yeah, I can do a Frost
7-Eleven.
Top.
Come on, man. You got a 7-Eleven. Get a Slurpee. The Mars is Slurpee.
Well,
Yeah.
Jim. So about 8 years ago, I joined a group. It was out of the Netherlands. So they were looking for volunteers to go to Mars. Everyday people with everyday skills, with a wide range of skills, actually, is what they were looking for. And I have a wide range of skills, so I submitted an application and told them what all I knew, and they accepted it. So these are people that one day, whoever gets to go to Mars, this list will be submitted. But of course, the longer it goes, more and more people will fall off the list. I'm ready. I'm going, man. Let's go.
Why would you want to go to
Montana.
Mars, Joe?
I like the challenge.
You like
I
the
was thinking
challenge? Would
Montana.
that be it?
Yeah.
Mars.
I
could
like
see
the
you
idea.
and-
I like the idea of shaping a new world, man. That's
You know what? I could see you and Mike hold a podcast from Mars, man. That would
yeah,
be fun.
we were
I'm
doing
too,
it.
I'm too lazy to shape somebody else's stuff. I'm on the slide down. I want to kind of just chill and be in the mountains and have nice quiet.
Well,
and
you see,
whatever.
but you're not thinking of it right. One, first off, it'll add to us 20, 30 years of healthy life. You won't age as fast.
I don't know if I want to live that long.
Your body won't. Your body won't.
This
your
stuff I
body
don't like
won't
to
go
remember as it is.
because
You
of
know
the
what I
difference in gravity. One of the things that kills us is the constant pull of gravity on our body nonstop.
I would be
Well, guess
skinny
what? That
fat
won't
on
be happening
Mars.
no more.
That would depress me.
Well, your belly won't be down here; it'll be
Look
up
at
here.
that
That'll be
floating
you'll look
fat
pregnant.
guy up there.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. Look, don't look at me from that angle. Let me get on the ground.
That's funny.
I'm coming down.
You don't even need and that's the other thing. You don't even need stairs on Mars. You can just jump up to the next level.
You're like, woo.
Well, yeah, that's true, but you'd be wearing a damn spacesuit forever. Why would you want to wear one?
No, you only be a spacesuit when you're outside. When you're inside, you don't need no
Look
spacesuit.
at me, I'm a bag of microwave popcorn.
And some of the places will even have 1G gravity. Eventually, the whole base will be 1G gravity. But in the beginning, there'll be an area where there's 1G gravity, just to keep your bones in decent shape, just in case you ever got to come back to Earth.
No, the plan is to make everybody go there, and then only the cool people stay here on Earth, where everything we can kind of fix situate things, make the real estate go down, have a nicer place.
Yeah, I think that he's going to take whatever he thinks the cool people is, and when Elon goes to Mars, that's it for you Earthlings. All of a sudden, his little satellites, the 50,000 he'll have in space, will turn into lasers and cut the planet into pieces.
I think just the audience of the View, we can start in a few places to get those people to send to Mars, man.
Elon is not letting him go to Mars, man. You can forget that. Ain't nobody like them going to Mars.
So, yeah, Sonny Hostin, Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar. Put them up in Mars, man.
No, see, that's the point. He wants to go to Mars and retire there. He don't want no idiots there.
Well, Elon too. I'm just saying it's a good place for all of them. I think.
Yeah.
They need to go to Venus and learn how to be women again.
Or Uranus. There you go. They can go to Uranus. Pluto.
Joe, we had a show one time on UFOs. Were you not saying that Venus and Earth are almost identical?
They are in the fact that they're not that much difference in size. Their upper atmospheres are really, really, really close to the same atmosphere. So they do believe at one time Venus was probably like Earth. So one of the theories is so we think that something knocked us out and changed the planet 60 million years ago, but now they're starting to think that maybe the asteroid field used to be a planet and it was destroyed. And when it was destroyed, it took out Mars, Venus, and Earth. It wiped them all out at the same time. Because you can see Venus was hit by something big on one side and Olympus Mons emerged on the other side. So whatever it was big. ripped its atmosphere away, destroyed the planet, and basically destroyed it around the same time we got destroyed. And they're thinking that's what happened to Venus. Something hit it and sent it into a global warming. Because Venus doesn't have any moon, so it wouldn't have tidal action if it had water on it.
You know
It
what
would
the
be a
thing
different
is?
way.
We've been on, I'm going to say this. I'm going to share this with people. My mom died 3 years ago, and I crashed and burned. And when I did, I disconnected from everybody, Joe and everyone. Like, I made an exit, man, and I was in a hole. And when I was inside that hole, I just you know what? I had to search for information, and I would just work my job, live my life, eat and go to sleep, and then the rest of my life was all information. And I really studied going way back, religion, the whole thing, everything. And the thing that you learn about people from the beginning is that they suck, and it says that in the book of Genesis that people suck. They suck from the beginning. You can't trust any of them, and you can't trust any information from people. But then when you look at the universe as universe, I think that beings are all kind of the same, connected based on what your need for survival is what you are. But what's interesting about humans? Humans are the only animals on the planet that say, I want to do better. And not everybody says that, but most humans, I want to be better. I want to do better. I want to change this about myself. I want to raise myself to another level. And I was taught about vibration, raising your vibration, bringing up that level to change your surroundings around your life, and staying away from those negative vibrations, right? And then the better you want to be, the more you want to do for yourself, that the higher you're going to climb, and then the more you can imagine, I'm in a science community. I talk to a lot of scientists. I was really good friends with Carl Sagan's father-in-law, Harry. And then we would just have such cool conversations, man, just about what could be, tachyons, things like that, or whatever. The science, you got the science community that's going to discard all of that. No such thing as tachyons and whatever. Yeah. But then they invent, not invent, but then they discover neutrinos, right? Which are basically subatomic particles and that type of thing. All I'm saying, and I don't know what I'm saying because I have all this turkey in me. It's kind of talking. No, but really, all I'm saying is that when it comes down to exploration, it's the mother of invention is the need. Why do we need to do this? And all right, so we see asteroids have like gold and all these things. And what do you think about that asteroid they keep talking about? That they say if they were able to get it, every person on Earth would have $1 trillion. What do you think of that?
Yeah, then a Coke would be $1 billion.
Do you think that people would actually get it? You think that it would just be some one sucker like Zuckerberg?
No, Elon Musk. Well, that's going to be Elon. The first thing Elon's going to do when he gets to Mars, he's going to have his guys go over there and pull it out the asteroid belt, bring it to Mars, and that's the place to break it down. You want to bring all those excess chemicals to Earth, so you bring it to Mars, you process it there, and then you bring it back to Earth and you sell it at ungodly rates because it was got in space, which makes it more valuable.
But aside from the industrial aspect of humanoids, what about the soul? And when I dipped into all that death in life, and you realize that your body dies, it's dead. It's not. There's no afterlife for a body, but there is for a soul. The soul. So we come here, we learn what we need to learn, and then we leave. And then if we need to come back, that type of thing. So that, but isn't that more of a fancy recycling system for the soul, but transferring that being into a higher being and moving up and moving up. If you learn these lessons, you're going to get to the point where
maybe it's not actually moving up. Maybe it's moving sideways.
I've heard some people that died though, and then they all have like the same story on how they weren't ready to go and they were sent back, but when they said that they didn't want to come back, that they didn't want like there's a separation between that. So and if you look in the Jewish religion, when someone dies, they pray for them for 11 months. They say 12, but it's actually 11. But there's a thing about that, and then because there is no hell in the Jewish world, it's guilt that people wear or things that they need to fix about themselves that they can't move on because of that type of thing. But it's very interesting when I look back in all these. This, what's cool? There's real information now available to us that we didn't have 40, 50 years ago when we looked about religion and things like that. Things have been discovered, things have been thought of, and then scholars back in the day have been outed. Look at the Book of Enoch. How many times I've heard UFO people refer to the Book of Enoch as this alien Bible and whatever. Enoch was talked about twice in the Old Testament, twice, and then he's the only other one who went to heaven alive. That was it. That was it. But he's in. But now, if you look at Noah and Methuselah and that line, and we could talk about Mars, we could talk about that Noah was also 900 years old and things like that. All this is in the Bible. There's very interesting stuff going on that doesn't really get talked about. But if you start putting these timelines together, you're like, man, there's a story here, and it's not what people think it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Sean's an alien. That's what it is.
Yeah.
We all are, right? Because
that's why Leah likes him so much.
Chosen.
She knows another
I
alien.
think that we were chosen to prolong something, survive.
Well, let me ask you this, Michael and Joe. If you had the opportunity to come back in reincarnation, would you do it?
Well, I mean, would that be a choice though? Like,
yeah, I don't think
there is a choice on that. You have the choice.
If you are a being that is being cultivated, we'll say, right, and then you need to get to a certain level before you move on. It wouldn't really be a choice. It would be not our choice. If there's something that we need to learn, something that, I mean, there's certainly a lot in this world. It's a horrific world, isn't it? I mean, just look at the news. Look at the way people are living. And I'm thankful for everything I have every day. You know, it's Thanksgiving, but every day I'm thankful for the things I have because I see the horrors out there and the suffering that's out there. And it's that humans are making humans suffer. How could you look at a civilization like that and say, it's their time for them to move on. It's their time. So I don't know, man. It just seems like maybe this is hell. Maybe this is hell.
Oh, I have no doubt. That's my theory.
No, this is not hell. This is purgatory.
There's no such thing as purgatory,
yeah,
Joe.
This is purgatory, man. This is our
look how
privately
evil people
made
rise
hell.
To the top, though.
Is what this is.
And you're rewarded for being evil. Look at Hollywood. Look at these so-called influencers, man. I mean, the one basic right we have in this country is making our own damn choice.
The way you know this is purgatory is whether you're rich, poor, in between. You're still killing yourself.
You see in Australia today,
there's only a handful of people who seem to make it out of this.
A story came out of Australia. They banned 16 and under from going on social media. You know that?
Good day.
That's amazing.
I have no problem with that.
They voted on it. They banned it. You know, I don't know how they're going to enforce it, but pretty interesting.
Maybe 15 and well, they'll just ask for an ID. And they
not good for their mental health. They said.
See, so but that's it. See, what people miss out on this whole thing is that's not what it's going to do. So if you're an adult and you want to use your computer now, you'll have to show ID because you'll have to prove that you're over 18 years old in order to do something. So what they actually did was screw over everybody in the country without actually telling them. This is why so many people are there bitching. So now if you own a computer and you want to surf your computer, you're going to have a thing on this that can prove you. You know, once you prove it, you can probably put a thumb scan on or eye scan or whatever and do it that way. But you're going to have to prove that you're legal age because that's the only way they'll be able to do it. There's no way they'll be able to separate the kids from the adults. And the only way they'll be able to do it is make the adults show an ID in order to go on it.
What they need to do
is really slick. It was a good way to track everybody.
They need to be able to connect people to emails and not let people have so many emails. That a big part of the hacking thing is that there's too much of it, you know, and you got to be able to have a better pathway when it comes to that. But you know, I think Australia took a move in the right direction. You're going to see Europe do the same thing. I mean, other people will too. Japan will do the same thing, and United States. I mean, you know, we allow corporations to manipulate our kids. We allow them to use them and abuse them, and so just for the mighty buck. And Hollywood and the music business is in on it. I find it interesting that nobody's really brought up the Sean Puff Daddy Diddy guy, you know, but he doesn't just represent himself. He represents a culture that's out there in the music business, in Hollywood, that does what they do about, you know, pedophiles or whatever.
Epstein, Weinstein, Cosby guy, man.
Right. So I mean, but no one's really bringing it up yet about how how, and he's influenced so many other people and how they act like him and how they do what he does. I think that a lot needs to be said there, and I think that people's rights need to be protected, especially if they're children being manipulated. But these are influencers, man. These are people who are influencing people out there and children out there. So it's dangerous. It's ugly. Hollywood is. I don't see what good they're doing. You know what I mean? It's all a sales job, isn't it?
It's well, I'll tell you one thing. We're gonna see how all that comes out since they turned him down. I ain't gonna let him out. So now one thing about Uncle Trumple is we might get to see the Epstein list.
I think Trump is out of his mind, and I love that, man. You know what I mean? When I see him dancing, doing that and people like doing that dance too, I know that we're completely gone. we're gone, dude. I mean, there's no up, there's no down. We're in space. You ever see that picture of that dog in space, like kind of floating around, and he's like, I have no idea what I'm doing.
What I would like to see, Joe, is that he brings the John F. Kennedy assassination papers.
Well, I see that's the problem. I don't think he can. Well, because Trump, we found out when Trump in his last term seen the Kennedy documents. Okay, so he's seen them, and he
Tulsi Gabbard. He put her in charge of
yeah, but see,
I want to marry her.
Seen the documents, and he had the option to release them, and he didn't release them.
Tulsi, I'm available.
So the rumor that came out was there's something in the documents that the general public are not going to be able to forgive. So some people said it was a group of Democrats got together, 12 or 14 of them, and hired the CIA to kill him. And if that's true and that's released, that's the end of the Democratic Party. It's gone. It's no more
on Netflix.
It'll be completely and utterly destroyed. So they're not going to let that happen. They're just not going to let it happen.
Wow.
There's lots of secrets. So most people don't realize this, but we have secrets going all the way back to the revolution that still haven't been made public yet.
Wow. I think if you wanted to get rid of somebody,
and I'm not talking about the Civil War, I'm talking about when we left England. That's how far we got secrets that are still classified. Well, that's we're only supposed to classify something for 55 years, and then we're supposed to release it. Unless it's a technology thing, we're supposed to release it. And,
I see Trump working hard, getting started, and that's encouraging because I've never seen that from other people. He's not just sitting there smoking cigars, howling that he won. He's actually calling people in conversation, he's trying to stop wars. He's trying to fix the economy before he even gets in the job. You've got to give him some kind of credit.
He is. I think he's working hard. I mean, he's stuck in what he can do. I mean, he can only do so much, but
he's talking to right people. He's on. Biden. Giving the Ukraine.
You've seen Biden called out his borders are. Said, well, calm down there, buddy. You're not in control yet.
Well, Trump said he just made a deal with the president of Mexico to stop the migrants from coming through.
They were on the phone.
She got nervous. She got really nervous. She didn't think Trump. I personally think on that situation that she thought she could take on Trump, and then somebody told her probably, nah, whatever he says, you work.
Well, she probably got on the phone with him because she was on the phone with him, and they had a long conversation. And the media said all kind of stuff. Said, "Oh, she put him in his place. She did this. She did that." But then when they asked Trump, when he put out his tweet on whatever the social thing is he's on, he said, "No, we've come to an understanding. We're going to work out a deal." And he told Trudeau he wants to work out. So they're going to renegotiate the deal between the United States and Mexico and Canada, which now both presidents have agreed to.
NAFTA.
He threw away NAFTA when he was president last time, and he put some other deal in place. But he said it needed to be renegotiated. It wasn't good enough, so he's going to renegotiate that. Xi Jinping said he is more than willing to negotiate with Trump, but Trump put some stipulations dealing with Russia with Xi Jinping. So Trump wants Russia to start putting pressure on Putin, which they can do because, without China, it's not all that good a thing.
Well, like you mentioned in the beginning of the show, the ruble's collapsing currently as we speak. and Putin's in big trouble. Putin, it's funny. He's bragged about using that super fast missile, the ICBM. You know how I see it? I see that they don't have any missiles left, and that's what they got left, and then they used it. Where and it's also very expensive. It's not something that's so easy to recreate. You know, a lot of the parts he needs for those things are made in like Taiwan and in other places.
Oh well, wait.
So
You do know that missile? 5 of the parts in that missile were made in the USA.
yeah, so he can't get
And
stuff for that
crucial
right
parts.
now.
And wait, now
But what I'm
one,
saying is that you got Kim Jong Un freaked out now because now he's watching his soldiers getting slaughtered by Ukrainians, like he's getting blown up in the bits. And what did you think? He sent a bunch of North Korean soldiers in there who have no history of fighting. These soldiers they've not been in any war, nothing. They're just fresh out basically going into a theater with seasoned fighters. And Ukrainians extra pissed off that they're there. Then Biden saying, "Okay, yeah, take those missiles we gave you, and now you can attack anything you want in Moscow or in Russia." You know, if Biden's on the way out saying, "Go ahead, World War III, woo-hoo, I'm leaving."
well, you see,
You know,
they
I
blew off
would give a lot of kudos to Putin though, because he knows that Joe's leaving and Trump's coming in. That's why I believe Putin did not make a move yet.
It's about negotiating, right? It's all about negotiating.
Well, he's been bombing the shit out of him. He's upped his game. He's taken more territory in the last month than he
gave
did
him another
last year and a half.
250 million
Yeah,
package before he's leaving
So
office.
Putin's actually been making some pretty serious moves, but they're in a position where I don't know, because Putin said today that he'd only accept Ukrainian surrender. Well, the Ukrainians not doing that.
Nope.
That's not going to happen. And Joe Biden said 2 days ago he's considering giving them nuclear weapons as an alternative, as a deterrent to Russia.
There's a lot of blood. How do you come back from that? I don't know if I could come back from okay, I'm ready to forgive you now because time's going on, you know, but you destroyed my cities. And I mean, look at the Ukraine. These 2,000-year-old cities completely brought to rubble.
Yeah,
and
well,
and it's just the whole thing should never happen to begin with. But that's also another Biden failure. They did nothing to stop it.
It wouldn't have happened under Trump. But the problem is, if Trump, I mean, if Biden really does give the Ukraine nukes, because people forget the Ukrainians used to have nukes, but they were nice and gave them up, doing whatever that Belgium treaty. They said,
there's
okay,
250 warheads still missing from the ones that they didn't give back. so there's 250 warheads out there somewhere.
Yeah, they're probably
that's a story from the late 1990s, I think, the 2000s.
Yeah, but Biden's talking about giving them some 25 kiloton nukes, medium range, which is plenty enough to wipe Moscow off the face of the planet.
He'll send them vanilla ice cream instead, like because he's a madman.
Yeah,
because he's gone.
Well, no, Putin is outraged. Putin is losing his mind, thinking that the United States may send tactical nukes to.
Well, did they lose 800,000 people? I just saw 800,000 troops. Russia.
So they've been losing. Russia's been losing. So they've been gaining a lot of territory. Like I just said, they've picked up a lot of territory. But if the whatchamacallit report from what's that news media Reuters is true, 15,000 a day is what they're losing.
Damn.
So now the Ukrainians are losing, but not that many. And they did just recently, one of the Pentagon people said the Ukrainians going to have to lower their age for recruitment till 18 because they need about 100,000 troops to repel all this stuff that's going on. So that's something that's coming up as well.
That's insane because, you know, Ukraine and Russia, all they're going to do is have women. They're not going to have men. And how can they procreate?
Well, then Russia's already trying to recruit. He said white men to come live in his country, racist that he is. He actually, one of his things was, he says, if you're tired of living in the woke world, come live with us. He said, I'll even waive, he said he'd waive all kind of stuff and even help you to get money. Happy Thanksgiving, Colleen. Hey, Jay just popped in.
Yeah, Jay.
So he said that he would, go ahead and help anybody who wanted to get out of the woke society and come live in a real country. He would help you. He would even help you to get there and get set up. And it used to be you had to know the language to move to Russia, but they're losing so many people. And there was only like 180 million of them to start off with, and most of them were at retirement age. So you have 100 million ready to retire. You got another 50 million that are kids. Only leaves 30 million people that can a fightable age, and half of them are women. So that's leaves 15 million men. And at the rate he's losing them, he's going to be in the 4 or 5 million range in no time at all.
He thought he was going to swoop right into Ukraine and kick their asses and be done, and then they were
And
going to
yet,
go run and hide.
on one of my pages, I'll have to find it and show y'all. There's a picture of Lazinski and who he actually is, and this is the guy that's kicking the Ukrainians' ass. I mean, kicking Russia's ass. I'm like, it's scary, people. It's all I can say is it's scary. It's freaking
And
weirdly.
did you hear the latest? Also, Zelensky is asking Biden for permission to use tactical nukes.
Yeah, because Biden said that he might give him tactical nukes.
Huh?
Putin's talking about going after Warsaw. How about that?
Putin's already in Warsaw.
Striking Poland.
Putin's talking about Warsaw, Poland.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
He's
would
talking
be
about going after Warsaw. When did he say this?
The other day.
Oh, shit.
That would just be dumb on his part all the way.
Why is
around.
that? Can you explain to me?
Because he hates Poland, and we're giving Poland this really sophisticated, basically the Iron Dome. We're giving them one of those, and Putin is really pissed off about that. He doesn't want it and be restricted, and have them have missiles that could hurt Russia, and they can attack Russia now, whatever. You know what I mean?
He's surrounded by missiles that we own all over the place.
Right. If you look at NATO, basically,
I mean, it's already there.
Not including the nuclear submarines that are always floating around that could just annihilate the place in 5 minutes. So yeah, but it's all just what it is. It's posturing. It's always been like that all of our lives. We've seen posturing, and it's about deals, making deals. And then trying to get so Trump is a deal maker. They all know that about him. So they have a couple of months where they can posture, but hopefully within that time that they don't really trigger that World War III. But if we're not in the World War III,
he goes after or launches anything into Warsaw. That's it. It's on. NATO will automatically declare war.
Well, like Poland has strengthened. We sent a lot of troops there on the border now, and they've strengthened their weapons. In that region. So I mean, they're ready for the attack, and so is NATO. So they're prepared. They're spending big bucks to mobile, troops and be prepared. So it's just in situations, even with posturing in situations like that, the wrong thing can happen pretty quick, and if it does, it's on, and then it's going to be automatic. That's not even about decision making. It's going to be about whatever plan they have in place that's going to roll through. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's too bad because none of it needs to happen. And
I agree with you, but I can say this: today I'm a little less leery of World War III breaking out than I was, say, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
me too.
So,
me too.
With the Hezbollah thing kind of winding down, as long as they don't do any more, treaty tests or ceasefire tests, which they did as soon as they had the ceasefire, they sent troops into places where they weren't supposed to send troops, allegedly. So as long as that quiets down, that gives Trump more brain power to put in force on Ukraine and Russia. So if he can concentrate on that, exclusively, I think we can avoid a major outbreak. But if Hezbollah continues to test the ceasefire and that breaks out again, it's one of those two places. If they don't stop, it's going to be World War III.
Speaking of that, right? They got who was it? What army or what country's in charge of that over there? They're like the police between Israel and Hezbollah. Who was it? Shit.
Oh no, they're going to put Lebanon.
Lebanon, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to make them and the UN police the area between Lebanon's going to be the no fly zone, no walks. It's like how they got the area between South and North Korea. They're going to do that between Israel and
work. How do you get a terrorist country to police its
because
because
it's not the Lebanon people that's really doing it.
It should be two other countries that are completely neutral to the situation.
Well, but they're going to have the UN police there as well. So the UN police will be able to keep an eye on both of them.
And you know how useless that is. UN
Yeah,
peacekeeping
I
force.
was going to say,
I'm not
well,
saying they're the best police on the planet.
the most crimes occur within just a few blocks of police stations. You know why? Most of the cops are out on patrol. They're not at the police station, so more crimes happen closer to the police station than happen further away.
They're not going to solve the problem because the
No,
problem
they're
is religion, and it's been going on for thousands of years now. It's
The
like
problem isn't religion. There's one single problem, and the single problem is that all those little terrorist groups, so 7 or 8 terrorist groups in Iran, have said and keep saying, death to Israel and death to America, and they mean they kill all of us without any kind of there's no one gets saved.
that's their Quran, and then they misinterpret the Quran and what that said.
So why should we even work with these people? Why don't we, if not, I don't say we should genocide them, but at least surround them with as many troops and men as we can, and say, look, you cross this line, you die.
They're primitive fanatics that have guns, and then they're told to go do something, and they do it. They brainwash their children the same way. Education's poison for them. They don't want education. They don't want people to know
education and religion, and promises of afterlife. 77 Vestal virgins or whatever it is.
72.
Yeah, whatever the number is. I mean, it could be
72 whiny chicks.
Yeah, it could be
all on their period at the same time.
Right. It could be infinity, skinny chicks bothering you all day long. But that's the indoctrination. That's what that's the prize. The prize in Christianity is immortality.
Have you guys ever thought one of them guys who got killed thinking they're going to get virgins when they die, and when they go there, there's no virgins?
or that's it, the end of it.
Have you ever thought how would they feel if that?
Probably a rebellion in Mecca.
Yeah, they would look back and go, "Why did I do that? Holy cow! There's nothing here." Yeah.
Yes, I got that royal poo-pooed.
We
gotta watch this. Hold on. We gotta watch this.
Oh, cool.
Where's it at? I lost it. Hold on. There it is.
A video of a man performing a belly dance is being shared on social media platforms with the claim that it shows Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Reverse image search of screenshots from the video led to a TikTok video shared on 16th October 2020. The visuals in this video resemble those in the viral video, with the only difference being that the person featured in it is not the same as the one in the viral post. We also found that the same video was shared on various social media accounts. We could neither ascertain the identity of the person in the video, nor could we determine the exact details of when and where it was shot, but it has been on the internet since at least 2020 and does not show Zelensky. Upon comparing the viral video with the original, it is evident that the people in the background, the furniture, and even the outfit worn by the dancer appear identical in both. Based on this evidence, it can be concluded that the viral video was generated using deepfake technology. As a fabricated video is being shared as showing a dance performance by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, this post is fake.
Join our YouTube membership program, and for real, there's a video out there of him playing the piano for 5 minutes.
He used to be
when he was a so-called comedian.
That's what he was. He was
a comedian. There's lots of video of him being what he is.
Well, and if it is actually him, that's kind of funny if it is. But it seems that he drank a lot of water, and water in Russia is pronounced vodka.
Vodka.
That dude was lit.
He is definitely. He is. What was the one I seen the other day? They got a meme of him crying because Trump said no more money. You got to earn your money now.
Yeah. What have you
not
done?
Even $5.
Yeah.
Not even $5.
That's right. Not even $5, man.
Not even $5 for a movie, buddy.
Colleen says Happy Thanksgiving, Joe.
Yeah, I see Miss Colleen, and we go way back. She's been around since the old days. The days before the sun came up and things like that.
Well, wouldn't that be the young days? It was way back then.
Yeah, well, we take the way back machine, so we cheat. We go back, we come back, we go back, we come back. Frank, okay. Well, if the way back machine, well, you're just young. That's all. What do you mean? You're 35? Well, you might not know what the way back machine is.
That's
too young. Oh, they're babies. They're babies.
Way back.
My son, who's almost 40, knows what it is. He also grew up with me, so.
Yeah.
People don't know what the golden rule is anymore either. It's frightening. Young people, especially young males, you know. That's right. I said it.
Well, I'm glad to see men have the young guys have stood up and grew a set. This election proved one thing: they are paying attention.
They got no shop class, Joe.
And they
You got to
got
bring back the shop class.
Well,
You
they
gotta
got
teach
tired
them
of
how
being
to
treated
change the
like
freaking
second
stock
class.
club,
Yeah, but they
and
got
then they're gonna
tired.
understand the universe.
Yeah, but they got tired of being treated as second class citizens. That's basically what they were being
They don't
treated.
know how to change a tire.
So
Get 'em
if
out
you were a
there.
young white man or a young black man, you were being blamed for every problem on the planet, even though you didn't create any of them. Neither did your parents or even your grandparents. But
God
still, because
created
that's who
me. There
you
was
were,
no
that's what you were.
contract involved at all.
Right.
Didn't
They
even
were
tell me
even in
what.
the 50s and 40s blamed for the marijuana problem.
You people smoke marijuana? No way. I don't.
Now it's
know
legal in half this country.
No, it's legal in more than half the states. Recreationally legal in more than half the states.
Y'all should not
And
smoke it.
medically legal in almost 2/3 of the states.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why the Greys come here. They get the good green.
Yeah,
weed.
Good weed.
I could see a reptilian laying back with his spliff, going, "Yeah, man."
No,
Yeah,
I
I
would
think they'd be more
imagine
into
I would
hash.
imagine a big creature like that would have to use a hookah.
No, man, man, he roll one of them beat Cheech and Chong ones. Man,
Or maybe a Cheech and Chong hooter, yeah.
He had one foot dangling in the water with the alligators because he knows no alligator's stupid enough to bite him.
That'd be a
Big
cool
hat
movie.
on his head,
Like
man,
aliens
you know.
abduct this
Flip-flop
guy,
hanging
and,
off with
and the
one
guy
foot.
gets the aliens like totally stoned. You know what I
We
mean?
starting
Like,
a
hey,
new
dude, you ever
series
try
here.
these mushrooms?
What, Jimmy? What? Did you say what the blank is this show? This show is called The Chat. Adult topics, meaning, yes, no morons allowed is what it means.
Yeah.
I will try not to curse when we use this show. It's not going to be all the time, but when we use it, no, it's just for chats. We wanted to chat about some stuff tonight, just chit chatting. It's Thursday night. It's Happy Thanksgiving for everybody. Everybody's full, and we
Not yet. I have shepherd's pies in the ovens right now. I got to go down in about.
and Jay's still cooking.
They already did the cook. Man, I was in the kitchen for 4 hours today, man.
It's good.
I was
Cook Joyce
cooking up
cooking
a
up a
Only 4
storm,
hours?
baby.
I was in the
What's
kitchen all
that?
day yesterday. I
Oh,
made
man.
I made the shepherd's pies yesterday and the bread today, and now we're eating.
When I had
Yeah,
a
this
family,
old
everybody
bastard
was
makes his
alive.
own bread. You should hook up with Amelia. Y'all two would probably be lovers. I mean, food lovers.
He'd
Um,
wake up and
Irish
you got to
brown
wake
bread
up and start
today.
cooking for Thanksgiving. You got to get that turkey. It takes a long time to make a turkey, so you got to
Yeah,
get up
it's
early,
like-
man.
it's
and
like
get
an
Two and a
hour.
half hours.
Yeah, that's about right. 2.5 hours, 3 hours. It's a depending on the size. Excuse me.
I used
It's
to make big ones, man, 22, 25 pounders.
So,
Yeah,
You
those
know,
are 4, 5, and 6
oh yeah,
hours.
we made a few of those over the years.
Yeah, you're on a mission.
But today we got up, got in the car, drove down the street to Claiborne Hill, went inside, got our turkey, got our ham, got all our sides, put them in a box, came home, threw them in the microwave, and away we went. And they was
Well,
good.
like
It
12
was good eating.
For like 12 years, I did Chinese food every Thanksgiving. It was so
Well,
easy.
you see, that's what's weird is generally we do what you call so if we know there's going to be a turkey dinner for Christmas, it's always an untraditional Thanksgiving. It may be lamb, it may be pork, it may be steak, it could be seafood. It's just always non-traditional. One year I made scampi. A lot of years I make steak because I like to cook steak. So well, no, Jack. When I say steak, it's not always the same kind of steak. Sometimes it's a ribeye, usually a nice thick ribeye with a lot of fat in it. Nice filet mignon. New York strips are good, but not everybody can eat a New York. You could marinate a New York strip for a week, and the bit's still going to be tough.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can
it's
see
just the
where
kind
the
of steak
turkey
it
was
is.
hitting it.
I think that's the saving grace for a porterhouse is you get the filet mignon side along with the New
Tell
York
you
strip.
what, the best steak out there, the best cut of meat, they're called chuck eye steaks.
Yeah,
Down
those are
south,
good.
those
Those
are
are good.
called Chuck Delmonico's down in the south, and they're the best. And they're
I like
cheap.
a Sasquatch steak, man. It's really rare. Well, you can get them mainly Tennessee.
That would be almost cannibalistic, Mike. I mean, they're almost human.
That's how I eat my steaks, Jake. That's how I eat my steaks. 2 minutes on one side, 3 on the other, and I'm done. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, well, it depends how
What is that,
thick my
about rare?
steaks are.
What's that?
I was criticized by my ex because
That
that's
sounds
what
like
she
it's
did.
about
She
rare.
criticized everything about
Two and
everything
three
and
is, I
everything.
think, rare.
That I didn't know how to make a steak. I actually took a course from the New York Culinary Institute in Canandaigua on how to make a freaking steak. Now I know how to make a steak. It's also the choice of the cut, man. It's the choice of the meat. You gotta look for that beef butter. Then you can go and make your steak. No matter how.
I can
on the steaks. Butter is big.
I like a T-bone.
I can cook a lot of
T-bone's
different kind of
nice.
steaks. It's well,
But I'd
T-bone's a good
stay
steak. But
away
if I'm
from.
gonna get a T-bone, I'm gonna get a porterhouse. So
Well, you can do
Why?
strips and you
Well,
can make it
see,
so tender.
No, let me tell you about that, buddy. You get a porterhouse, you're getting the crappy end of the boneless strip, dude. Okay.
yes, but you're getting the good end of the filet.
Look, just
It's you usually get so the porterhouses we get down here. See, if you get a T-bone, you don't get anything. You're still getting the crappy side, still getting in New York, but you're not getting any really filet with it. You just get that little tab. But down here, when you order a porterhouse, you get a filet about like this.
right.
So you get a nice filet with it. You still get the crappy New York strip side. There's not much you can do about that. But when I get them, I always tell them to leave that fat wrap along the edge of the New York, so at least there's some flavor to it.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, there's just no flavor. And the New York is just it's a boring steak.
The beef butter is the fat, man. They call it beef butter.
Well,
that's right.
I cook about 11 different versions of steak, and I ain't never had anybody complain. As a matter of fact, a lot of my friends and even family would get bitchy when so let's go out and get a steak. Oh well, no, well you cook a much better steak. I'm like, I'm not cooking for all of y'all. Well, come on, man, we'll pay. I'm like, I still don't want to cook for all of y'all.
We'll pay.
So y'all gonna wash the dishes afterwards? What's that, Gene? No, I cook them on the grill. I cook them in the pan. Well, actually, sometimes. So I'll brown them sometimes and put them in the broiler, which is cheating, but it locks in the juice of the steak much better. If you leave them on top of the stove too long, they're going to dry out. A grill is always a good thing if you've got a really good grill. Then you can heat it up real good and get a good on each side. And see, I like the grill because they flame.
Well, a lot of the new grills they have a sear burner, so it's like where the side is. The side burner usually is, or way off to the side in the main burning house, or the burn box. They have a sear part where you push the button and it like gets super hot really fast, like kind of like a space heater kind of illumination. And you put the steak on it and it sears it, and then you flip it and it sears that. Then you put it onto the other regular side of the grill to cook it the rest of the way.
Well, usually what I'll do, you can do that too. But see, I have a 4-burner one, so I'll turn the right side on 600 and let it get good and hot while the other side's on like 375, 400.
Yeah.
And I'll drop it on the 600 side, flip it, and then toss it to the other side, and then turn those two off. So it's nice inside, hot inside the oven. Pop it down. It cooks nice. 4 or 5 minutes for medium rare, 7, 8 minutes, about 6.5 minutes for rare, about 8.5 minutes for medium.
Butane blowtorch.
You can use butane for a lot of things.
Parsnips, things like that. I mean, really caramelize them quick. It's nice.
What steak are you cooking 15 minutes on each side? What is it, like a foot thick? I mean, you're talking like a foot thick steak.
Wrong, Joe.
That's
what do you guys? I like cooking with charcoal.
Hey, Joe.
I love the charcoal.
I went back to charcoal.
I like charcoal too.
Charcoal is good too, but I have 2 grills. I have a liquid propane grill, which I have yet to assemble, and then I have it's not a George Foreman, but it's very similar to the George Foreman. It's got one of those. It's the grill surface is kind of cantilevered. It's got a little angle to it, and it's got little drip lines, and it drips the fat off into a cup. And it's electric. It's awesome. You just plug it in, turn it to like whatever temperature, and it's just like the oven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10. 5 is in the middle. I put on 5. It does burgers in like 4 minutes. It's one of the fastest cooking items I've ever had.
I'd rather do the charcoal, dude.
Charcoal's nice.
Charcoal's nice too, but it's not nearly as fast, and it's kind of a mess because you got to throw the ashes away.
Let me ask you this, Jay. Let me ask you this: would you rather cook something quick and not really have a nice taste to the meat?
Oh no, this thing it doesn't burn it. It's the part, like I said, it's like almost like a microwave for raw meat. It's like bam bam, if 4 minutes, 5 minutes, or 5 minutes, 6 minutes if you want it really well done. on my grill, and that's with the lid down. If I leave the lid up, it's like my oven. It's 5 and 6 or 6 and 7.
But see, I can get the same amount of speed with my gas grill,
Yeah,
and I get flame licked. So all my meats get that nice flame licking
come
on
out
the
tasting pretty
sides, and
good. That's
oh
all I can say.
man, you can't beat flame licked steak or hamburger. You just can't. There's nothing that can beat it.
When I did propane, I used to throw the apple chips in there or hickory chips, that type of thing, But the charcoal, it just gives it a whole different flavor
Yes,
that
it does.
you can't compare. Yeah, gas is easy. You flip the switch, it's on. You cook, it's off. It's easy to clean. Charcoal.
Oh no, see that you're not doing it right, man.
I
You
have,
gotta
I
do
have a
it yourself.
16-inch Smoky Joe grill that you can kind of take anywhere, but man, the thing is awesome, and has a dome. There's a lot to that for flavor. But if I make steaks on there or burgers, you're gonna taste it. You're gonna be like, "Wow, this is the best."
So while
steak."
all y'all using all that mess, I go and turn my gas grill on. I slide my bar across the bottom of it, which basically all it does is it heats the charcoal up and the wood chips I put in there, so it releases the flavor without igniting them, without making a mess, and I still get a flame licked steak because I'm getting the flavor coming up from the aerating, plus the flames coming off the grill. Because anything that drips down there creates a flame that comes up and kisses that steak in a hamburger, which is 5 times as good. So you get the benefit of both worlds with a third of the cleanup. All you got to just brush the grill down. That's it.
And speaking
And
of
as long as it's hot with a little hot
steak,
water, it comes clean. It's like
Where's
deglazed in a pan.
the four
I'm
of
gonna
us
go
should
downstairs real quick. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go get my.
Well, we got you covered. We
fries
got
out
you
of the
covered.
oven.
No, guys, we're gonna. I know, Jesse. We're gonna get back to UFOs. And what? Aliens
back
eat
in a minute.
too? I mean, they eat. I don't know what they eat,
We
but they
should
eat.
open up our own restaurant, Joe. Michael, let's open up a
I
restaurant.
grew up in the restaurant business. My family owned several restaurants and several bars when I was growing up in a real estate company. That's what I grew up in.
I don't think I would want to own a restaurant for all the damn.
Well,
rules
my
that
my
come up on that.
we owned one that was called Pam's North Lake that was just a variety restaurant, served all kind of stuff. It was really had a lot of really good food there.
It's the insurance, man.
And then
There's a lot of businesses being drowned out by high insurance prices, and it's out of control.
To cut through all that, but still, finding people who can cook that are good, people who can handle it, where you can cut costs, because a lot of people, when they try to cut costs, they want to cut costs with the quality of meat or cheese or bread or whatever, and that just hurts your business.
75% of all restaurants go out of business their first year, and then when you look at the cost for ingredients, you want the restaurants that hover around 35% of profit, which is going to be for their cost, and then the ones who go down below that marker, that's where you're at. You're like it's cheap. The quality of ingredients is terrible. The lower you go. So, and then it's hard. Going out used to be fun. I don't know, not anymore, man. Not to me anymore.
It's a
It
pain.
isn't, Mike. It isn't fun.
Anyway, Crystal, we're gonna get back. No, what do you mean? The first restaurant my family ever owned was called Sibo's. It was a pizza joint. I remember going up. Matter of fact, this was so long ago. When you played pinball and you won, it gave you money.
My sister and I used to just have fun going chock full of nuts, man. Chock full of nuts. It was just cool walking in. The people were friendly. The food was good. Now everything is just, you can't trust anything. And look at the ingredients like McDonald's or whatever. It's stuff that you're not even supposed to be eating, that they're putting in there as filler. So they've taken the fun out of it, man. I don't know. Plus, it's damn expensive. Everything's expensive. Food's starting to go down since Trump won. I don't know if it's my imagination, but
no, it is. A lot of things have started going down. Jackie, the reason I can cook a good steak is because we owned a steak restaurant. Yes, and I was taught by some of the best cooks on the coast. And then we owned Pam's North Lake, which, like I said, was a variety restaurant where they cooked breakfast and lunch and dinner. And then when I was a little bit younger than that, I worked for Drew Track, which was one of the top 4-star restaurants in the South. And Johan, which was a sous chef, taught me quite a lot. But Kellogg, who was a chef, he also gave me some good advice on steaks and grilled oysters. Oh, man, I made grilled oysters make you cry, baby. You'd be wanting to have sex with me afterwards. You're like, son of a bitch, what is this, man? And it won't matter if you're a guy or a girl. You'll be like, Joe, I love you, man. This is just too much. So I've had several friends who come down from out west or up north, and I'll take them out to get some. And they're like, dude, because they smell fabulous when you get them to oysters. People are like, ooh, I said, well, don't eat them. And I'm like on my 5th one, I'll get a dozen. I'm like on my 5th one. They're like, God damn, you really like them. I said, they're delicious. So they'll sneak one. I said, now just don't chew it up. Just next thing I know, half the damn plate's gone. I'm like, whoa, calm down here, man. My damn oysters. But once you've eaten a few of them, it's hard. And then of course they got, all kind of other varieties, Florentine and what's that, Jimmy? Oh no, there's a couple of different varieties of oysters you can make. Yeah,
Hey,
just
Joe.
different names.
See ya.
It's but anyway, getting back to what do you mean? What I think the Greys use a blue plasma for food while they're around here anyway. I don't know what it is. It's created on the ship. It's
It's called
replicated on the ship.
Slurpees, man. That's that raspberry Slurpee.
The
Blue raspberry.
ship uses the same fuel. The ship uses the blue plasma as fuel. The Greys use it as food, and they use it to rejuvenate humans.
That's
I don't know what
Slurpee
the
all
hell
the
this
way.
is. I don't know. It's self regenerating on board the ship. It grows on the ship. I don't know what it is. It's all we do is call it blue plasma. I couldn't tell you what it really is. If I could, I'd put it in a bottle and make $100 trillion. Yes. No,
Isn't it funny
really.
that aqua blue keeps coming back into play when people talk about UFOs?
That's what started all this. About 2.5 decades ago, we kept getting people telling us about this weird colored blue, this off-colored blue, this electric blue, this blue, this blue, this blue, this blue.
There's
And it
something
wasn't the
about
aliens they
blue
were
itself,
talking
though.
about.
When you look at the spectrum of colors, there's just something about blue, and it's also like look at CDs, right, or DVDs even, but mainly CDs. If you take an aqua blue magic marker and go around the outside of the edge of the CD and the inside, it actually holds the lasers in when it hits the CD and gives you a better sound. And then people have found that years ago, in the music business to do that little trick. But why aqua blue? It didn't work with any other color, but it worked with aqua blue, and aqua blue has that association of being able to have that effect on lasers. It's just interesting to me.
Yeah, well, it's probably whatever.
Remember the story about the two military guys, and they had a UFO that they had found, right? And then they recovered, and they were working on it. And then their mission was just to zoom out into the desert to a certain location, go and collect soil samples, get back in, and zoom back, right? And then they were going to measure the soil samples to make sure they actually did it and they were there, and blah, 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 blah. And so then this happened. These guys went in. They said that the ship didn't even appear to move. And then they came out and they had soil samples. And then they said they didn't really remember how they got them, the soldiers who were in there. Then you had a sheriff's deputy who was taking a leak on the side of the road. This thing zooms up. He said it came out of nowhere, this ship. It was aqua blue. These two guys got out. They took off with some soil from the ground, got back in, and took off. So they corroborated the story. But what do you think of that? That it just seems that blue keeps coming up. I don't know, man. I like it. We should experiment with that.
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, when we started looking into it, that's what it ended up being, was that freaking blue plasma shit. Well, what was that come blasting in my ear?
When I was doing paranormal investigations, we would experiment with infrared and all kinds of stuff, actually, black lights especially. And then in one room, we had a hunting camera that was not infrared. It was just normal hunting camera. And we had that thing running. It had a real quick trigger time, which is important, But we captured our best apparitions you've ever seen in your life. The guy's aunt actually whipped out a picture a week later after we showed him this picture that she was in his bedroom, like sitting there holding a box. Then my friend Pete was putting a recorder down on this guy's desk, which was real super long. She was right in his face. You zoom in on that picture, you can see her face distorting, like right. And I'm like, dude, did you feel anything like a chill and nothing? He's like, nothing. He's like, I felt nothing. But what's interesting is that we caught those pictures using a big black light, right? And then we had put it like in a shop, like with a shop light you can clip on, and then that was shining on that part of the room. I think that black light was able to expose that, those, because they're radio waves, right? And if you think about it, everything is a radio wave, light, everything is a radio wave, So it's just
they're type of radiation. Actually, all waves are
black light or blue or ultraviolet. It was ultraviolet, was what it was, of UV light, super bright.
So I have a question for you guys. When is the big alien invasion going to come?
Why would they want to come? Like, what good would it be unless they
There
want to
won't
eat
be
us like
one.
chickens?
That's a fake government false flag kind of thing.
How
Why
do
would
you
they
know that,
want
though, Jay? How do you know it's false?
Well, first of all, they're already here. There's at least 6 species interacting with this planet on a regular basis right now. There have been up to 12 from what surveys found in the 50s, and they wouldn't need to invade. Their technology, they could really literally um, touch a few weak minds with their mental technology or their mental abilities and make someone launch off all the nuclear weapons and destroy the
They can
planet.
poison us.
They could
with,
poison us.
with
They could send
anything.
down, and we're not sure that they haven't. But how are they changing our genes? They're probably sending down retroviruses through the rain and clouds. So they can wipe us
Okay.
out at any time. This would be no problem for them at all.
Me neither.
Why wait till
I
now?
think
Why didn't
people
they
have
just
too
do
much
it?
for too long.
Yeah,
Why didn't they do it 10,000 years ago when there was nobody on the planet hardly? It would have been much easier.
And there
to
will
wipe out a
still be
couple million.
cats. I will say
Yeah.
there will still be cats. Thank you, man.
Elf. Elf. I remember that. Elf. That was a good show.
Those cats have always been.
Well, if we go, cats might be the next evolutionary species.
I think deer or kangaroo, whoever gets there first. Kangaroo are pretty promising.
Pigeons are pretty promising too, even though they seem stupid. We before telephones, we had them as pets and basically telephone lines. So they're pretty smart too.
It would have to be a predator though.
Huh?
It would have to be more like a predator. So I think that, but I think that deer in of itself, you know what I mean, could survive like that. They'd have to be able to really breed well. Although the deer population is getting hit, they've got that virus, and there's a lot of them dying from it. So
what the hell was that? Okay, that was weird.
A lot of hunters are being told to be careful about the deer meat that they get.
Well, that's another thing. I mean, like here in Mississippi, animals that used to be on the endangered on the danger list are now become a nuisance. Just hogs all over. There's deers all over. I mean, there's alligators
hogs,
everywhere, man.
Wild
alligators are crazy.
They're taking over.
Well, just about every state has its own, animal that's a bane to the state. And like in Virginia, I don't know if it's still true. They have an open bounty on crow. 25 cents a head. You go with a shotgun, you shoot 50 or 60 of them, and you bring them to the game commission, and they give you money, and then you go buy beer with it.
Yeah, down here it ranges in price depending on what it is, and depending on like deers, when you kill them, you get up to $100 a deer, $150 a deer, and then they donate the meat to different places.
Yeah, they do that with roadkill up here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they used to do that here, but somebody got sick and sued them, so then they quit doing it. But we're gonna be taking a break here real quick, everybody.
Good.
It's what's
You need a song? I got a song for you.
Oh, I think I got one up here. Ow, 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 ow. All right, that was popping in my ear.
Tomorrow night, Joe?
What?
We having a show tomorrow night?
Oh yes, tomorrow night will be a little more serious than this one. This was just we were hanging out. We wanted to talk about a couple things and talk about the apps and some other stuff. That's why it's called the chat. We can talk about anything we want. But anyway, on that note, we're getting ready to go to break. We're going to be bringing up some some Arthur music. What? Yeah, some. Oh, now I can't remember the damn name now that you said that. But anyway, you'll see it when it comes up here in a second. Let me grab it. It's the one from Excalibur.
Carmina Burana. Well, if not, here's this. It's not Carmina Burana, but oh nope, wrong one. Never mind.
Bump, 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 bump. You know, we need some hard rock after that, man. Maybe we should tap on some Metallica or something. Yeah, that would work.
No,
Welcome back, everyone. Anyway, I hope y'all
it might
enjoyed
be in
that.
the private chat. You might like that song. It's not hard rock, but it is a band who started the heavy metal craze.
It's what band was this, man?
That's actually the song that's on that link is "Pieces of Eight" by Neil Peart, the drummer for Rush. And Rush, in their first incarnation, was a very, very heavy metal-y band.
Yes, they were.
Yes.
Actually, Michael, when I saw Rush the first time was in the New Orleans Superdome, and it was one of their full-out concerts. All the lights and babbles and music and the whole 9 yards. That's when what's his name was down to one arm. It's well, you know, I've had a weird life. So he just tells you how my life works. I'm like 19, 20. I'm going hunting. I picked up some friends of mine, and we stopped. We were out earlier that night, and we went by the houses, picked up all the guns. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, it's about 4 o'clock in the morning, actually. It was getting daylight around 6:45. So we decided we were going to stop at this little trailer on the side of the road, which it was a club way out in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana, right? I mean, way out in the country. So we stopped, which we were a bunch of city boys. Technically, I was a country bayou city boy, but anyway, we're not going to get into all that. But so we stop in the club, we walk in, we're all drinking. These guys with beards down here, they're just jamming. I'm like, God damn, these guys are good, man. And I got a nice buzz. I'm listening to them. And I'm thinking, man, I want to go hunting. I just want to hang out with these guys and listen to the music. So it's about 7 in the morning. And my partner like, come on, come on. You know, deer are going to start moving. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So I said, hey, hi, I introduced myself. I said, we come through here a lot. Maybe we'll see y'all again. And he introduced himself. And then he told me the name of the band, which was ZZ Top. Well, they were nobodies. No, they were nobodies. Nobodies. Nobody. I didn't know who they were. Never heard of
I've seen
them.
them in concert. They're very good.
So I was like, wow. Well, you know, so about 2 years passed. I'm at the Superdome, and a friend of mine says, "ZZ Top's going to be here." You know, we'd gone for something. Oh, we went for it was Foreigner. It was no, it wasn't Foreigner. It was oh, what's his name? Axl Rose.
Guns N' Roses.
It was Guns N' Roses, Metallica, and somebody else. Metallica was opening for Guns N' Roses. This is how long ago this was. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah, this tells you how long ago this was, because we know which was the better of the two bands, but we're not gonna get into that either. And so it was kind of strange. So my friend's like, you know, I said, man, I said ZZ Top, and I got to thinking about it. So I got a friend of mine who does bleachers and stands, and his company does it. So I called him. I said, look, can you get me where I can talk to somebody backstage? He said, sure. So I talked to this guy. I said, hey, look, and I gave the guy his name. I said, just tell him I'm the crazy guy he met at the trailer in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night that was going hunting. I said, trust me, he'll know. Even as fucked up as he was, excuse my language, I know he would know. So I don't know, about 45 minutes passed. I'm getting ready to leave. Here he comes with his whole entire, come on, man, come on. I had a bunch of friends with me. He partied with these guys for like 5 days, man. Oh my God. I introduced him to the people who ran the dungeon, because the dungeon has private room. It's a little tiny club, but in the back they got a little private room where anybody who's famous gets to go. But the dungeon, I'm gonna tell y'all this, people. If you ever go to the dungeon, if you're one of these claustrophobic people who don't go in, if you don't like being touched in private place, don't go in. Okay, a man or woman, don't go in. Okay, so here's the bar, here's the seats, and the walkway path between the seats and the wall is about this wide. So you're walking sideways to start off with, and you're passing people. And there's people in front of you at the bar, sitting in chairs, and in between. It's insane. When you get upstairs, even the dance floor, you're like, it's like a bunch of snakes dancing together. So if you don't, again, if you don't like being touched, but as parties go, it is probably one of the best in the city. Everybody in there takes their partying very seriously. Yes, they do. And they like to have fun. But yeah, Pat O's is great. Oh yeah, see, like Sean would love Pat O's. Yes, because it's right out of. Well, Pat O's is what? What kind of club do you think Pat O's is? Gene, no, really, Gene, what do you think it is?
I'd say hole in the wall redneck bar.
Well, it's a huge place, so it's not a redneck bar, but Pat O's isn't. Think about the name. So it actually at one time was probably an Irish. At one time it was probably a little Irish pub. Today, it is 6 bars in one with an outside area that's got a gas lit water fountain in the middle of it, and 2 bars serving people right there. You can get a hurricane from the ground up that's this tall and this big around to share with your friends. It used to be $105. I imagine it's more than that now. So they get these big long straws, and everybody just sits. If you complete this with even 5 friends, you'll be lucky you can find your way out of the bar. But then they've got the piano bar if you just want to sit and chill, listen out. They got the jazz bar. They got the bar upstairs. The place is real nice with first food in it. So I'm there with a friend of mine a while back. We're eating. Like we were all drinking. While we're eating, this rad about this line, about this wide climbs up the brick wall, hops over the and jumps into the place next door. That's clear. So he's like, you just do this with this specific noise. I said, that rat's probably tuning in the club. Then. Just don't even worry about it. Oh, man. But the food is great. And they make a great gumbo there. And the bar is nice. Man, they make a 57 Chevy with stolen plates. Oh, Lord. And on the whole body. 57
I'm gonna go to that vampire bar down there, dude.
ooh, yeah. There's a lot of cool clubs in this. It's just unique clubs in there. Just like in most weird cities, there's going to be unique clubs. Like in LA, there are just some unique clubs now. Like the one where we're all black. Though they let me in because I was from the It wasn't black either, but they let me in because I was from the
I can't hear you that well, Joe.
Yeah, you're sounding kind of muddy.
I wonder what's up. Let's see.
That's better.
Okay, but let's just double check the mics and make sure there's nothing going on. Oh no, guys, we got about 20. Who wrote that? We got about 20 minutes. We're going to run right up to Michelle's show, and then we're going to get out of here. Now they open mic over there tonight at the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. I'm gonna go harass them when I leave here. I'm gonna pop in and say, "Can I come on with y'all? Can I hang out? How you doing? How you
I have to work tomorrow, so I'm going to be going to bed again early.
Same here, brother. Same here.
Yeah, well, I gotta go do a little work to myself. I don't have to get up as early as I usually do.
I had to actually work today. I worked until 2:30.
A lot of people work today. I was surprised, but then up here in Mississippi, it's weird. There's a lot of places where there was no work. Nothing. Everything was closed. Even McDonald's was closed.
Yeah.
See, in New Orleans, McDonald's isn't closed on Thanksgiving. Or at least it's not in the mornings. A lot of the breakfast places will be open, but the only places here you would find food was like at the grocery store till 2:00 because they had the deli in there, and then Waffle House, of course, is always open.
Yeah,
you can't get Waffle House be open in the middle of a hurricane.
Your Waffle Houses down there, Joe. Up here in Pennsylvania, they suck.
Yeah, we always call them awful waffle.
They are bad.
Mm-hmm.
But see, we don't really have them. They weren't really bad down here. So down here, it's just basically, they're just basically cooking eggs. Now their waffles suck because they're only yay thick. Even though they use that pecan syrup, they still are only a 1/4 inch thick. But as far as making eggs and bacon and sausage and grits, that's fine with all that. This is good at any other restaurant down here.
Every time I got a coffee from Waffle House, I put in the cream and it curdled.
Oh, so I've never had that happen.
Oh yeah.
That just means they've been letting them little cups sit out on a table forever. So you know what you're doing. If that happens, you just say, "Bring me a fresh coffee. Can you please bring me some cream for them back out of a new box?" Because people don't realize that cream in the beginning isn't refrigerated.
Yeah, it doesn't require refrigeration. A and B, it does expire eventually, and it won't kill you, but it'll ruin your day for you.
But the restaurants make a mistake and refrigerate it. Once you refrigerate it, you can't leave it out for hours at a time. It will curdle. Yeah. It's not that it's going to kill you anything, but it will curdle. What do you mean I know a lot about food? Because I used to be in the restaurant.
I like IHOP, man. When I'm on the road, if I'm messing around, IHOP. Good omelets.
Sometimes
there,
I like IHOP. Sometimes I don't. I don't know what that's about. It's a
I do the omelets. I like the stuffed omelets.
Now I seen one of the craziest UFO sightings I ever seen was sitting in an IHOP not far from where I'm at right now.
See,
crossing
also the aliens like IHOP.
No, well, they were out in the Gulf, but we were just sitting there.
They're in for the Southwest breakfast.
That's right.
But I mean, as far as breakfasts go down here, the little Chinese restaurant down the road, they probably got one of the donut shop. They probably got one of the best breakfasts in the area. And then you can go to any casino and get a breakfast or get a breakfast buffet for that matter.
New York City, you got the ham and egg sandwich, man, or even just egg on a roll. Like egg and cheese on a roll or whatever. It's just good stuff.
See, like sandwiches like that,
corned beef in there and things like that. You get a nice corned beef with egg. I'll tell you, with some cheese, that's some good.
See, stuff like that, all of our convenience stores make fresh in the stores. They'll make you a ham and cheese or a sausage and cheese on toast.
New York City, man, it's a whole different flavor.
Y'all got nasty ham, man. You need just safety.
I'll tell you what, there's a restaurant here in Pittsburgh. I think Jay knows about it too, but they throw coleslaw French fries on their sandwiches. The place is called Permanis. And
there's a place in Pittsburgh I went to. It's all biscottis only, and it was River Street, something like that. And great bakery, just amazing. The guy even gave me the recipe for his biscotti. But old family, they've been there forever. But beautiful stuff, man.
We have really good bakery.
A lot of great
bakery. Yes, we have good food tradition. Bakeries are all family ran, and they're good.
We also have, we're lucky that we get the Mennonites who actually run, professional businesses now. They have little department stores where you can go, you can get furniture that they build by hand. You can buy the stuff that's in the store, or they can build it for you. They do candy, they do pretzels, they do pretzel hot dogs, you name it. They have a butcher in there, and they're making some really great stuff. It's expensive, but
Yeah,
as
no,
far as
why isn't
food
it so
goes, wow.
expensive? I mean, they're supposed to be from the old world. Should their prices be cheap? I mean, what the
No,
hell?
hell no,
God's
No,
gonna, they're gonna
no,
burn for that. They're gonna burn for
Not
that. God does
Mennonite. They
not
drive
like greed.
Mercedes, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
God
no.
hey,
does not like
Joe,
greed. That's
if
a
you
don't
come
no
up
don't
here to
no.
let
do
the
a
hat fool you.
Joe, if you come up here to do an investigation in Gettysburg, well, I'll take you to one of the stores. This one guy in
Now you
Gaithersburg,
know.
he makes this furniture. Like, I mean, he makes these bed frames, like king size and queen size bed frames, out of all like good wood, with drawers and storage cubbies all over the place. And it's $3,000 and $4,000 just for the wood. You don't get a mattress.
You know what I was sad about, man, when I was retraced after my mom died and I retraced my roots. Like, we used to go to the Lancaster area a lot. I had a lot of family in Pennsylvania, Lansdale, so not too far from there. So we'd venture out and go to the battlefields and things like that. And the big German influence is kind of gone. And there was some towns up in there that were just real German food, German delis, German everything. You get the best of everything, man. And I didn't find it, man. I didn't find it. I went to Strasbourg, hung out there with the trains and all that, but
See,
but Lancaster was kind of a disappointment. It just seemed like it got rolled over by strip malls.
that's why I hate to travel.
Dutch
When I'm traveling,
Playland,
Yeah.
they weren't open when I was there. I mean, for the season, but that's
Of
where we
course,
used to go.
Christy. Of
okay,
course.
now for the rest of the country, don't get offended when I say this, but when I'm traveling, I find most of the food in the United States to be lacking at best,
In
no matter what
Pennsylvania, you used to
cities
get a
I'm in.
big pretzel, those Bavarian
They
pretzels.
Oh yeah.
well, I'm not saying you can't find the oddball thing that's good here and there, but I'm talking about overall food. I'm spoiled.
I'm a
I ain't
pretzel
gonna
guy.
lie.
I
I mean,
like,
where I come from,
yeah,
there is food everywhere, and it's all good. You can't even stay in business down here if your food's not good. It's
yeah.
just too much competition. So everybody's got to have their good stuff. And like Central Grocery with their muffaladas. You want the best muffalata in the United States, you go to Central Grocery. And they sell so many of these abroad. So you want to get 2 muffaladas shipped to you anywhere in the United States is $100.
No,
Yeah, the muffaladas are
it's a
down here. If
lot
you
of
go,
money.
so if you go buy, yeah, I know. If you go buy a muffalata down here at one of their stores, it's $26. So
You can
most
get
people will
bagels
go
like
in,
that. New York
yeah,
City bagels shipped to
yeah.
you.
Most people will go get a
Yeah.
muffalata, which would feed 3 or 4 people, and a root beer, and it's usually close to $30. But I mean, the muffs. First
My
off,
ex
they're
wanted
this
me to
big
buy.
around to start off with, man.
My
They're
ex
this
wanted me to buy.
thick, this big around.
Yeah, my ex wanted me to
Yeah.
buy these bagels, and like for a dozen bagels, it was like $75 to have it shipped. I'm like, ain't no way
Yeah,
on this planet that I'm spending
they
$75
keep
on a
them.
dozen bagels. I just don't
They
want
keep
them
them.
that much. You know what I mean? But you can get a
No,
lot of good stuff
say,
shipped to you
say
these
keep
days.
them.
Knishes, man. Upstate New York where I am, it's hard to get a knish, but I can get
Oh yeah,
Gabrielle.
you can get anything shipped anymore. I mean, you can get
Yeah,
anything.
one of the
What I
local
mean,
stores,
you
but you gotta
know.
pay for it. But one of the local stores sells it.
So
But
before we get back on topic, I will address this. So the last 3 times I was in LA, everybody said you got to eat the Wagyu beef. You got to now. So y'all know I am raised on Black Angus, pure Black Angus, fabulous, fanatic, outstanding, marble, beautiful beef meat, raised on grass and that sweet molasses stuff. So it's a fabulous tasting meat. So I get to LA, first steak I get. So first I'm sitting in LA, I'm watching TV. So you can buy a bag of fat of the Wagyu steaks. It's $45 a bag. I don't know, it's like 5 ounces or something, 10
Good
ounces.
Lord.
I'm like, do what?
Yeah.
I thought I was in like the Twilight Zone or something for a minute. So
For
anyway,
lard, it's
I go
45.
downstairs. I'm hungry, I go downstairs, and guy says, "What you gonna have?" I said, "What you got?" It's a different hotel we're staying at. We stand at the Lowe's Hotel. And I said, "What you got?" He said, he's going through the menu for me. I said, "Well, just give me a hamburger, cheeseburger." He said, and then I said, "Well, wait, before you do that, because when I stand at the Roosevelt, I ordered a hamburger and they brought me a Kentucky burger, and I almost hit the guy in the head with it." And I said, "Dude, you better go find me some real meat or give me my money back." oh, we got real hamburgers. I said, then why'd you bring me turkey? But anyway, getting back to this guy, I said, well, all we got is the Wagyu hamburger. I said, well, okay, that's supposed to be the beef and all. So it's $20 or $24 a hamburger. You got to order the fries and the drink separate, by the way. So I'm sitting, but this is a hotel, it's a high-end hotel. So what do you expect? So I'm sitting there waiting. I get my hamburger, I bite into it. Now I'm expecting, like juice all running out the beard and stuff. I mean, it's supposed to be one. I get it's a bit dry, kind of like I don't know, dude. Eat a little more. Plus, this is LA, which they don't know what seasoning is. I don't even know if they know what salt and pepper is. Okay,
Yeah.
really, truly, I wonder sometimes. And so I'm like, well, this is a big disappointment. So I stopped at the Roosevelt Hotel later that day because I really liked their fries, and I ordered one there. Theirs was a little bit better, but still not the quality of hamburger I'm used to eating down here. We go get a burger. They're about yay thick here, and they're about yay big around. Man, you get them about medium. They are freaking fabulous. And so I was just expecting something of that quality, especially staying at the hotels we were. I'm thinking this is high end beef, high end hotel. It should be better than what it is, but it was a little bit on the disappointing side. So because I was going to buy some when I got home, but I think I'll just stick with my
with
regular
Angus.
bit.
You know how
Yeah.
much?
Yeah, and that's not nearly as bad as my bad hamburger story. In high school, I went to Spain, and I was the only senior on the trip. It's a bunch of juniors, sophomores, and a couple freshmen. But anyway, the first night we get to Spain in Madrid, the hotel wanted to welcome us with an American meal, so they made fried cheeseburgers for us. But they didn't fry them in a frying pan. They took raw hamburger patties and dropped them in a deep fryer, and brought us these slimy, gray, nasty things that we were so hungry we had to force them down. They were nasty.
Real quick. I was in Holyloch, Scotland. I was stationed there, and I went to this little greasy spoon, and they sold pizzas, and I ordered a pizza, and they pulled it out and they did it in the deep fat fryer.
What?
Yes, they did. They deep fat fried the pizza in the fryer.
Did they cover it in chocolate first?
Dude, I'm telling you, it was aggressive. But I tell you this, it's a hole in the wall, but they had the best fish and chips ever, dude.
I'll bet.
They did.
Well, a lot of hole in malls you'll find are gonna have the best roast beef you can get in New Orleans is in a little hole in mall called Parton's. It's a little bitty, tiny little place in between two big special lunch places. And this place is always full. They got the best chicken. They got just an old lady runs. You'll hear back there cussing sometimes at the cook. This old black guy who's back there cooking with it. He'll be tearing his ass up. So you get a good meal and some good entertainment at the same time. Those are the kind though when somebody passes, that's pretty much it. You're not gonna see him anymore. The guy who had the best roast beef in the whole entire Deep South, Harold, when he passed, that was it. His family didn't know how to take it over. The guy he gave it to just wasn't as good a cook, so that just kind of sucked. But anyway, Jesse, we got 22 minutes. You want to get a UFO question in? What do you mean? Why do they like the United States the best? As in, the U.S. doesn't. We don't have the most sightings now. We want to say we had the most sightings, but until recent, we weren't even close in the amount of sightings. South America in general gets far more sightings than we do, or far more people talking about the sightings than we do. And think about this. I mean, there's 8 billion people on the planet today, 5 billion cell phones. And you seem to see less pictures today than you did in the 80s and 90s. Why the hell is that?
Yeah, Ed Walters was able to pretty much walk out of his front porch just about every night in the 80s, take a picture, and there was a UFO in it.
So, I mean, what's changed? That's why I was saying, I think when we were talking the other night about the abduction stuff, and I said some of this may be slowing down. Because
we also talked about how there could be 100 or 1 million people looking at where the UFO is, but only 1,000 people see it. So maybe they're able to mask their physical presence from digital media. Maybe that's the problem.
Hey, it's Nathan. Hey, Nathan, what you doing, bud? It's what was that, Jackie? Well, that's politics. No, you can mention politics. This is the chat. It's all of the show is about chatting. It's all. If you notice, it's all we've been doing tonight is chatting. It's like a chat room for four,
Feels good
and
to chat.
and
You
how
know?
many other people that are listening to us. What do you mean? Was I happy that Trump won? I was happy that Trump won.
Relieved. I think people were
I-
relieved.
it was well, to be frank about this, it's not so much that I disliked Harris. I disliked the way they did this. And now that this election's over with, you hear multiple Democrats saying, why wasn't there a freaking primary?
Yep.
Everybody, Chuck Schumer was the other day just on TV talking about it, and he said, and I know Nancy Pelosi was expecting one, and we were. And that's what they kept saying, well, why didn't Shapiro be what's her name's VP? No, Shapiro wanted to run for president. He didn't want to be. He wanted her maybe to be his VP, but if he had been given the option, he would have threw his hat in the ring for president.
Harris's people just came out. They're all coming out of the woodwork now to try to say something, and then most of them had said the same thing. She was never ahead of Trump in the race, and they said that they don't know where the media got that information from, but there's quite a few outlets
So if you would have been
saying she was ahead, but they said she was never ahead, not anywhere.
Oh no, we know that. So
The whole time
Jay
we
and
were-
I and Sean,
They
the
were
whole
patting
time we were partner. The what do they call it? The internal polling. She was never had her own internal polling ever.
Yeah.
We reported on every show since even when she was having that honeymoon period, because we did the polls every week religiously. And we did, I don't know what, all together. So there was 7 or 8, 9 big polling companies with across on about 100 different polls. And when you get to the internal polling company of the big donors, the donor packs, they said she was losing in all of them. And even in the blue wall, as they call it, she was always down by about a point. And in Trump's internal polling, he was always up by a point. But when you got to the polls that UI and the rest of the world was looking at, she was always up by a point or two until the last 2 weeks of the race, and it started swinging around.
Yeah, and shockingly, the very first week that she was the leading candidate after Biden stepped down, she had the exact same numbers Biden had the prior week, and Trump had the exact same numbers he had the prior week. So all they did was erase Biden, scratch in Harris, and then played the prior week's stats for her to give her a head start, I guess.
They blew their own rules because she
Yeah.
wasn't the president, so
Yeah,
she had no right to take that place and run as president. And they had
Well,
no
but see, that's not even her as much on her as it was on Nancy Pelosi and Obama. All they had to say, well, wait, we need to have a primary.
Yep.
We just, look, we got a primary coming up. Whoever wants to put their name in, we'll have a vote at the thing. Whoever comes on the top is going to be the guy who runs for president. It's still been 2 months to run. As you can see, they had tons of money to spend. So, they might have had a better chance. But I did hear Adam Schiff say, and then Nancy agreed with him, that they didn't think this election was winnable. They always had to keep the good face, because one of the reporters asked him, well, I heard you on such and such show saying, was it not Adam Schiff, the other one, Chuck Schumer was saying, oh, they're going to win. But he was one of the ones that also said that he didn't think that anybody could have beat Trump at this point.
Trump's going to come in, fix everything, and then the Democrats are going to say that's all the hard work that Biden did, and Trump's just, continuing on for all the hard work we did.
Well, I don't know that
how
he's
it
going to fix
goes.
everything. He didn't do everything he wanted to do in his first administration, so.
But he also had to deal with COVID.
Yeah,
so
he can do it. But if he gets
COVID, and he had to deal with Democrats. They fought him the entire time on everything he ever said.
But I don't think the Democrats could have stopped him. COVID's the only thing. Trump was on a roll.
That's what I was going to say. It may not be the Democrats. It may be another COVID comes in and interrupts.
Trump was on a roll, and all of a sudden COVID hit, and that was it. His roll just rolled on down to it dropped all the way down to 14% unemployment, and he got it back to like 6 before he left, which was a freaking miracle in itself.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing of it is was it accidental? Was it something else? There's a lot of funky monkey weird business went on there that nobody's sure about what happened.
Democrats made a lot of money when Trump was in office in campaign donations, man. The most ever. So I think that they're happy to go back to that again. And whatever. It's the ebb and flow of politics, right? But Trump at least is not establishment, and he's a wild card. People know that about him. I think that he's got a lot of presence, that he can represent us well throughout the world, which is what we definitely need right now. And I think that just his presence alone is going to bring stability, to our economy and to the world. So, I mean, show me the downside to a Trump, you know.
Well,
Well,
if
I
he
mean,
if he does what
okay.
the Democrats said they were going to, Kamala was constantly saying he's going to use the U.S. military against civilians, U.S. civilians,
Which you
not
can't
the
do.
enemies in the government, like he said he was going to. And they also said he's going to try to become a dictator. So if he tries any of that stuff, yeah, I think the entire country
Okay,
will
first
probably.
off, so y'all notice, ladies and gentlemen, the Army can never arrest any citizens in the United States. It's written into the Constitution. They can't do it. The only one that can even try to do it would be the National Guard, and only if the governor said to do it. So the
No,
president's,
I think the
yeah.
governor has to declare a state of emergency
Oh
in
yeah,
order.
no, that actually has had. You're actually correct. And usually, what they're talking about for him to get mass amounts, it would have to be a national disaster declared, and then each governor would have to go along with the national disaster and deploy the troops and do what he asked to do. Well, we already know 22 states aren't going to do that because they're blue states.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, screw you, buddy. It ain't going to happen that way. And if they're not going to do it, nobody else is really going to do it. So that was never going to happen. But the regular fighting army cannot ever touch an American citizen ever. They can build.
Everybody.
Yeah, they can build stuff. They can build cages and prisons. They can fly you back and forth, but they can never arrest you.
And the
military
CIA
has
is not ever
no
supposed to operate within the United States borders.
Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah.
this is what's so confusing. So in the beginning, CIA was only for overseas, and NSA was only for in the country. And the NSA, when Area 51 was originally built, it was controlled by the NSA. And then something happened, 80s, 70s, I'm not sure when, they flipped, and the CIA seemed to be taking over the country, and the NSA seemed to be going abroad, which doesn't make any sense because it's the National Security Agency, which means inside the United
But
States.
the CIA had Area 51 initially built in 1957. They're the ones who found the plot of land for Northrop, and then they.
But you see, when you go look
to build the facilities for them.
So when the guy who was suing him over getting sick looked up the title deed, it said the U.S. Army commissioned to build it.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with any security agency whatsoever. It seems like the security agent co-opted it down the line.
Yeah, it's like
it does say, actually, it's not even the U.S. Army. What did they call it back then? Because the Air Force and the Army were combined. What was it called?
United States Army.
It's something.
Armed
Air
Army
Corps.
Air Force.
I know there was a name. Yeah, Army Air Corps. That was it. No,
USA,
you had it right there.
yeah,
Army Air
U.S. Army Air Force Base.
Yeah, so it was an Army Air Corps. So that was what it was originally, who originally owned it. But I don't think they owned it for very long. I think that whichever security agency it was said, okay, we're going to take this over for a while.
Well,
and
the block of land that it's in, it's the Area 51. That's where Trinity is.
Yeah, so like in the beginning, it was the Army and the Navy, and then they both had flyers,
But it's
and
also
then the Navy developed the Marines.
But it's also the place where they ignited the first nuke, I believe.
Yeah.
That same grid, Area 51, not on the Papoose Lake or Groom Lake, but somewhere in that block, Area 51. If they didn't do the Trinity test there, they at least launched or blew up several explosives there, nuclear explosives.
Let's see. Jackie is writing in from.
Oh yeah, there's a ton that they did out in Nevada, Utah, Nevada.
That's why the CIA picked it, because it's surrounded by radioactively deadly areas.
That's why those farm animals kept being abducted, and then they took parts out of their brains because they were measuring the radiation
for radiation poisoning.
Yeah, so they blamed it on aliens. They found a convenient excuse. Isn't that funny? That they actually used the military.
It's kind of scary that they're doing that, because that means that those areas where you have cattle mutilations, and it's not just cattle, it's horses too, and other
sheep. They
did
sheep also,
farm animals and game. That means that they effed up somewhere, and they know it, and they're trying to find where it's gonna be the worst, so they can move.
They were looking for that fallout, of how far it went.
They're measuring how far it went. Yeah.
Yep.
Rena is writing in from Boulder City, Nevada. And she said, "Don't forget, there's more
Boulder
than
City.
Area 50." Yeah, she said, "Don't forget, there's more than Area 51. We know there's Area 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54."
Oh yeah.
Boulder City is
Um,
actually a really nice area. It's not
Yeah.
representative of like the desert floor.
Yeah, she said there's there's a big body of water there. What's the is it Reno? It's another desert.
Reno's way up.
Yeah, way desert out there. Well,
California
no,
border.
I was in
Reno's
Fallon.
a neat city. I've been there twice. It's a neat little
Yeah,
city.
I've been in a couple places in
I was
Vegas,
in
but I
Fallon,
was
Nevada.
stationed. Yeah.
I
Anybody
was in,
who, because you're part of the bombing derby, man. If you're in Fallon,
yep.
yeah, yeah. No, I was in Fallon, Nevada. People, we went to the.
You
So,
want to know about
I-
nukes? Talk to Native Americans. Go talk to Hopi or Navajo, the ones who control that land up there. And that's where they mine all the uranium, which is up like northern New Mexico and that southern Colorado. That whole Four Corner region. Anyway, you know what I mean?
Jimmy, I kept a room there. Yes. No, it wasn't the Mustang Club, but it was something like that. I can't remember what the name of it was, but it was something like that. So this guy asked me about this. So when we were in Fallon doing touch and goes, we were there for 2 weeks, and you're on like 18, 19 hours, and then you're off about the same amount of time. So they had a club that had a restaurant in it and some other things in it, and a place you could stay in it. All right, it was a hooker joint. Okay, we're not going to laugh about what it was, but anyway, you could check in and get a
What are
room
hookers,
there.
Joe? What's the modern term?
I don't know. We're not going to even get
Sex-
into this, but
I-
worker. I think.
I could tell you how they got their name, though.
Look at the name, hooker.
I could tell you. During the Civil War, there was a General Joe Hooker, and he was in charge of the Union Army at one time, and he set up his headquarters in brothels.
You mean
And
Pimp
they
Daddy
had
Hooker? I
women
remember
around him.
Pimp
And they
Daddy
used-
Hooker.
And they used to call him. No. I'm being honest with you on that.
Yeah.
Joe Hooker, he was a general, and his office would be in the brothels where the hookers hang out, and they used to. That's how they got their name, Hooker.
I thought they called them back because they kind of on the street corner and they kind of hook you as you're going past, show you the boobs or whatever. And
Yeah,
like,
that would be kind of dangerous. And also the red light district where the hookers hang out comes from naval tradition. Joe and Sean probably should know this. Where the girls of the night, as it were, if they were working, they would put a red curtain in the window and then shine a candle behind it, and it would be red. And then later, as electricity and light bulbs came on, it was a red glass or a red light bulb, and that's where that term came from because
the red light.
That's how they got their business, is advertising by a red light bulb.
Actually, this place we're talking about had great food, great people. You'd stay there for 48 hours, go back to work for 48 hours. It was great, and it wasn't really expensive. It wasn't like it was we were making a lot of money anyway, because when you're doing what we were doing the bombing derby, it's nonstop. You're handling a lot of ordnance. The planes are touching down, going, touching down, going, touching down, going. I mean, you're hitting them, you're reloading them, you're launching them. It's dangerous. So, and they want you to relax.
So
that's why it was down the street. The Navy could have ran it out if they didn't like it. But the Navy could have stopped. And the only business that was there was a Navy base. There was nothing else out there. That was it.
Sounds right for the
And on a carrier, Joe, just to clarify, that people don't realize how dangerous. You're saying you're touching ordnance and having planes coming and going. When a plane lands and it has missiles and stuff on it, when you park it, you don't park it with the missiles on it, do you?
Usually no.
They come off.
Usually there's a crew waiting, so that it'll come in and it'll hold for a minute. They usually just walk up with these things that lift up, pop, 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 take them down, and then the guy backs the plane into wherever it's going. Or if it never goes into the hangar, it never gets on the elevator with weapons on it. Because if it ever gets underneath and the weapons go apeshit, well, you probably just lost half the ship, or at least a third of your planes. And God knows what else is down there, and a good chunk of the crew. So no, it was. Matter of fact, they were strict about a lot of things, about pin pulling, pin setting, because everything had pins in it. I mean, wheel things had pins in it. The seats had pins in it. Certain weapon things in it. The joystick had a pin in it. All the places where the weapons go had a pin in it. All the weapons had pins in it, so they couldn't accidentally fire. It was a lot to keep track of, but it was different groups that did it. So our guys, once I signaled the plane to stop, they ran up, got the pilot out, and you'd see they had pins hanging on their side. One went in the seat this way, went in one seat, went that way, and that's because if you accidentally hit the thing and it hit the ejection seat, it wouldn't pop out the plane. I seen a guy get killed like that in a hangar in New Orleans. He got his foot caught in the thing, and he tried to pull it. When he did, it just smashed his ass into the hangar, the roof of the hangar. Yeah, because those are big 50 cal. I mean, these charges are like this big around and about like this, because they got to eject your way up in a plane so you don't get hit by the tail as the plane's going by. No, anything on board a carrier deck is dangerous. It doesn't matter what you're doing. What I did was one of the most dangerous dives ever, but anything on a deck is dangerous. Yeah, it's easy to get killed. Looking the wrong way, looking at somebody.
And there are 3 different color coded dudes. Are those the guys you're talking about? There's a red, like a red vested guy, a yellow vested guy, and a green vested guy.
Everybody's got their assignments. Everyone's doing different things. Some are there to deal with ordnance. Some are there to deal with the jet itself.
I have a trivia question for you, Navy fellas. Do you know where the costume ideas came from for Star Trek?
No.
Yeah, it came from the Navy.
Came from the Navy. It's Navy tradition, first of all, A, and B, Gene Roddenberry was on carriers in, was it Korea or World War II? I don't remember which. I think World War II, actually. And based on the same thing, the same color-coded vest, you got the red is the engineering guys. They use green for command and blue for sciences. But that's where they got the inspiration from it. And it gives me a good segue because we're talking about aliens. When we're talking about food, it's Thanksgiving. What do you think the aliens do for food?
Eat people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people
They
say
probe
that.
them.
We're
They
like
probe
chicken.
them.
Well, no, I mean seriously. Did they have like a restaurant? Do they have a McDonald's type of situation going on, or is it just everybody has like a device in their wall?
Well,
like
if all the contactees telling you is true, they both all have basically the main 3, the ones that do the abductions, all basically have replicators.
We have one
basically
quick
what it
question,
is.
Joe.
Hey, Christy, what's up,
man? Christy Bailey says, "What is currently going on in Great Britain around the military bases, the so-called drones and/or orbs?"
So it's weird what's going on in Britain, because this goes all the way back to Rendlesham, when the Rendlesham case happened. So off and on since Rendlesham Forest case, there have been bases for some reason that things just come and hang out. They don't do anything. They don't destroy anything. They're not really aggressive, but they're there. And they'll even let you get kind of up close to them.
Weapons.
Well, they shut off nuclear weapons, but yeah, they have shut off.
No, they didn't shut them off. They shined a beam at the nuclear weapons that were or at least the storage buildings where the nuclear weapons were being stored. But nothing else other than that.
Yeah, no, they disabled them. I just read the story.
They've disabled them and enabled them. They've done both.
They've done both,
and they have, but I do remember hearing accounts where they would just like come hover over an area and put something in a particular place just to let you know, hey, we know they're in there. Those displays, those were definitely displays of force to let us know, look, we know you have nuclear weapons, and guess what? We can destroy them. We can make your own weapons destroy you. Because think about it, they can activate a nuclear weapon inside the silo, but not open the silo.
Yeah, boom,
man, there goes that whole area. How many other nuclear weapons and things in that area?
I'll read you a story. It says former U.S. Air Force officer Robert Salas recently stirred conversation during a congressional hearing when he suggested that extraterrestrials are trying to send a clear three-word message regarding nuclear weapons. What he's saying, WTF. Let me get to the important part. So, according to Salas, these UFO sightings did not inflict any serious damage on the weapon system, but it did disrupt their navigation systems. These were like Minuteman missiles. So, when asked what he believed the extraterrestrial visitors were trying to communicate, he interpreted it as a critique of nuclear armament. He said, to me, that says that, they're sending us a message about nuclear weapons.
Yeah, the message is clear. The message
they're
is
not
don't
worried
even think about it, Shirley. Yeah, so it seems though that that the possibility exists based on this fact, because in Russia they turned the machines on, they turned the nuclear weapons on. In America they turned them off usually. The message clearly is that they might intervene if we were to launch, a mass amount. Maybe they can clean the radiation up pretty quickly, but maybe it's a pain in the ass and they don't want to.
It
So
sounds
maybe
like
they
more
would.
than me that they're saying, "Hey, look, if we want to kill you, we can with your own weapons."
But they could also say, "Hey, if you launch, we'll turn them off, or we'll turn them back on yourself."
This was back in the day, though. I mean, so the actual incident, it says one of the
Yeah, it's
most
nothing recent.
from
Yeah,
Salas regarding an incident at the Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, where he alleged a UFO disabled 10 warheads. In this
Correct.
encounter, he described UFO as having an eerie red glow as it sped through the night sky on March 24th, 1967, then the 26th.
The last time I heard anything about missiles being messed with was in the mid '90s. It hasn't been since then, and since then
talk
we've
about
had
it,
at least 2 nuclear disasters on the planet. I don't think they're worried about it. I think if we nuke ourselves, they're fine with it.
But let me ask you this.
I mean, I take
in
it the wrong way. I don't think
me-
they're fine with it, but I don't think they're going to stop it.
Let me
I don't
ask
think
you this
they're
though:
here
in,
for that.
in other encounters with UFOs, people
2
have
minutes,
also
guys.
said that it shut their electronics down in their car. Airplanes and things like that. They lost their electric just from their presence. Do you think that they meant to shut something down, or do you think that their presence was scrambled their systems,
Well,
and then the systems shut the
to put
missiles
this in
down?
perspective, remember the old days of the digital watches? Remember those? So when
The
you would
gold
get
ones
near,
with the red lettering, man. I
yeah,
used to
when
love
you
that.
get near a UFO, they would always freak out and start doing all kind of weird things. I don't think the UFO itself was intentionally doing it. I think it was just an after effect of the UFO. And people with regular watches have just talked about when they got under or near, it would go backwards instead of forward. So I don't really think they're aiming something at you to do it. I think it's just part of whatever the drive some of the
It's
craft
the
is.
energy field that
That's
comes
causing.
off of them.
Yeah. So it's the same reason you can't really get a good picture, because if you're within a half mile or a quarter mile, whatever it's giving off almost always blurs the picture. And if you're more than a mile away, you're not really getting any good picture. So, and of course, if they know you're taking a picture, they're not going to let you get anything with the shit to start off with. But we got to go anyway, because Michelle and Amelia is just pulling up. They have open mic night tonight. So, guys and girls, y'all be sure to go hang out and get on the mic with them and cause some general trouble. Tell them Joe, Mike, Jay, and Sean said you came to cause some trouble. You would add just to say, "Hey, I am the chit, and this is how it is, and this is how it's going to be." We'll all be back here tomorrow night on News on the Flip Side, getting much more intense into world affairs and politics, because there's a lot to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say we might not talk about a little bit UFO stuff too, but since we're out of political season, we're just into team building season, and we'll go over what we think it'll take to get Russia to behave itself. And is this thing with Hezbollah, the ceasefire, going to do anything? I mean, I've already heard both sides bitching they've already broke the agreement, so we'll have to see where all of that goes. And of course, there's always what is going on in our country. You know what? There's a clip I want to play too of Karens losing their mind over the election. It is too funny. It is just too funny. Y'all have to see it. But on that note, don't forget Mike's here with us when he's here with us. Jay's on Friday, and Sean is on Tuesday and Sunday. Be sure to come check him out on Into the Night. The Jay's on Church and Mavis. Yeah, we're still getting messing with Mike.
Good night.
I was going to say something, but I forgot. But anyway, Sean is right. Good night, everyone, and go check out The Outer Realm.
Good night, y'all.
With the Canadian ladies.
Night, guys. I'm going to bed.
Bye.
You're good, guys. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We're fully sponsored by the amazing folks over at Folgers Coffee who have been a part of our journey for probably about 5 years now. So thank you, Folgers. We appreciate you so very much. Also, big thank you to Justice Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for his contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for the intro that you just heard. He is an award winning composer of Halloween horror, sci fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite music streaming platforms. Big thank you also to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the horror genre, but does phenomenal commission pieces. So tonight we welcome back who I like to call a fan favorite because she's been on the show a couple times, quite a few years ago now. But tonight she returns and she's going to be discussing her new book, Celtic Fairies in North America. So, right? I just thought that was kind of cool. So, I know.
She's awesome.
Oh, she really is. I mean, we had a
Yeah.
lot of fun with her. I just see we're having some issues here on let me see, on our YouTube page. So we're going to re-add it and go from there and see what happens.
We'll blame Joe.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we are live. Okay, good. So, wow. Anyway, Morgan, let me just grab her bio because I'm slacking off a little bit here. Um, she teaches classes on Irish myth and magical practices. I would do that. Fairies related subjects in the United States and internationally. She has published multiple anthologies as well as Witches and Pagans magazine and Pagan Dawn magazine. And she's one of the world's foremost experts on all things fairy. I love it. And so
Perfect time of year.
I know. So besides the titles through Moonbooks, Morgan also has a high fantasy novel, Into Shadow, through Cosmic Egg, and she has self-published books of Old and Middle Irish language transition, and has an urban fantasy paranormal romance series called Between the Worlds. She has also presented papers on fairies and on fairies and witches at several different universities. So she really knows her stuff. And guys, we're still fighting with the Outer Realm Facebook page. Go figure. So kind of maybe think about joining us on just come to our YouTube page, or that's probably all we're at for Facebook right now. Mind you, with that being said, a lot of people say that they can still see us on Facebook. So I don't know. It's maybe the soundboard is glitching. So with that being said, we've got people coming in. Hello, Heidi.
Yes, just
Hello,
crazy.
Kathy. No, you're pretty much on time, Richard. You're doing all right.
Yeah, early.
Not rewinding, just starting. I
You're
promise. Just
good.
starting.
Yeah.
I know. Great timing indeed. Hello, Janie. Hello, hello. Yes,
So
our
nice
favorite
to
dish.
see everybody because I didn't expect it with the holiday tomorrow. But thank
Well,
you all for being here.
I know. And
Seriously.
what isn't our favorite dish, Janie? I don't know. We're pretty
Dish
I know.
for
Favorite
Thanksgiving.
dish, yeah.
Well, we had Thanksgiving in
Um,
October.
that's what she said. But what's your favorite
Yeah.
dish?
Oh, not turkey.
No, I don't think we ever do turkey either, to
I
be
don't
honest.
like turkey. I mean,
I know.
we didn't have turkey in our house until my brother started dating a Canadian girl. I'm literally, no, seriously, because Italians don't celebrate. We celebrate in November, and it's a harvest thing with the new wine, and it's a saint thing. It's one of those, right? So, like, you have the new wine, you have chestnuts, you have your harvest and all your root vegetables, and you have like comfort food.
Yes,
But
I'm just
we grew
getting
up
our
on lasagna
yeah, I know.
until he dated her and he ended up marrying her, and then turkey came in. But my dad would make prime rib for the rest of us.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But
There we go.
what do you do
Okay.
for Thanksgiving? You do roast usually, don't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. Okay, there. Sorry, I had to get
It's about being together.
the link. So
Yeah.
here our guest is sitting here waiting, and it's just
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, and I'm just rambling.
no, there was a problem with the link. So she's
Oh,
probably waiting for the link, and the link
yes.
wasn't arriving.
Okay. Understood. Yeah.
I think it's a Mercury retrograde sort of
Oh,
day.
for the love of, is it again?
I
Why
think
is
we're
this
there.
one always around?
I don't know. I just wish it wasn't.
All right.
I'm
Like, I'm
down. I'm
just
down
so
for
done
not.
with it.
I know. I'm down for not, and that's that. So
I'm
okay,
scared.
we're back live. Okay, good.
I'm scared to make like serious decisions. I'm scared. I'm scared to cancel a subscription streamer. Like, it's just one of those things right now. It's like I was canceling something yesterday and I was like, should I do this or should I wait? Maybe I'm not like, it's so stupid.
It's really
It's
a
so
pain.
dumb.
Yeah, it is a pain. Really, it is. So okay. So hold on. All right, I think we're good. All right.
Yay.
Gosh, all of these locations are having an issue. So remember, guys, we do have like 8 locations. So it's like a super highway. Again, I
Yeah.
have to say, coming down to 1 lane. So let's try to be patient. I will go ahead and try to flash as many of your comments as I can. And I will put up questions, but we have to keep, in sync with Morgan. So I will put some questions up. Just because I'm not putting them up right away, it doesn't mean I'm not tagging them to be asked when we get to that point. But I will flash comments up there as always, and this way she can see the comments, we can see the comments, and everybody watching can see the comments. Remember,
Yay.
we're on Roku TV. Remember, we're on X, we're on Rumble, we're on 2 YouTube channels, a couple of Facebook channels. So you can most certainly find us somewhere. And if not, catch the archives. They will be everywhere. We're on over 200 different sites. So you will find it, I promise. Without further ado, our lovely guest, Morgan Daimler. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Good to
Oh,
be
it's
back.
been too long. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Ah, wow. Good. I mean, Thanksgiving tomorrow. So a lot of people
Yeah.
are really hyped up and excited.
Yep, that's
I'm
why
just
it's so messy behind me.
right.
No, I was going to say I love your background. Like I could just fall asleep there. I love books. So
Oh,
Yeah, this is the right
Yeah.
this is the right place then.
yeah.
oh my
Well, you should
gosh.
have books.
I
We
know.
have a lot more that you can't see out of frame.
Oh, I love that.
That's okay.
though.
It's great.
I love
It's a
that.
beautiful thing. Did you see the book Christmas Tree meme? They
Oh,
actually
yes.
have books layered like a tree.
Yes, I
Oh,
love that
All
idea.
of favorites. It's really pretty.
I thought
Oh.
about doing it, but I'd end up wanting to read one that was on the bottom.
You have to pick.
Always
You have to
the
plan
way,
it for next
always
year
the
and pick
way.
the ones that you just read. And
Yeah,
and it always will
always the
be
way.
something that you need to grab right from the tree.
Yep.
Oh,
I
God.
love it. But I'm so excited that you're here because I learned so much when you're on, and I love
Thank
all
you.
of your discussions. And you're an amazing teacher, like Michelle. So I'm going to sit back and just listen, and then I'll, if you don't mind, I'll ask a few questions because this is new to me.
Okay, it's a fun topic, so definitely
Yes, I
jump
loved
in
it
with
last time you were on. So yeah, I'm looking forward
Oh,
to it.
it was great. I've always had a fascination with fairies, of course, and throughout the years being within the field of high strangeness, as I call it, people would send me pictures, and to me, I'm looking at them going, "It looks like a spark in the air."
They got pictures.
Yes,
I've
people.
seen, I'm not going to lie, I've seen one once.
A fairy or a picture?
No, a fairy, not a picture.
Okay, see.
No.
So
I did
don't.
see one, but I questioned it because it was from here, right? So
Yeah, see, I don't know what I'm looking at. I know I ran a ghost tour at one time, and there was a tree, and in front of about 50 people, it lit up like a Christmas tree with all these little lights. And we're all looking at
Oh.
it going, it's like a hedge, right? So we're just like, what is this? And all kinds of people got pictures, and I'm like, oh, just send them in. We could see them. Nobody sent them in, but there were so many witnesses. So I don't know. Are we looking at fairies? Like allegedly the city had some, but I mean, we don't know. But now, judging by your book, maybe, just maybe.
I'm gonna need this book.
I know.
Yeah, I have to order this book. I saw the fairy, what I believe to be a fairy, um, at an airport.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because I went there with a mentor, and we would go there because the EMFs and how, nobody can kind of crush that when you're learning and your energy. And he was teaching me about that. And I just went like this and I went, oh my God, did you see that? Like, I don't know if I really did. So
I'd have been the one in the airport going, okay, maybe I'll see this. Was it just me?
Yeah, it was just him and I. And I'm like, Robert, did you see that? And he's like, red. And I'm like, yes, why red?
So I'd be the one in the airport, like, well, it's an airport. They're weird. A lot of weird stuff happens in airports.
Yeah, but this is a cargo airport. Like, this is where FedEx goes in and purely, like, all of those kind of planes.
They could be hitching a ride,
I mean, like, there's not a lot of this airport where I was it wasn't the Mount Hope one. It was,
right.
The couriers are.
There's just a lot of strange energy with airports.
Yeah.
Like, there's something about them. They're so liminal that you could tell me you saw Bigfoot in the airport. I'd believe it. And I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right.
I think a few people look like Bigfoot in the airport. But yeah, we were on the opposite side of a fence, and we were not far from the planes, maybe 50, 60 feet from where they had stopped and they were loading. So it was quite interesting. And I was scared. So anyways, because you hear the story. So I'm going to wait for your expert opinion and experiences.
What's funny, actually, you mentioning the planes and all that, because that makes me think of during World War II, there were some really famous cases of fairies connected to airplanes called gremlins.
Yes.
And it's sort of how gremlins.
Twilight Zone, William Shatner, Gremlin on the Wing.
Yeah, that Twilight Zone episode, I think.
Oh yes, Twilight Zone. Yes.
Yeah, but that's based on actual World War II folklore, stories, anecdotes, whatever you want to call it, where the people started talking about how they would see these spirits, these little fairies, and they would mess with the planes. They would break stuff, or kind of like you see in the Twilight Zone episode, but
but gremlins is like mischievous little fairies that like to take inside them. So
you could have seen a fairy in an airport. That's definitely a thing.
Okay, so I'm not crazy, because he did say don't encourage it, Amelia, and I'm like, who's encouraging anything? I'm still questioning. Did I see it?
Here comes Amelia with her shenanigans. All right,
what is that? Yeah, that explains everything.
So where I'd actually like to start, for people who haven't seen you, is what got you interested in talking about fairies in general, because you have a multitude of books, and I will put your website and everything on in the stream as we get to the end of the show, so people could go check it out. So take her away, Morgan.
Yeah, so it's kind of a layered story, like so many things are. I'm part of the Irish American diaspora, which is just a fancy way to say my grandfather was from Ireland. And I grew up in a community that had a lot of people, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but who had people who were, first or second degree immigrants. So certain folk beliefs kind of made it over here with that community. And when I was really little, I used to have experiences, and I would see things. And when I would tell my family, because of this sort of cultural thing, they were very accepting of it.
Right.
Like most
that
kids,
helps. Yeah.
Yeah. Most kids, they tell their parents they're seeing fairies or whatever, and their parents are gonna be like, no, fairies aren't real. And my family was just like, oh, okay.
Right.
How many?
Which is great. Which is great.
Yeah. But that was really helpful for me, because I was never discouraged from it.
Right.
And it grew into something where I became really interested in having more context for it, having a better understanding kind of what was going on, and what I was maybe experiencing or encountering or what have you. So by the time I was in high school, I started really digging into other people's experiences,
Right.
also known as folklore.
Right.
And,
right.
But I found that really helpful because it not only gave me context, but it made me feel like, there's so many other people who have seen these things and experienced these things. Like there's so much out there of this.
Right.
And it's one of those subjects, I'm sure like anything else in the paranormal, once you start to get into it, it just pulls you in further. It's such a rabbit hole to go down. And the more you think you're learning, the more you realize how much you don't know.
Right.
That's like anything, right? In the paranormal.
So have you had a lot of experiences yourself, or are you still waiting for that manic experience?
I would say I've definitely had an assortment. I guess this
assortment is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Usually when I tell stories, when I talk about experiences I've had, I try to stick with experiences I had in a group so that, there's other people. It's not just my own personal experience. There were other people who experienced it as well. Because I think that for people who are more skeptical, when you can say that there was a group of, 2 or 3 or 6 or whatever people who all saw or experienced something very similar, if not the same, it gives it a little more weight, maybe.
Sure.
Than just me talking about randomness.
Had this thing happen. So what typically, what are the typical, I mean, seeing a fairy is never typical, but let's just say a generic experience like, are we just looking at lights in the trees, or are we looking at little beings? What are we looking at exactly? Are we looking at a big menacing, like, big guy, because fairies obviously come in different shapes and sizes, and even Tinkerbell had a temper. So
yeah, people tend to overlook that fact, but yeah, Tinkerbell was pretty vicious.
I love it. Right? Oh, come on, she was just sassy.
She was sassy and salty at the same time.
Yeah, I loved her. Very much like me. I have a Tinkerbell hat, and that shouldn't be surprising at all.
Just trying to put a hit out on Wendy,
Right.
Little things.
Right intention.
Yeah. So pretty much, Michelle, for what you said, all of the above.
Okay.
I've definitely talked to people who've had experiences like yours where it was lights, particularly in the trees. They seem to happen in places where you wouldn't experience that. Like where I live, we have fireflies. Some people call them lightning.
Here as well. Yeah, lots of them. Yes.
And so my first thought around here, when people are like, I saw lights in the trees, I'm like, well, was it fireflies though?
Right.
But I've heard people talk about that same experience that live in places that don't have that.
Right.
So there's clearly something going on there.
Something to it.
Is it at night, or is it like for me, it was during the day, and it was a tree. There was a tree next to me at the picnic table.
Yeah.
Only one though. Yeah.
All it takes is one.
Oh, okay. Because it was very open. I always understood from what I've seen or heard, that they're very mischievous, and it's not something you want to connect with.
Don't mess with the fairies.
Yes. Don't mess with the fairies. And like if you see them, then they've definitely they made themselves shown, like they show themselves to you for a reason. And I'm like, what the hell? Like I was just really scared because I know someone who had really bad experiences with them.
Yeah. And
it took them years to figure out how to handle that, because there's not too many of you around who have these experiences and understand it.
I honestly suspect there's a lot more people who have the experiences, but people don't want to talk about it.
No, I believe that. Yeah.
In our culture, if you talk about seeing a ghost or experiencing a ghost, not that everyone takes that seriously, but there's more of an acceptance of it.
Yes. Because of television.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
But and ghosts are seen as sort of like it's okay for an adult to say they saw a ghost. When we're talking about fairies, because there's this very strong and I don't want to get off on a tangent about how this happened, but there's this very strong idea that kind of associates fairies with children.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start talking about fairies, immediately people are picturing like the little garden fairies and Tinkerbell and things along those lines. And you know, the where it gets complicated is fairies are such a diverse group. The term has been around for about 700 years now, and up until really recently, it was always used as a generic term. When you say fairy, you could be talking, like you were describing earlier, Michelle, you'd be talking about something that's 7 feet tall and terrifying, or a tiny little light in the trees. You could be talking about, they have fairy dogs and fairy cats and fairy horses that will eat you. I mean, it's a whole wide range. There's a lot going on.
That's a new one. I did not see that coming, I'll tell you. But
one I saw was not cute.
Yeah.
Can we if we can address this comment here?
Sure.
Then we'll be able to keep going. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Mary.
Thank you. Hi, Adrian. I just tuned in. Thank you for tuning in. Is there a characteristic about Celtic fairies that sets them apart from others? I have seen 3, not including lights in the trees. Wow.
That's such a tricky question, because of what I just said, that there's all this variety.
Right.
It's also important to remember when we use the word fairy, we are generally talking about like the Celtic language cultures, or sometimes like Western Europe more generally, like France. You'll also have fairies.
Yes.
That's actually where we get the English word from, is French originally. So you'll find them there too. But fairy-like beings are everywhere. Every culture you're going to look at is going to have something that would kind of fit the general description of what we would call a fairy. I wouldn't use the term fairy for the ones that are found in, like, you know, Korea or Africa or indigenous Americas.
It's different. Yeah.
Yeah, they're different, but they're fairy-like. They're very adjacent, you know. So
or being politically correct. Yes.
It makes it tricky when someone has an experience if it's not really obvious what it is, because there's so many things it could be, you know. And usually what it comes down to in identifying, like, is it particularly like a Celtic sort of fairy, is really getting into the nitty gritty of the details of what did it look like, what did it act like, you know, did it do anything, did it interact with the person? There's just no really easy way to answer that question, just to say that it's almost like a process of elimination.
Right, so they're very diverse.
Yes, sort of like if you see a bird trying to figure out what kind of bird it is, you sort of have to go through and eliminate a bunch of things and sort of try to narrow down to eventually get to what it is.
Right. Well, I think with different folklores, you know, or different cultures, the folklore would be different based on the traditional beliefs and so on and so forth of that area. But correct me if I'm wrong. I know that it was believed, even in North America, since that's where we're going, that the Celts had actually arrived there, like, could be even a couple thousand years ago, like not so much just recent, but there's looks that I just was on a show recently, and this is information that had come forward, that they're starting to find, I guess, maybe petroglyphs, or they're starting to find structures that are looking that they are really going back. I mean, if you think about it, there's a Stonehenge in Lake Michigan, which essentially would have to be pre-Ice Age.
Yeah, very old.
And it resembles the one in England, so it's very, very close.
Yep, I've definitely read some things speculating about them being here at least 1,000 years ago. I don't think we have any firm evidence at this point, but to be fair, you know, to it being an open-ended question, for a long time, people used to say that the Vikings had been in North America, the Norse. Now I need to be politically correct. The Norse,
yes,
had been in North America before Columbus, and people always said, "Oh no, that's not true."
Absolutely.
And then they proved it. They found a site in Canada, and I'm not going to remember exactly where in Canada, but
I think it's in Newfoundland, right off the coast, and then again in Nova Scotia. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I cannot speak French, so I apologize for trying to say this, but L'Anso Meadow is the name of it. And
okay, yeah.
I can spell it better than I can say it. But,
That's okay.
But they proved that there actually was a Viking settlement there, a significant amount of time ago. So just because we haven't found the evidence necessarily that any of the Celtic cultures had arrived here, I don't think we can totally rule the possibility out. I think it is possible. We just
I agree. I think they got around. I mean, when you think about it, that King Akhenaten had Celts in his private guard, and his daughter Scotia, who went to Scotland, they just found her burial next to like a pub in Ireland, actually.
Yeah, I think that people really underestimate how much trade there was and how far people would travel. There's a site in Northern Ireland, in Armagh. Eomacha is the Irish name of it. And when they excavate it, like archaeologically, they studied it. They actually found the remains of an African ape there that they thought.
Right.
They thought it'd been like, ritually offered because it was found with these other animal bones. But
crazy.
I mean, the fact that this animal was brought all the way from Africa to this spot in Ireland, and we have evidence of it, like so much more trade and so much more getting around.
And it didn't freeze.
Yeah.
Pardon?
No, I wonder how it acclimated, like, because it's cold in the winter in Ireland. It's not warm.
No,
it's like Canada, right? So
it's a little more temperate than Canada would be. Like they do get snow, but not as much.
No, but I mean compared to Africa, like it's cold because Ontario's not that bad. Like Southern Ontario, knock on wood, I don't. We've been really good.
So this is going to bring us then to the Celtic fairies in North America.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, we I don't know, like I said, for 20 years, I've been given stories and sent a couple of pictures. One does look like a golem, actually. But I always scream pareidolia, but they swear up and down that this thing was moving when they were there, right? Like they send me a picture and I just see a picture.
Yeah.
But their testimonials was no, this thing was moving. So I'm kind of like, I'll send it to you if you want to have a look at it.
I'm in a similar place. Like a lot of people just assume, because I am a firm believer in fairies, obviously. That's why I'm here. It's why I write what I write. But I'm also very skeptical.
Yes.
That's healthy though. I think that's a good perspective.
You have to be. Yeah.
I always tell people Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is usually the truth.
Right.
And a lot of things that are paranormal, not all of them, obviously there is paranormal stuff out there, but a lot of things you can find explanations for.
Plumbing's a huge one.
Paranormal. If something comes back with a question mark, I'm excited, and only because it's just means you can research it a little more, that it's not can it ever be definitive really in
that's
that sort of a field?
The exciting part of all this is when you eliminate all the stuff that is pareidolia or high electrical magnetic fields or what have you. What you have left is so fascinating. Once you've eliminated all the other things, it's like, well, all that's left
is another question mark. Let's dive in, right? So the adventure continues. So, okay, North America. Where do you want to start? Because I mean, there's so many. Again, we're getting into the indigenous folklore of the little people. Which I have to assume aren't hobbits. They're like little, like fairy folk, right?
Yep. I had seen a question floating by in the chat about my book and whether I talk about Canada.
Yes.
So I do.
Cat. Yes, that's Cat. There we go.
Canada in there. Canada is definitely in there.
Awesome.
We actually start with Canada and then go to the United States and then a little bit of Mexico.
Oh, brilliant.
And I apologize that the Mexican chapter is so slim. I do not speak fluent Spanish or much. I speak like toddler Spanish.
Right.
So there were a lot of resources that I just couldn't really
Yes.
access.
You just need a translator and a trip.
Too. I suspect there's a lot more European fairy stories that are in Mexico than what I managed to find, and I was only finding stuff that was in translation. So, but it covered all of that. There's also a really great book, not by me, called Strange Terrain, which is just about Newfoundland, because Newfoundland has ridiculous amounts of fairy folklore.
Yes.
It's
I'm not surprised because it's the closest part of border of Canada, to Europe, and England, Scotland, Ireland.
It's out there.
Yeah.
Right. Newfoundland and Nova Scotia have seen so much.
Yep. And there's huge diasporic communities there. There were a lot of Scottish and Irish people that settled there. And then you bring all those beliefs and all those beings, with those communities. So, yeah, huge amounts of that for sure.
That's where the slur, the A, like Canada, it says A. I don't say it, but it does come from that. It's very strong in the East Coast because they brought it with them from either Ireland, Scotland, or the Welsh areas. So
that would be like, which I would think exactly what Amelia's saying, that a lot of this would come through immigration. But then I think with the indigenous lore, which goes back even further, were they already here?
And herein lies the question. And of course, this is one of those things, there's never going to be a definitive answer, Clearly, there's a lot of indigenous beliefs and spirits here. I'm not going to remember the exact number, but there's hundreds of indigenous groups in the Americas and in North America specifically, I should say. And each of them has their own beliefs that often have these fairy-like, very adjacent beings. And they're not exactly European fairies. Like, we can't do a one for one, like this is clearly the same as this, but there's a lot of similarities, a lot of crossover. And then you have, when populations move, when communities move, not only do they bring their beliefs with them, but I believe at least that spirits follow communities. Like, if you have a lot of people that believe in this particular type of spirit or are connected to it or make offerings to it, and a lot of the Celtic fairies are connected to family lines.
Oh, that's fascinating.
That I didn't know.
Yeah. So, like, one thing that I mentioned in the book is I had gone through all this data to look at different anecdotal accounts we have in the folklore in, I'll say, the United States, for one example. And the most common type of fairy that we see mentioned is the banshee. And the banshee is a female fairy. Literally, the name means female fairy, who is attached to a family line, and they appear and sort of warn of an impending death. They'll be heard crying or wailing.
The wailing, yeah.
And the wailing is very unearthly, like the way people describe. It's not like just listening to like a woman scream or something. It's if you hear it, they say that you definitely know what it is. But this is a being that would follow a family line, so it makes sense if portions of the family move to, say, the United States, then you're going to start having this being here as well. It'll go where those people go.
Wow. So yeah, I guess, and that makes sense. I guess it would follow the family lines as they immigrated out of the country, which is kind of crazy because you realize how much you're bringing these guys over. And the wailing. I've heard recordings, I think people assume that it's just something more paranormal. They don't realize, like La Llorona, that wailing, screeching, like nails on a chalkboard, get out of Dodge sort of screaming.
Oh, I got shivers just as you
I
saying
know.
that.
I know. So, okay, so that is interesting. And Aged says, are there any other fairies besides a banshee that
the people
vocalize?
We have a lot of stories of people having conversations with them. across various folklore.
Sure.
People having dreams and encountering them, or having visions and encountering them, but also just literally physically running into them. And I'll give you a quick story. This didn't happen
please.
to me,
Yeah.
but it's still a good story, so I'm going to share it anyway.
Yeah, no, share it all. It's your show.
I was in Ireland in 2016, in a part of Ireland called Boyle, which is a town sort of in the mid northwest, and at the edge of Sligo, County Sligo. And I was with a group of people. One of the people I was traveling with, who is still a good friend of mine, is a musician. And fairies tend to be very fond of musicians. They like that energy. They like those people. We have a lot of stories about them. Like they would invite the person into their otherworldly home for a night of entertainment, and then reward them and send them on their way. Like fairies just love musicians. So my friend had decided to go out for a little walk after it was like 8:00 at night. It was dark, just to whatever, have a moment of quiet from the group we were traveling with, which is fair because I can respect why he would want some quiet.
I like the quiet for sure.
He was walking down this little path by the woods, and we're not out in the middle of nowhere, but it was a little bit isolated, and he started hearing voices in the woods. And so he stopped to kind of try to figure out, like, were there people in the woods, like what was going on? And then he hears someone say directly to him, "Why don't you come join us?" And then he turned around and came back inside.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah, there were no people. Well, there were people. There were no humans in the woods.
No, and when they invite you, isn't that something like, have people disappeared?
Yeah.
Have they not?
You need to be cautious.
One of these kind of invitations.
He's a musician, so he probably would have been okay.
Right.
Okay. But I'll give you another story. This isn't a personal one, but this is one that I read in a it's an anthology called The Good People. It came out in 91. And this is a Canadian story. This happened in Canada. I do not remember exactly where, but it was a man who was a logger. He was working with a group of people out logging in the woods, and they took their lunch break. And he decided to kind of go off, by himself, again, have a little quiet lunch, away from the rest of the guys. Well, lunchtime's over. They all go to get back to work. The guy's nowhere to be found. So they start looking for him. They can't find him. They have no idea where he went. This ends up becoming a whole thing. And 3 days later, they're back to work. Mostly in the same location, same general area. And suddenly he comes walking out of the trees, and they're all like, "Where have you been? Like, people have been looking for you. Everyone thought you were missing. We were searching the woods. It was a whole thing." And he thinks they're joking with him. And he's like, "Oh, very funny. I just finished my lunch and came right back," because he thought only an hour had gone by. And yeah, and they're trying to convince him, like, "No, you've been gone for 3 days." And he's like, "No, I went in the woods and I ran into this group of people who asked me to join them." Yeah. So he sat down and had his lunch with this group of people who he thought were just like, hiking in the woods or whatever. And finally they did convince him that he'd actually had been gone for 3 days, because he had.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover with fairy stories and UFO abduction stories.
Yeah, missing time.
Yep.
Right.
Missing time.
So, which brings me to this, Morgan, because there's so many, stories of the Fae, throughout ancient cultures, and how they coexisted with humans quite nicely, and people looked at them as oracles, and it was a good union for the most part in some different parts of the world, until a certain religious institution came into play and started convincing people that you can't trust them. The magic it's the devil's work, something along those lines. So, could they have been, I'm going to put it out there. Are they a race of ET?
That's another of those open questions.
I had to do it because of the missing time thing. So
Yeah, no, and they're actually there's a really good book by Joshua Cutchin called Trojan Feast, which I recommend anyone who's interested in this particular subject. So I know a lot about it, but Joshua knows a lot more about it.
okay, I'm going to write that down. Trojan Feast.
Yeah, Trojan Feast.
Okay.
And when you compare specific things to do with hallmarks, we'll say, of like alien abductions or alien encounters and fairy encounters, like a one-to-one list, there's a lot of crossover. Things like the missing time, things like distortions with the experience itself, like not being able to remember clearly afterwards what exactly happened. There's some crossover with food, all sorts of stuff. And this becomes sort of one of these controversies, like low-key controversies between the ufologist community and like the more fairy folklore community, where a lot of fairy folklore based people will say alien abductions and UFO stuff are just modern understandings of fairies. That people who don't have an understanding of fairies but have like a sci-fi or science understanding, they'll just call them aliens. You know, the lights in the woods, which a lot of people have with UFO experiences. People have that with fairy experiences.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, the UFO community will say the exact opposite, that the old fairy folklore and the old stories of fairies were just people having UFO and alien experiences that didn't have another name for it.
Right.
Called it fairies.
Got it. So it's a double-edged sword, much like, you know, I personally think everything connects in one form or another. You know, there's so many, it's all high strangeness for the most part. It's, you know, the paranormal and ufology go hand in hand, right down to some of the same abductees will say, I experienced this. And people in paranormal say, oh, it's a demon thing. You know, it's like, so you're getting into crazy things. So why
I think
not?
we're all just struggling to put
Yeah.
vocabulary on these
Makes
things.
sense. Yes, yes, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Okay, so we are again in North America. So the fairy lights seem to be really big in North America.
Yeah,
Like
you
they
do
seem
hear
to
a lot of
be.
that here.
Yes, yeah. I know for myself, I've gotten a lot of people. I will try to find this photo because back when these were sent to me, they were hard copies. I just sort of had to try to, you know, photograph them and send them on just to make it digital because I would just, you know, get things handed to me, mailed to me. And the one that I saw, I'm just trying to remember where it was. It was on the East Coast, whether it was Canada or the United States, and it was at a marina. It looked like with all these like bright lights in the middle of the day, just in, you know, just there in the air, just. But there's nothing. The bright light. I don't know. Is it like the sun reflecting on your lens? Is it just like little star things? Like so. Aside from, yeah,
that's where we get into that process of elimination. You know, I've certainly seen a lot of pictures, a lot of pictures,
right,
where it's pretty clearly it's camera flare, or it's you know the way the sun is being picked up by the lens, or you know something. But then there's always that percentage. There's always those pictures that you just can't explain. That there is no like there's no rational. I don't want to even say rational because that doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean? Like there's no technical explanation. And then it's like, well, then what are you left with? You know,
we're back to that same, the continuation of following through with further research and, but there, you know, there's something to it because people are diehard. Some people are diehard with fairy folk. Have you researched the fairies out in Lilydale?
I haven't. Sometime I would like to travel there.
You know what? I've been a few times, and they have, you know, part of the forest. It's all fairy trees. Everything is dedicated to the fairies, and they will talk to you about stories like that. So
Yeah, no, I'd love to have a chance to,
yeah.
because I definitely think there's particular places, especially in North America
Yes.
and in the US and Canada and Mexico,
Mhm.
that seem to have a much higher percentage of these
Mhm.
things. There's a state park not too far from where I live where a lot of very weird things happen.
Do we know
Ah.
why? They're more prone to one area over another.
No matter where we look in the folklore or the modern stuff or any of it, it just seems to be something with fairies of any kind,
Mhm.
that they tend to claim particular locations and they sort of consider those places to be their places.
Okay.
And they can be a
Scary.
little territorial. It can be
Like a chihuahua.
like gnomes.
Like a chihuahua.
Chihuahua's like a gnome.
Chihuahuas, like, they're cuter. But
Yeah.
yes, I agree with Michelle. The Satan's minions.
Because there are gnome sightings. Do they fall under like the Fae? Do they fall under that sort of culture?
So this is a huge debate, which I love.
She hates gnomes. I'm just
Pointy hat and all.
everything, everything with fairies is argued about,
right?
Basically. Even the use of the term fairy right now in academia, at least, there's a huge argument over whether it should even be used or something else should be used. It's a whole thing.
It's very stereotypical, I guess.
Yeah. So whether gnomes are considered fairies is going to depend entirely on who you're talking to. But you're talking to me, and I consider all of that under this broad umbrella. But I'll tell you a fun gnome story since you don't like them.
I think they're cute.
There was a really fascinating thing that happened. I want to say it was the late 1970s in England, where some school children, and there was a group of them, were in this park and related the story afterwards. There's a whole long thing about how they ended up telling the story, but they encountered a group of what they described as gnomes in little tiny cars. And the gnomes ended up, they were not nice gnomes. The gnomes ended up chasing the kids, and the kids were like running, trying to get away from them. There was a whole bunch of gnomes and a whole bunch of children, and it was the whole thing. Walleton Park gnomes. If you look that up, you can find the much more detailed, better story than what I just.
Wow.
I'll tell you something. They could be hostile. Look at was it Norway when they were building a highway and gnomes were sabotaging them? This was actually in the newspapers, and they finally went because there's a big tree there, and they were going to take it down. So finally, this highway splits now and goes around this tree, and the gnomes left them. I know they had to protect them because it was sabotaging everything. But the reason I'm
territorial stuff.
Say it's gnome stuff. I don't know. I saw a video once, as all it took was this one freaking video, and it was in Chile. And it was there were people, the police were there, and there was this guy with a camera phone or something, and he's going, "What is that?" And you could see there was a police car there. So I don't know, got yanked over what the deal was. So they zoom in on this thing, and it's a freaking gnome, 100%. It's short, chubby little thing with this pointy hat, and it looks over, and it gives this little scowl, and then it sidesteps across the freaking road like one of these. I'm like, it freaked me out. I just looked at that, and I'm thinking, I would not want you in my garden. Because
I like the Santa ones.
They get a bit territorial as well, right? So
yeah, in South America and in Mexico, they have a being, they call it a duende. And it's very much like a gnome, or sometimes they'll translate as like leprechaun, but I would
that sounds so sexy.
Yeah, it was a that
idea of like,
trying to find you this video seriously, because when I saw it,
I want to see it.
I used to kind of go, "Oh, what's this folklore?" Then I saw this video, And you hear them talking, the Chilean. I'm just going, okay, I don't know what the heck you're saying, but I too am in awe of whatever the hell that is. But,
And I don't want to be there. Please give me the city name now.
So
are trolls and ogres, are they part of this as well? Or are those
Again,
fantasy?
I would sort of loosely put them. I don't know as much about ogres because that's more English folklore.
Is it okay? I don't know anything about them other than Shrek. I mean,
Shrek is the
I
best.
had to watch a lot of Disney. I had a girl, so yeah.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
But trolls are actually a very old folk belief in Norse areas. So like Norway, Sweden, Iceland. And they're really kind of fascinating. And I would kind of lump this in the general category of what we're talking about.
Okay.
These sort of otherworldly beings.
Different,
Are they the ones under the bridges? Is it the trolls?
Yeah, there's trolls under bridges. In Iceland, you have a whole range of trolls, from like trolls that are gigantic to trolls that are like human-sized. In Orkney, which is an island off the coast of England that has it was basically taken over by the Norse when the Norse were busy raiding everyone. So the culture there is pretty much all Norse-based culture now. They call them trows, which is just, it was originally troll, but in the
troll with a drawl. Yeah. Troll. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. And they're a really fascinating blend between sort of what we would expect of trolls in the more Nordic countries and what we'd expect of fairies in the more Celtic countries. So, and I should have added at the beginning, there are a lot of fairies in Celtic language, culture, belief that are very human-like. They look very human, no pointed ears, no wings, but they're just very magical. And they're not actually human. They just can appear that way.
So projecting maybe to us how they want us to see them or perceive them.
I'm glad you said that, because that's actually one of the things that currently is being really discussed and debated in a lot of the communities, both the folklorist community and the people who actively believe in these things. Because, so I'll use wings as an example. In all the older folklore, fairies don't have wings. They fly through magic, not through wings. And then we start to see wings coming in the theater as a way to show the audience, like, oh, this character is supposed to be a fairy. And then into artwork, and then into fiction. But now people are actually relating encounters where they're seeing winged fairies. And this has been going on since like the 70s and 80s now. So I say now like it's not the last 50 years.
Right.
I'm on fairy time, sorry. So now in the last 50 years, we're seeing people say, oh, I've seen a fairy that has wings. I personally had an encounter with two of my friends where we saw something that had wings. And the question then becomes, is that what they actually look like? Or is that how they're choosing to be perceived? Is that what they're projecting, having us think we're seeing? Because that's what we expect.
Can I pose this question? Could it be a tulpa effect?
That's the thing. Possible, right?
Like our manifestation of it's like the Santa Claus thing, for example, like the traditional Santa Claus thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a big gnome for you, right? But I know. Sorry, kitties.
That's okay. Italy has a witch.
But no, but
a lot of fun is cool.
Yeah. See, he's perceived a certain way, but all of a sudden now, like this guy is literally showing up in people's living rooms, and there are a whole array of paranormal stories based around this being who is waking up and not always so jolly, I will have you know. Not jolly at all. It gets pretty upset if you're up. Like there have been crazy stories surrounding it.
Yeah, no, I believe it. It's fascinating to me the way a lot of these things seem to be affected by human perception.
Mhm.
And, the big debate in the fairy community, because fairies have always been thought to have this power, it's called glamour, where they can affect or influence how humans perceive them, how human senses perceive things. So not just sight, but like hearing, touch, smell, everything. But it leads to that question of, are we seeing what's really there? Or are we seeing what they want us to see? Or are they just catering to our expectations? If you expect Coca-Cola Santa with the red hat, and
that's what's showing up though.
Right,
And
but that's
that was invented by Coca-Cola in what, like the 60s or 70s? So why are people having that specific experience?
Right.
With like, this is what they're perceiving. Again, Topa?
That's a tough one.
Yeah. No, it's a fascinating question, I think.
Yeah, it was something. I had to do a show on that one time, and I'm thinking, I presented it, and people were just scratching their heads going, no, that's just, I know. I wish I could remember the researcher's name, but he actually did tons of research and found so many stories. I got to credit him for most of them because I'm thinking, I couldn't believe how many of their stories there actually were on this with the traditional looking
Santa
character.
I believe it. Because like I said earlier, I think that a lot of people have a lot more experiences than we think. Just people don't want to talk about it. The number of people I've had approach me privately and say they've never told this to anyone before, but they tell me because they know I'll believe them, that I'm not going to be, skeptical or critical. And I think so many people, if you wouldn't necessarily tell someone I saw evil Santa who yelled at me for being awake.
I know. And you're an adult.
Right.
Oh, wow.
But if you had if you had an encounter with someone or you ran across someone who was like, I'm collecting stories about this, and you feel like this is someone who's going to listen to you uncritically, you're going to be much more likely to admit, your experience, that you might not tell most people because you don't want to get
I think so. I've had people tell me strange things. They pull, especially elderly people, pull you aside because they don't want anybody else to hear them. And they're just like, it's like, wow, okay. But this makes sense because children manifesting Santa, children are little psychics, right? So I think they absolutely could manifest that
That's a
sort
lot
of
of like anxious energy at Christmas for a child.
Yeah, there's for a long time people have said when it comes to fairies, children are more likely to see them. And I don't know that it's that children are more likely to see them as that children are more likely not to rationalize it away. If a child sees lights in the trees or a tiny little human with wings or whatever, that's they're just going to take that for what it is. This is what they saw. If an adult sees it, they're going to talk themselves out of it. Well, that's not possible. It was
like
a trick
ghosts.
of light. Yeah. Like that's
Open minded.
The thing about children is they don't do that.
No. Okay. So, Amelia, do you have a question before I?
No. I totally am with you on that because I questioned the fairy. It's like why I don't question ghosts because I've seen them my whole life. It's normal for me. But the fairy, like if that even was a fairy, I'm not going to say for sure, but I would love to see video footage.
Yeah.
I would just.
I could send you video footage of a freaking gnome.
Oh yeah, I want to see that. You've never shared that with me. I want to see that.
I have to find it. It's not like I keep it in my stash. I don't particularly want to keep looking
Your
at
first 10 videos? No.
No.
It's somewhere on an old iPhone 4.
Yeah, no. But I will find it.
Something
just
she
these
can't
gals,
access
I
and
will
has to go
find
through
it.
storage to get.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Well, you have so much stuff though. So much evidence of everything. So
some things I just don't want to go there anymore.
No, there must be some kind of. I wonder if you had an experience in a past life that, or
I
this
don't know.
life, or
I had
this
an
life.
I spent like almost like weeks in Romania, and for some reason,
That's
my
right.
padres thought it would be hysterical because it must have been the year of the gnome, because there were freaking gnome statues everywhere. So we're staying in this villa, and then they thought it would be funny that when I opened the door to the terrace, the gnomes everywhere. It was just like it was the thing of the year. I opened the door and I'm just like, "Huh, not funny."
I've got to talk to one of my
I know.
daughter's friends was born in Romania.
Yeah, it's a great thing.
I gotta ask her because I've never seen gnomes on her social media.
They were everywhere. I think it
Yeah.
was just the souvenir of the year, and
Ah.
lawn ornaments, gnomes everywhere. You would go to a lot of these side touristy places, gnomes of all
You
sizes.
would think they just have lads everywhere.
They knew you were coming.
They did. They must have known I was coming.
Adriana
because-
called ahead.
It's just like, it's not a fear thing as it is an irritation thing. Ever since I saw that video, I'm like, oh, this, So anyway, that's all that is. But
I didn't have a mother who put them in her garden. I was lucky.
My grandmother had them and gave them to my daughter. She goes, I put them in the garden? No. No, you cannot.
In your house.
One day you'll have
in
your own house.
Yeah.
You can take them with you. Thank you, grandmother. So anyway, aside from that, so what are the most you get into the different indigenous communities and folklore? What are the most common when they're talking about little people? Because the Mi'kmaq were really big into the little people and different variations.
It's like anything else, is going to depend on the culture. And I only know a few, so I don't want to make too many generalizations because I'm going to see something and then people in a completely different culture are going to be like, that doesn't apply to us. So for example, the Mohegan tribe, which is in the northeast US, they have beings called Makiawisug, and Makiawisug are like very short human looking beings, so very similar to a lot of the fairies. They can be helpful or they can be dangerous depending on if you're respectful to them. They don't like being looked at or stared at, so if they're around, you're supposed to not.
I'd be in trouble off the back. They'd be like, what the hell is that? So
I don't like being looked at or stared at either.
Yeah, if they like you, they'll like help you. They'll help you find food or find your way or whatever. If they don't like you, they're going to make your life really difficult. Which is again very similar to the Celtic types of fairies, where they like you, they can give you good luck, they can give you health, they can do all sorts of good stuff. And if they don't like you or they're upset with you, they can do the opposite of all of that.
I'll bet they could.
Little thing. So very similar.
Is this why people, will, like I mentioned in Lily Dells, and actually Adrian was thinking the same thing, fairy doors and such. Is this a real thing, or is just something to appease the little,
or is it just Keebler?
Beings? Yeah. Coming out of those doors, Morgan. So
yeah, everything's a reference to pop culture with me. I apologize right now.
That's fine. I'm pretty fluent in pop culture, so we're good.
Me too. That's it for me.
Fairy doors. So there's two things you might be talking about with fairy doors. I'm just going to touch on both, so I'm covering all my bases here. Some people refer to a fairy door as like a natural doorway looking thing in a tree. So if it has if the roots form a doorway, if it's got like a hollow forms a doorway, some people will call that a fairy door. That I've only heard of more recently. And I think it's something that grew out of the artificial ones. The artificial ones I'm about to make a lot of people sad, so I apologize in advance. The artificial decorative ones started in 1991 in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It was an artist whose wife was a preschool teacher, and for fun for her kids, he would make these little fairy doors, and he would make them very involved. Like you could open the door, it would be almost like a little dollhouse with furniture in a little room. And from there, he started kind of setting them up on the street And I'm trying to remember exactly how that happened because, of course, now that I'm telling this story, I can't remember. But it kind of went from there. People liked the idea, and it spread. And then there's a company now in Ireland, the Irish Fairy Door Company, that makes them and sells them with little kits and a little contract you have to sign. I do not recommend people do that, by the way. Don't sign contracts with fairies.
No, you don't know where it's coming from.
Right.
You really don't know. You shouldn't be signing any contracts.
Right, and maybe don't set up a doorway in your child's room that's supposed to open for like random otherworldly beings. Just my personal view on it.
And yeah, that would make sense.
That makes
Kids,
a lot of
don't
sense.
do that at home, kids. No.
Because it can open up the doorway to many things.
You don't know what's going to come through.
No,
but yeah,
especially with kids.
Yes, especially with kids. In the last, 30, 34, 33 years since this has started, it has become extremely widespread. Like fairy doors are everywhere. People do live in fairy villages now.
Oh yeah,
that's what Wayne just
says.
Yeah.
But the guy he's talking about, I think, he believed that there were fairies on his property, and apparently this village that he built was quite elaborate. And I think when he passed away, people were just kind of like, what is this? Like, it was so well done.
Yeah.
So obviously he felt, but that was he something along the lines, Wayne, just refresh my memory. Was it because he was appeasing them or honoring them all at
Maybe
the same
both.
time?
You're was right. He their slave?
Right.
Yeah. There's a place in Connecticut called the Fairy Village, which is currently under threat. They might tear it down, which would be very sad. But it was built, oh my God, like decades and decades and forever ago, originally as a tourist attraction. And it's this very elaborate, it's all these little concrete houses and all of this stuff. And when it was up and running, it was pretty amazing, I'm sure. But of course, he went out of business or moved away, passed away, and it's all fallen into disrepair. But now there's all these stories that have developed around it, and people will go visit it because they do believe that there's a lot of fairy presence there. There's a seat there that is supposed to be the fairy king's throne, and if you sit on it, it'll make you crazy. All sorts of great stuff. So I think it's that connection between they're drawn to places, they're connected to places. Some people can sense that, and then they do these things. They make the fairy villages. They put this work and this energy into it as a sort of offering to them or welcoming to them, gift to them, however you want to look at it. And then it just brings more of that energy in. Then you get more of that.
Is the fairy garden the one that spirals that you walk? Oh, it's so pretty. I find it very relaxing. Yeah.
The Isle of Skye.
Is that what it's called? Oh.
No, the fairy circles.
Yes.
When I was in the Isle of Skye, there was one there. And up at the top, there was the Fairy King Grotto.
Yep, the fairy glen.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
And I know, because my son's like, wonder what's in there. I'm like, I don't know, but your little behind's much smaller than mine. I say, go take one for the team and find out what's in it. He's in his 20s. He's like, all right, I'll do it.
Yeah, ask him now. Not
his legs are sticking out. What's up? What are you saying? But apparently people would get all kinds of experiences up there. Have you been to that one, Morgan, with the fairy circles and the fairy springs?
I actually haven't ever been to Scotland. But the Isle of Skye, it's very famous, the fairy glen there. So I've seen pictures. I've heard a lot of stories about it. I know other people that have gone. I'll get to Scotland eventually. I just haven't.
Scotland and Ireland are just such beautiful countries. Yeah.
It's beautiful. You could feel the area. It's quite magical.
Yeah, lots of energy.
And you could see how it makes people feel when they're there. It's hard to explain, but you feel such a light feeling, and you just walk away feeling like amazing. It's like, God, there's something there.
Yeah, that you get that connection to it.
Absolutely you do. It's incredible. Mind you, I think the Isle of Skye in general is just a really incredible location as well, with all the mountains and the water, and it's just
so magical.
I
could live there.
Yeah. Yeah, gotta visit. Gotta
No
visit.
internet.
If you
I'm
guys
good.
haven't, you got to. It's just
Yeah.
amazing. So,
I don't know if I could
um,
survive without internet.
yeah. Now you can get it
No?
up there. I was up there everywhere, just taking pictures and flashing them off on my social media. I'll just share my experiences with people, you know. Um, it's funny. Wayne says that we have like a hobbit house, a hobbit hut. Realistically, what it was, it's a tree trunk that was an artisan had just done incredible things with those beautiful red doors, which masked my front door, which is why we had it. But the owners called it a gnome home. So, it is now being renamed the Hobbit Hut.
The Hobbit Hut. I love
What
that.
I call it? No, seriously. Like I'm just like, no, that can't be a thing. But just, yeah. Anyway, so okay, so I guess so. The indigenous all have different names for them, different experiences. Little people are pretty much what we are calling them, right? They're little people. Such.
It's a pretty common term for them. Yeah, the Cherokee have the Yunvit Sundi, which I believe, and I should know this because I used to speak it, but I believe means little people.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, please don't yell at me in the comments if it doesn't, because
Nobody will get. We've
lost
got a great
almost all
chat
that
room.
language, so
No.
sadly. But you know, sort of similar in again concept to what we find in Europe with, or even with the Makiawisa with the Mohegans, can be helpful if you're respectful.
Right.
If you're not respectful, then they are definitely going to cause you problems.
So, what about fairy mounds?
Yep, that's
Is it exactly like it sounds? It's just you're going to dig down. You're going to find something magical. You're just going to disappear, or you're going to find what's with the fairy mound.
If you dig down, you're really going to make them angry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think mounds. I think burial or habit. You know, like some sort of a habitat of sorts.
I'd be upset if somebody put a shovel to my roof.
So there's the term in Irish and Scottish is she, and it does not. It's not the pronoun. It means like otherworldly. Well, I shouldn't say that. In Irish, actually, is also a pronoun. There's a homonym, but not going to get into language stuff. She means fairy hill or fairy mound, otherworldly hill, otherworldly mound. And it's the idea is more that not that they literally live inside the hill so much as that's an entrance into their world.
Wow.
But there is a lot of crossover with a lot of these locations in Ireland and Scotland are Neolithic or Bronze Age burial mounds. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And we do have stories of, you know, for example, there's a story in Galway of a fairy king abducted this woman. The woman's husband took exception to that and decided to try to get her back. And he wasn't having any luck, so he started digging into the fairy hill and putting salt in, which salt is not something they really particularly like. I mean, also not something you really want to be putting in the ground because it'll screw up the soil,
right?
Kill all the plants. But it worked, and he got his wife back because the fairies were like,
"Wow,
take her, stop digging into our hill."
I want to ask you a question. This is coming from a supernatural episode, okay?
Get the salt.
I mean, I'm Jean. Get the salt. I'm that person.
I had to.
Yeah. I'm not. Michelle's very calm. Yeah. I know there was an episode where the man was a watchmaker and he was fixing watches and he had elves, and they were nasty elves. But if you gave them sweet cream and sugar, like the way you would distract them is to drop sugar because they feel compelled to count every. Is that like is that lore or is it?
Yep.
Because they're really I'm really impressed by Supernatural. I'm not gonna.
It has its moments. Horribly mispronounced Samhain, but it has its moments.
Yes.
So giving dairy products is very traditional. And that's actually not just traditional with Celtic fairies, like I have a friend who is a Tibetan Buddhist, and he told me that they do that to appease spirits in Tibet
Really?
as well. They give them milk or dairy. There's at least one kind of spirit in Africa, and I want to say Kenya, but I might be wrong. I might be misremembering it, that they give milk to.
Yeah, there's one in Africa where it's citrus. It's fruit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Fruit's another big
Wow.
one. But yeah, so the show having them having the fairies be given sweet milk or milk or cream, that is very traditional. And then there's also some separate folklore with some types of fairies. Not all of them, but some of them, that they have to stop and count things like sugar or seeds, grains of salt, things like that. And people would use that as a defense against them, because by the time they're done counting, it's too late for them to do whatever mischief they were there to
It's
do.
a good distraction. Yes.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, and it's also with vampire folklore, the
That's
idea
true.
that they have obsessive compulsive need to count things.
Right.
Oh, I didn't. It's so
yeah.
cool.
True.
See, they're not too bad supernatural.
No.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
true.
the supernatural. I wouldn't give them 100%, but they're
No,
definitely
because
like
it's
80%.
entertainment. Yeah, it's entertainment. But there's a lot of stuff in there. They always go for the lore. Should I read it?
I appreciate that.
This is interesting. And with the fairy rings, I think when you have to leave an offering. I dumped all kinds of change in that fairy ring because I was walking around inside of it. So I wonder if that, leaving, some people were leaving seashells, some people were leaving different little baubles. I left coins. So
What I've heard was the coins.
Yeah, they like shiny things, silver, stuff like that.
They're also like crows.
And I think that story, the person was saying they had a fairy ring at work, and a girl hopped in the middle and said, "Come and get me," and a week later slipped on nothing and broke her ankle. That's the disrespect coming in.
Yes,
like jumping in and then saying, "Oh, come and get me." That's never going to end well. And there's all kinds of stories about people who, "Oh, I don't believe in this. Oh, this is just silly," and then inevitably, something happens to change their mind.
It's the same in a haunted house. You provoke, you're going to pay. It's simple. Yeah. It's understandable.
They don't like being challenged. They don't like being insulted.
No.
So yeah, as soon as you say "come and get me," you're not going to like what happens.
That's an invitation. It's careful what you wish for, is what I always say.
Right.
We're just going to take a quick station and sponsor ID, and then I will come up to this question.
I'm never ready when she says this. It's
what?
bad. I said I'm never ready.
I know.
Oh my gosh, because I'm like so into this. Okay, deep breath. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, coming to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans on 107.7 FM radio, as well as on the Gulf Coast, on 105.3 FM. We're live on Roku TV, Rumble, YouTube, X, and Facebook group pages. I'm losing it. Listen to us on Alexa Prime and approximately 250 streaming platforms or more. Our special guest tonight is friend Morgan Daimler, and she is a teacher as well as an author. We're talking all about the Fae tonight. Very interesting and never gets boring. I love this. Too bad we don't have a 4-hour show, but we can bring her back. Now for our big moment of gratitude, of course, never forgetting Folgers Coffee from our first episode with UPRN. We thank you and Joe Montaldo, network owner and our producer, for your continued support and sponsoring our show. We love you very mucho. Our fabulous banner and promo media is courtesy of Steve McGinnis, horror illustrator and a commissioned artist as well. He creates custom pieces. So if you're into something and you love his style, because
like
he is
fairies.
Yes, or pet portraits, like Michelle has often said. He is a fantastic artist, truly gifted. He can be found on Facebook. Thank you so much, Steve. Our intro is courtesy of Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, also known as Justin Snicker. He is an award-winning composer, vocalist, and musician. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp and stream him on any platform you normally use. Find Dr. Snick on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you, Justin. Lastly, it's the scolding moment, the scolding paragraph. Are you watching this episode right now? Are you listening? Wherever you are, please kindly give us a like, subscribe, smash that notifications button so you never miss a show. And if you could kindly share us with your friends and family, help us grow on social media so we can continue bringing you the best in their fields. Thank you.
All right. So we are back.
Yay.
Here's the first question. Yeah.
Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Thank you. What kind of fairies are in the Pacific Northwest?
It's a good question. For indigenous types of spirits, I don't know.
I love that. Brutally honest. This is good.
I'm always honest, like, and there are certain things I do know, and there are certain things
Why
I
we
don't.
love you. Yeah.
Yeah, your best bet if you want to know like what indigenous beings are there is to look into what tribal nations were originally in that area, and then look at what their beliefs are or were, depending. If we're talking about what sort of like European fairies would be there, you want to look at which cultural groups primarily have settled there. So like the reason in Newfoundland that you have what you have is because there are a lot of Irish and Scottish people who have settled there. If you look somewhere that has, say, a big like German population or Swedish population in the Americas, then you're going to find a lot of types of fairy beings that we would expect to see with those cultures. If you have an area that has, for example, a lot of Chinese immigration, a lot of Chinese immigrants had settled that area, which I know happens in parts of the Northwest with the railroads and the mining, then you're going to see a lot of spirits connected to that sort of a culture. Because like I said, they seem to go where the people, the humans connected to them go. If you're in like more of the I don't think this is true of the Pacific Northwest, but areas that have a lot of mining communities, there tended to be a lot of Welsh immigrants because Wales has a lot of mining. So you get a lot of Welsh spirits and Welsh fairies. There's a particular type of mine fairy called a knocker in Wales, and in the US we call them Tommy knockers.
That's right.
Oh,
that's right.
That's
and
where
those
that
are,
comes from?
yeah, that's where it comes from. So those would be a type of fairy being or a spirit that has come over and now is found over here, sort of in connection with those communities. So that's what I would recommend for your specific area if you're curious what might be around there.
All right, next question.
Oh, hi, Heidi. How to know if something is a fairy or another kind of elemental?
That again, we get into this sort of process of elimination. Generally, with the different kind of good folk, the different kind of fairies, they can choose to be visible or they can choose to be invisible to humans. When people do see them, it's much more common to get like that out of the corner of your eye. Like you see movement, but when you turn, nothing's there. Or you'll get a quick glimpse of something that, unlike a ghost or, that sort of spirit, would be a fully formed, complete figure. But then when you like look back, it's gone. It was there, it's gone. I used to say that a good way to tell between ghosts and fairies was electronics, but I stand corrected.
Right.
Because it turns out that fairies will also drain electronics and batteries. Which I learned from a friend of mine in Ireland who had gone to record at a location and found her batteries kept very quickly draining.
Yeah, any energy being, right? Any energy being. I mean, even people who not hunt, because it's such an awful word, but look for Bigfoot and to have this evidence of them and catch everything, have said that their cameras have completely died
Yeah, there's just something about this sort of phenomena that seems to have that effect. One thing I have noticed is that, again, very generally speaking, dogs don't seem to be bothered by fairies when fairies are around for the most part.
That's hilarious. Maybe they like dogs?
I think they like dogs more maybe than some other kinds of animals. Cats, however...
Cats are a different character altogether, and
Aliens.
they're fun. Yeah.
It's maybe because people will use dogs on like ghost investigations because dogs are supposed to be very sensitive to ghosts. But that wouldn't work with fairies because they don't seem to care, and the fairies don't seem to care about the dogs. But cats, in from what I've seen and people I've talked to, mostly seem to ignore ghosts, but will get really weird with fairies, like really weird. And I realize cats are already weird, so like
cats are weird.
Well, they're fun videos though.
But they're also said to be guardians against ghosts with cats, which is interesting.
Yeah, some cultures. That's true.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that, but that is true.
Yeah. But so the fairies. Well, they move kind of quick,
just really quickly to wrap up that answer.
Yes.
Sorry, because I realize I'm getting...
No, it's okay. We got
it's your show. Chill.
Got lots of time.
There is no...
Go ahead.
One final thing, the difference between telling fairies from like elementals or land spirits or nature spirits or what have you. Fairies can move around and they can go into houses, out of houses. They can follow people, even across continents, from one house to another. More elemental sorts of spirits don't do that. They tend to be more very, very location specific. Like they will start in that place and stay in that space. And if you encounter them in one place, they're going to be in that place. Whereas fairies go where fairies want to go. And
you'll know if you're bothering them.
Yeah.
I can see them, but I feel them too. It's a weird thing. It's like I can feel the heat with the fire, the cold with the water. It's just a weird thing.
That's cool
for me. Yeah, it was my first experience was with Michelle.
Oh, nice.
It was just one of like, what am I feeling here? What is going on? Yeah.
That's the first time it was confusing.
But we don't have any problems with them. Yeah. Mish, hi Mish. Any reports in Australia?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because again, you have a lot of immigrant populations and a
lot of them British.
Without having to keep repeating myself, like I don't know as much about the Aboriginal stuff, so not getting into that, but there's a lot of Irish and Scottish and I think Welsh as well, and English presence in Australia, settlement in Australia. So I'm aware of quite a lot of stories actually in Australia that would be Celtic types of fairies. My book was focused specifically on North America because I wanted to narrow it down a little bit, but I could have had a whole chapter on Australia as well. There's something you can find free online called the Fairy Census, which is a great name, but it's actually a collection of anecdotes. People would write in with their experiences, and they have a whole selection from Australia if people are curious to learn more about that and kind of what people are experiencing that down there.
I guess I should spell fairy correctly. So the Y, not an IE.
I spell it all kinds of ways. I spell it FAER.
FAE is different.
Yeah, I spell it all. It's just whatever mood I'm in.
For finding that particular resource purposes, it is spelled with the Y. The word fairy was not standardized till pretty recently, so it's like the Wild West. Just any combination of letters and vowels that you want.
Play with it.
Well, there's a lot of history here, right?
Yeah, you sometimes see people saying that there's like a difference in meaning depending on the spelling, but that's a super modern idea. Historically, it really was. Like I have seen some of the best hilarious spellings for the word fairy you can imagine. Just like I said, any combination of letters or vowels, and you're good.
Make it work. Right. See what comes up, So if fairies are, let's say, visiting, or shall we say infiltrating, like if you were no, we probably infiltrate. So just gonna go there. But anyway, what kind of things should you be looking for? Like, I know with gremlins, they like to hide things, move things around, and you almost have to ask them to put it back. Is it kind of the same thing, and how common is it?
Depends a little on which sort we're talking about.
Okay.
There's definitely sort of a grouping that are prone to or like to be in people's homes, house fairies, we might call them, and they tend to be more mischievous. They like to move stuff around. They like to hide stuff. They like to play jokes, but generally not things that are dangerous or hurtful.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just annoying. So, we sort of have that range of beings. There's a whole other sort of grouping where I've talked to people who have encounters with someone that looks very human, usually shows up at an important time and talks to the person and sort of tells them stuff that they need to hear. And usually about halfway through the conversation or so, the person figures out this is not a human being, because they know too much. They're talking about things they shouldn't have knowledge of. But the person is not feeling alarmed about it. It seems like they've known the person for a long time, even though they haven't. And usually the fairy person appears out of nowhere and then disappears, kind of inexplicably. So, we also have sort of that range of experiences that people have. And then, of course, the lights. Which,
yeah.
I don't know what the lights are up to, but
I think it's just because it's easy,
Yeah.
I wonder if it's their energy as they're moving. It's just sparking, picking up the static.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. So, gardens. If you wanted to attract fairies, what would be the best way to attract fairies? Not gnomes. Don't be laughing, giggling.
Why?
Just fairies.
Why?
Like I said, cool Hobbit hut might be a good place to visit.
This gets back into the different types that you're going to have out there. So there are certainly some that are a little safer-ish.
Safe is good.
Yeah, to interact with or have around you. And the ones that are associated with gardens tend to be kind of in that category. And I know people that's all that they do. They only connect to these particular types of fairies. This is sort of their whole thing. And for those, you would want to plant things that they are known to like. Pansies, cowslips, foxglove, roses. Have fun with that, because roses are super entertaining to try to keep alive.
We have lots of roses, but
do they like lamb's
It's interesting because of the thorns. I would not think that they would be.
Oh yeah, actually, a lot of things with thorns are associated with fairies. One of the most famous types of fairy trees in Ireland is the hawthorn.
Right.
Yeah, and if for people who've never seen a hawthorn, those thorns are not playing.
No, they're pretty hostile.
She's not talking about Nathaniel.
No.
If you think thorns on roses are unpleasant to grab, the thorns on a hawthorn are they can be up to 2 inches long.
They must produce gorgeous roses, though. Do they produce gorgeous roses like
hawthorn?
Yeah, or it's just a thorn.
They have nice little flowers. They're little white.
Okay, I've probably seen them and I just don't know.
And then berries. So wildlife tends to like them. They actually are in the rose family. It's the same general family of plant, hawthorns and roses. But yeah, those thorns do not mess around. And then blackthorns, which you have in Scotland and Ireland and places like that. And those thorns are really nasty.
Yes. Wow. And thistle. They've got a lot of itchy thistle in Scotland too. But we have here. We have some here too.
Yeah, beautiful flowers, but everything's spiky on thistle.
Yes. I tend to wonder if it's just a place that they can hide, and you're not going to easily get to them. Maybe we should just build them a little mound. I don't know.
Salt air probably kills a lot of stuff too, though. That's probably why it's so thorny.
That just reminds me of that. I don't know if you've seen the movie or if you've read the book, The Secret of Nim.
Yes, I have. Yeah,
the whole thing about they were like in the rose bush because the thorns protected them.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's interesting. I mean, the property is very much like a British cottage style, and it's just got all kinds of gardens, all kinds of animals, all kinds of trees, and we keep it very friendly for all sorts of life, so to speak, all year round. Well, as long as it doesn't attract crazy things. Wayne swears he's always had a golem around. He's just like, like the golem, traditional, fairy type golem, like Dobby sort of cute golem, not,
not so cute when you're trying to crochet him. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, but
2 years.
So, and he said like things would just go disappearing, and he would just ask politely, "Can you please put it back?" And it would resurface.
And Dobby's so content with just a sock.
Yeah, the things that tend to be more like around homes, the fairies that tend to be more around homes and gardens and the easier ones to interact with, usually they will take stuff, but if you ask nicely for it back, they usually will return it. And then, sometimes you might have to give them a little butter or milk to help bribe the way. But
remember that, Wayne, butter and milk.
Do they like bread with that? Cereal? I'm not kidding.
So
they just really like dairy products. It's just
that's really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say, how do you know when you actually have one for sure?
It's if you're not someone who like you don't see them and have direct experiences with them, it becomes that process of elimination. Kind of okay, there's something, you've eliminated all of the human world possibilities. It's not electromagnetic fields, it's not all of this other stuff. It's definitely something out of the ordinary, I guess you would say. And then you would look at is it a ghost? No, you can eliminate it's not a ghost. And you sort of work your way through
back to the
you can also ask them, but I find if you have stuff going on, like we have mentioned, like things disappearing, reappearing, if things seem to be happening that are frustrating and mildly annoying, but also kind of
all the time. I just can't necessarily blame the fairies.
Right. And that's
constant.
Right.
Yeah, you just kind of have to work your way around to it, unless it's something where it's really obvious, and then sometimes it's a little more clear.
I like the fairy houses. I think it's cute when you see parents making them with children and putting them under a tree. I think it's really sweet.
So
is it one of those situations like Field of Dreams, build it and they will come?
Oh,
that's the idea.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So after I went off about how much I don't like fairy doors,
yeah, here we go with the houses.
The whole house now. Okay.
I actually really love fairy houses.
Yeah.
I know that might sound a little contradictory, but hear me out.
Okay.
So, first of all, fairy houses have been around for quite a while. They used to have them in like Victorian gardens. They even if you go all the way back to like ancient Rome, they would make these little spirit houses they didn't call them fairies, of course, but for these specific types of domestic spirits called the lares. So the idea of having a little house that you would build for a particular type of spirit is very, very old. And when I was little, as we've established, I was a very strange child. And I had just started spontaneously building these when I was very young, which again, my family thought was amusing. Always outside, but little rocks and sticks and whatever. And so I've always had a bit of a I don't know, bias, I guess I'll say, towards fairy houses. I like them. I think the sort of things you're going to attract with that are going to be on the more safe end of the scale. Now, mind you, I personally don't have them inside my house. I do them more like out in the garden or out in the yard.
Yeah.
To get that sort of an energy coming in. But I do know people that use them inside. There's a whole debate about whether that's a good idea or not, just in general.
Right? Yeah. I mean, almost be like trapping them in a way, or if they were indoors, or is it just a dimensional thing altogether, despite where it is?
I would say it's maybe more of a dimensional thing, but you're inviting that energy into your home, and that energy can be fairly chaotic. So that's fine in your yard.
Yes,
or in your
yes.
garden, but it can be a little intense, maybe.
Right. Yes.
So, but yeah, I'm surprisingly pro fairy house.
Wow. Okay.
I
Well,
like it.
not a bad
Funny.
thing. Wayne, we need fairy houses for outside.
There you go.
Put them away
You
from
could
the
start
Hobbit house.
building.
Different.
I'd be afraid to build them with stuff from outside, because I think where we live, when it does snow, it can get really bad.
But if it's dimensional, I think there's sort of,
They can just slide in there.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah, no.
Very fairy.
I have so much stuff in my backyard. If I had it a village, my husband would lose his mind.
Yep, the fairy F-A-I-R-Y versus the fairy F-A-E-R-Y. There are people now who will tell you that there is a difference, that one is the real type of fairy and the other one's like the made up Victorian children's fairy. So you will find people who are very firm about that. It's kind of a modern thing. Historically, like I said, you would just spell it however you spelled it, because spelling wasn't standardized. And my personal opinion on it is, unless we're writing, it doesn't matter. Like in this whole conversation, I could have been meaning F-A-I-R-Y the whole time, and you could have been meaning F-A-E-R-Y, and we would have no way to know because we're not spelling it, we're talking about it, and they sound the same.
Well, I like that.
I feel better.
Well, it's you know what? This has really been awesome, and I would think that I mean, people have already been saying that they've learned so much tonight, and I believe this is your third time on, and I've gone on the website going,
you just keep bringing me
books
back.
happen. I know.
Oh yeah, the books.
I'm like, how do all these books happen?
I write 3-4 books a year, so
okay,
good for you.
I know. So we will have you back on again. And
I have a book coming out in May about love and sex and fairy beliefs. That could be a fun topic.
That could be, if it doesn't get us booted off.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
I know. Bleep, bleep, bleep.
With wings.
We'll do the PG version.
We could do a censored version.
I actually wrote that book because it's the most common questions I get asked.
Well, you never think about it. How do they procreate? Like that's a question. It's a logical question. That's why I didn't ask.
Worded it right would be okay. Because now AI just flags anything that's exciting.
We can call it like amorous and intimate.
Sure.
Yes, amorous and intimate.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of puns. It'll be amazing.
In the fairy world.
Can't wait.
Sure. So there it is again.
Beautiful.
So tell us what you have coming up and where can people find you and so on and so forth.
Sure. So I am sadly everywhere on social media. Very, very sadly. Always under my name. Yeah. So it'll always be Morgan Daimler, whichever the social media is. And I will say this because now there's so many of these cloned fake accounts out. I never do private readings. I don't hit people up asking for money for anything weird like that. I just mostly talk a lot about fairies on my social media and Irish mythology. Currently writing a book about the fairy courts, which is something we have from Scottish mythology originally that's gotten very widespread. The Seelie and the Unseelie, the good fairies and the bad fairies, that kind of thing.
Exciting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's my current project. Like I said, it's called Paid with a Kiss, which is the book on love and sex and fairy belief that's coming out next May.
Mhm.
So I'm always keeping busy. I'm always up to something.
Good for
Well,
you.
it sounds
We're
quite
grateful.
exciting. I'm going to peruse. We'll line you up for a few dates for sure. I think we're booking into March for God's sake. So we
It
got
goes by
some time.
so quickly. I cannot believe it's almost December.
I know.
Well,
I
that's
know.
this Sunday. Yeah.
How did that
So
happen, though?
I don't know. I was wishing for it for months, and the summer felt really
didn't
long
do it
this year.
missing time.
I love Christmas, so for me,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yes. Right.
takes me 2 weeks to decorate my house. So
And I'm
You and my
counting down
youngest
to next
child
year's
get along
Halloween.
really well.
yeah, Michelle's counting down to Halloween. I like
Next year.
Halloween too. If I
I
ever
know.
had a party, the one party I haven't had is a Halloween party, and I
Oh, you
would
should.
love to do that for my friends because I know I'd go like all out with all the crazy stuff. And I take the time to really set the mood.
Have
But
fun with
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I love it. I love entertaining though. So
Yes,
and
she
it's been a
does.
while with the few things that have been happening. So
Yes, she
yeah,
does.
that's
Loves to
one I
entertain.
haven't been able to
Well,
do.
Oh, you should. Next year, you definitely should.
I hope so. I hope
Well,
so.
we're there, the top of the hour. Boo, boo, boo.
With this subject, it goes quick.
It does. It
Oh.
does. And it was a lot of fun. And thank you so much for joining us. It was
Thank you for having
such
me
a
back
pleasure.
on.
Oh,
we
God.
adore you.
I
I
refer
always
you to
love talking to
everybody.
you.
We have
Are
a
you
lot
kidding
of
me?
shows on the network, and I'm just like, oh, you guys got to get Morgan on there. Yeah, you've been on with my friend Vicky from Fika with Vicky.
Oh, isn't
And
she nice?
Yeah,
yes,
she's really fun
and
to talk
So
to.
nice.
oh, she's
Yeah.
a sweetie.
Vicky's an
And
angel.
and you connected you with another one of our hosts, CL Thomas, who's
Mhm.
she's just sweetie as well. So
Amazing. Yeah.
only connect you with nice people, Morgan.
Yeah.
Never
We
worry.
only connect with nice people, Morgan.
That's right, exactly. So anyway, I will be in touch, and we'll set up some more dates for sure.
Sure. And like I
I
said,
love
thank
it.
you for having me on. It was really great to talk to you guys again.
Thank you so
Pleasure,
much and have a
pleasure.
happy Thanksgiving.
Yes,
too.
happy Thanksgiving.
And stay safe on Friday.
Black Friday.
I
Yeah.
never understood that in the US. Give
I know,
thanks
but I
on
love it.
Thursday, kill your neighbor on Friday.
It's all about balance.
Yeah.
The yin and the yang.
Enjoy it. And thank you so much.
All right. Well, everybody, we have come to the end of another fantastic segment of The Outer Realm. Thank you to Morgan Daimler. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was just awesome. Big thank you to you guys in the chat room for making it that much more interesting. And to all of you guys who are actually in audio land, we thank you guys for tuning in and hanging in. I've seen a lot of people in Rumble, a lot of people on X. So thank you guys all again. Tomorrow night, okay, we're doing it. We promised you another open mic. I don't know what it is, but you guys sure dig it. So we're going to definitely give it to you. Another open mic, all yours. And we've got some good stuff cooked up. So get your questions and comments ready, and we shall do it. And we always have so much fun doing it with you. So
Yeah.
anyway, guys, good night, and we shall see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle LaRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 from New Orleans. We're fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who have been a part of our journey since the very beginning. So thank you, Folgers. We couldn't do it without you, nor would we want to. Also, big thank you to Justin Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for the contribution of his voice, his time, and his music for the intro you just heard. He's an award winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite music streaming platforms. Also, big shout out to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the horror genre, but does phenomenal commission pieces. So tonight, guys, it looks like we're having a little bit of a problem with the Outer Realm Facebook. No surprise, but mind you, it has been a bit of a surprise with respects to um, having issues with this page because it never happens. So heads up on that. Everything else seems to be functioning. Remember, we are on Rumble, we are on X, and we can see your comments. So I'm just double checking now to make sure. And we are live. So we can see your comments and we can put them up like this, for example. So I'll leave this up for a couple of minutes. Go on over and show Stig's page some love. Come on, like it, subscribe it. And if you haven't done ours while you're at it, feel free to get on in there. Let's just pass that stuff around. And I believe we are also on X, just double checking to make sure that this goes on as well. Bum, bum, bum. And we are live there as well. So need to double check, avoiding some of the tech issues. So tonight, guys, you've seen him in our chat, right? He just likes to interact with us all. He's just a sweetie and very, very versed. So David Stig Hansen tonight, finally, after this long wait, he's going to finally be here to talk about. I really hope I don't butcher this. I should know this. The reshot structure, just nod. Yeah, is that right? The reshot structure. Yay. Okay. In the African Atlantis. He's made 3 expeditions to the reshot structure, also known as the Eye of Africa. I have researched this too because when I first found out about it, it really, really intrigued me. As one of those people who loves ancient cultures and ancient civilizations. Anyway, he believes this natural formation may hold the key to unlocking the legend of Atlantis. His discoveries include evidence of ancient quarries, canals, shorelines, seawalls, and other potential intelligently created features. He even has evidence of a cataclysmic event, right? And today's going to share a lot of those findings. So we all know that this is a thing. I mean, you've heard me go on about it. We've had people come on and talk about it. And, there's a lot of different, theories on a lot of different locations. We know that Edgar Casey was so much into this. He channeled for a lot of people who allegedly had lives in Atlantis and pegged quite a few interesting things. So much so, in fact, he wrote a book about it. So go seek that out as well. So I see we're starting to fill in the chat room. I just have to say, anybody who normally goes to the Outer Realm Facebook page, again, apologies. Please just follow the link and head over to YouTube, which is where really a lot of the fun is anyway. But hey, Wayne, hello, Heidi, hello, Kathy. Oh my goodness, hello. Nice you guys are coming on in there. Z-Sun, hi. Hi, Sherry. Oh my God. I love seeing all of these, all of your familiar faces. Hello, Alan. How are you? So anyway, without further ado, we're going to bring the man himself on board, Mr. David Stig Hansen. Hello. How are you? Oh.
Looking right
there
at
we
the
go.
camera.
Yeah,
Okay,
got
now
you.
you can hear me. Yeah, I always
Yeah.
have trouble right at the beginning with the StreamYard. When I'm live streaming, sometimes I have to check that volume or make sure my microphone's working. Hello, everybody. And it's great to address a new audience. I'm going to try to use my sexy voice. Sometimes I start to raise it up and get a little excited. And
Oh,
I
here.
I had
Amelia
a
herself, so she's like, she's under the weather, and she's like, I can't believe I'm gonna miss this show.
don't
So
worry, she's here in spirit and sounds like she's listening. I'm so excited to be here and talking to a new audience. And I understand a few people might not be. You told me many times that there's a lot of video, but I know maybe
yeah,
some people out there just listening. Is that still true?
there are. We
And I'm going to
actually,
try to.
because we're part of an FM station, we're the podcast
Mm.
division of that. So we have a lot of international audio servers that go around the world, and we'll have a lot of audio archives. So it's very important that we get out what you want verbally, so those people can
Right.
take advantage of it.
I'm going to keep that in mind. But you got to,
Okay.
first of all, oh, yeah, and I forgot to show this. You were talking about what? I ran out of coffee. And so I had to pull this
Soldiers,
out. I had to pull this out of my cupboard
woo!
to show you. I got this.
Yay!
I was going to be drinking this tomorrow.
Go
So anyway,
Sting!
I'm not kissing anything, but I
I love
figured
it.
I'd grab that. I was like, please let it be Folgers. Please let it be Folgers. And
There it is. It was meant to
instant
be.
coffee. Yeah,
Oh,
I
it
started
is.
drinking my coffee black. I'm a YouTuber, and I listen to like that Dr. Gundry, and he's like,
Yes.
don't put milk or sugar in your coffee. So I threw the milk away. I'm not buying milk. I still got to buy butter. I'm going to
I
prove
know.
tonight how much weight I've gained over the last few years.
Some things you just can't let go. I understand.
But
So,
I have to be honest. And I did an interview with Jimmy Corsetti. He was on Joe Rogan today. He gave
mhm.
me a shout out on Joe Rogan, not today, but
Woo!
Joe Rogan's
That's
heard my name.
okay.
Yeah, but he
Any on Joe Rogan is like pretty impressive.
right one one degree away from Elon Musk, who made the
Right?
weirdest. Yeah, he was smoking weed on Joe Rogan and making the weirdest
Oh,
grimace. And so
wow,
yeah, so
wow.
one degree away. And by the way, Elon Musk is 1 degree away from the president now. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Oh
Uh,
boy, that's a whole other show, isn't it?
it's a very I honestly, people say I just can't
I
handle all the
know.
politics. I lived in
I,
Taiwan for 20 years, and
oh boy.
the worst thing
Yeah.
for me was when I was listening to my back home radio. I don't know if you know LA, but KFI my
I
whole
do.
life.
I
KFI.
do. Yeah.
So I still listen to
Yeah.
KFI, but I was listening to KFI when it was Loman and Barkley. And
Oh,
I don't even know if you
wow.
remember Loman and Barkley, but
I don't. That's maybe before my
they were
time.
there back when I was before I could even drive. I mean, way before I maybe like was a kid, like 6, 7, 8 years old. And
Right.
let's not go there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
I am ready to take you on a wild ride, to be honest. I
Let's
think
do
the
it.
problem it's going to be a problem because I want to make sure to relay my thoughts, but I'm going to show you 1,000 slides a minute. So I might go through slides really quick, but I'm
Mhm.
going to try to relay that thought. And
Yes.
please call me out if I don't make my point clear.
I'll jump in. I always say when we have a guest on, and you've probably heard me say it because you've participated in the chat, that it's your show. Essentially, I
Thank
just
you.
want you to take it away because we have 2 hours to get out as much information as you can. It is just very important, though, for the audio listeners that we do, because they're not able to see these photos. So
Right.
pertinent
And I
ones
don't
we
mind
leave
sharing.
every stuff.
I don't
Yeah,
mind
go
sharing
ahead.
the link for this presentation so they can go
Yeah.
through it again if they want. Although
Sure.
there are a lot of links I'll show you. I do have a Facebook page where I put all my stuff, and I put the coordinates so you can click on it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we're already hearing it. Now, by the way, Jimmy Corsetti did interview me, and that was the big accomplishment because before I was in Taiwan, I was kind of stuck pre-COVID and during COVID.
Mhm.
And then when I finally, because of COVID, got out of Taiwan, that's when things started to change.
Mhm.
But back
That's
in the
another
day,
show.
everybody wanted
Yeah.
we wanted recognition from Jimmy, and I'll bring Jimmy up later, but he did the Joe Rogan today. But when he interviewed me, but I didn't do a great job because I was all ADHD and not finishing sentences. And this is
Right.
one of my big problems. They did
That's
3
okay.
hours today. We're only doing 2 hours, right?
We're
So
only 2. If it goes over,
yeah,
it's all right.
we can
We
go
can do
over.
that.
We can go over, but there's so many things that I want to show you, and it's
Well, we
impossible.
may just have to do a part 2. So why don't we start? Where do you want to start? Let's
Well,
start with
okay.
this.
So here's what I'm
First
gonna
off,
do. I mean,
where,
yes.
okay. Well, I would say where I thought we would be a good place to start is people don't just wake up saying, I think I want to research Atlantis. You know, what where did this drive and this need to learn about this incredible myth, alleged myth, start with you?
You know, it's not in the slide presentation, but when I was a young kid, my mother, who was very interested in all of this, she's actually, some people might know her name. I don't know how old our audience is, but she's been doing the UFO circuit for 20 years. And then she started to tell me when I was a young kid, oh, by the way, I have a previous life. I was in Atlantis. So when you're a kid and your mom tells you stuff like that, you don't want to
Yeah.
have anything to do with it. So I
Yeah, of
abandoned
course.
ship.
The mom
I was
thing.
over UFOs.
Yeah.
I was over UFOs a long time ago, and I hope we don't have to talk about UFOs tonight.
No. This is
Now,
about Atlantis. Let's do that. Let's go from
yeah.
there.
So, but
Okay.
like
So
I said,
you
I didn't want to know anything about Atlantis, so I literally had a blank mind, totally ignorant for until I was 30.
right.
And how old am I now? I'm so close to 60.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah,
All
I'm
right.
57. I'm 57 this next month. So
Wow.
I'll show you in the slides a few pictures about how far back my exposure goes to alternative history. How do we label it? When I was
I guess it is alternative history.
alternative, not just history, but alternative, history, because
It's an ancient civilization that has a lot of mystery surrounding it. Some people will call it a myth. Other people will just because it's like Lemuria, Mu. Like we don't know, but we're finding continents. We know that we're continents, they're coming up, technology, whatever we want to call it. We know things are surfacing. And we know that there may be a lot more to Atlantis, as you and I had kind of, went
what
over email about than people think. Maybe not just one place.
Jimmy didn't talk about the Rashad much. He talked about it at the end of his interview today, and I was just
Right.
like, but there's a lot of things that I'm going to try to show you that Jimmy never talks about, and I think he
Okay.
doesn't want to lose his credibility. I'm
No,
not
of
going to
course.
say put a gun to my head. I'm not going to say this was Atlantis. I'm not that person, and I really think it's I do think that I can demonstrate there was a destroyed civilization there.
You know what? Let's do it. And let's see,
Yeah.
it was it the Atlantis civilization? Any way you look at
I
it.
think it was. I think it was like no
Yeah.
gun to my head. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was because there's a couple of main points. Plato. Okay, everybody knows by now that the Rashad structure, the Eye of Africa, is 4 times bigger than the actual dimensions that Plato wrote.
Yes.
And so it's 4 times bigger, a big deal. But guess what? The proportions are almost perfect. I'll show you. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because a lot of people are also thinking it's in the Azores and they're leaning towards that. So I'm anxious to hear how you're going to piece this all together.
Well,
Stig.
okay, let me just say right now, and then later on, if you see the slide, because there's a slide for that. There's a slide for that. But later on, when you see the slide, I've already explained it. Plato said that Atlantis was an island, yes, bigger than Libya and Asia combined. Well, my arch nemesis, David Miano.
I
don't know if you know who that guy is. I sometimes watch his videos. I unsubscribed, but sometimes I watch his videos. Today, or not today. He said his exact words were, by definition, anything that is bigger than Libya and Asia combined is not an island. So there you go. And also Plato made reference to islands in the open sea. Diverse islands in the open sea. I'm not against the Azores being occupied by Atlanteans 13,000 years ago. I have no problem with that. But there was no gold there. There were no elephants there. These are all things Plato wrote was in.
But would it not maybe have been obviously pre-Ice Age? So there was a lot. Well, what's underwater that we don't know about? I mean,
that's
things are
another good
surfacing
point.
all the time.
Graham Hancock says that. That's Graham Hancock right there.
We've got Santorini. I've been to Santorini. I'll tell you, it's pretty compelling. But we have Bimini, right? We've got Peru, South America, Antarctica, Lemuria.
I'm going to show you some things in North America. That's
right there. Yeah. Okay. Take it away.
Stuff. But we'll try to. I'm going to give you a quick introduction.
Yep.
I forgot what I was going to say. The Azores.
Yes.
No gold, but I think that Doggerland probably was Atlantis. Now you said pre-ice age.
Mhm.
That's what I wanted to say. Of course it was pre-ice age, because
Exactly.
according to okay, so you say Santorini, I get triggered because I have a lot of trolls that bug me on a daily basis, and they're
I've
pushing
been,
this
but it doesn't fit
agenda.
all the bill. Yeah, it
Well,
doesn't fit
the
all the
funny
bill.
thing, there was the guy you just had. No, who was it? That wasn't you. I somebody just had him on. It was a book he got in Santorini about the
Mhm.
Rashad structure. Who was that? Anyways,
Right.
and it kept kind of confusing me. And I was
Right,
like,
right.
no, not Santorini. It's not an allegory, because there's so many
Yes.
things that are real world now, and the difference in 900
Mhm.
months compared to years, 9,000
Mhm.
months or 9,000 years. To me personally, it just doesn't add up. And I think I have a lot of things to support
Mhm.
everything beyond the Pillars of Hercules. And I went to the Pillars of Hercules in
Right.
February. I was there,
Yeah.
and I went back to the Rashat that third time, and it was
Yes.
well, I can just say it was Randall Carlson that made me go back, haunted by his words. I'll show you the slide when he
Right.
said, and I'll just sound like Randall Carlson for the
Oh,
rest of this.
Jesus.
And his exact words were,
Right.
there were chert crops in that structure, the Rashad
Right.
structure, being quarried by somebody.
Mhm.
I was like, and I forgot that you're going to forget half of what I show you tonight. There's so
Right.
much.
Right.
So,
Okay.
anyways,
So let's
let's
start then.
I have a slide presentation, and
Let's do
like
it.
I
Let's
said,
do it.
keep me
Yeah,
in control, rein me in
I
when I have to
will.
speak.
I will. Don't you worry.
I'll try to remember that.
I'll pry my way in there when I have to. So,
I'll try to remember that we have a radio audience that can't see the
and a
slides.
host.
The host can see the slides, can't you?
Well, I
You
can
can
see all
see.
of it. I can see it all. Yeah.
You
Go
are
ahead.
the never mind, omniscient one, aren't you? So one thing I can say about the slide here, you can't see it yet. Now you're hearing me and the Rashad desktop. I'm ready to share my desktop with you. But one thing about this first slide is when you look at it, it looks like you're standing on the cliff looking over the Rashad. But I recently, what's her name? Itchy Boots is her name, and I did a video. By the way, I found out how to put my link right there. So I really could use the subscriptions. I've been doing YouTube since 2008, and I have 12,000 subscribers after all this time. And all my
Wow.
friends are surpassing me. Like, if you know Adapt 2030, he has his first video secret on my channel,
Ah,
and
nice.
he went up. He skyrocketed. So I've been
Right.
doing this. Actually, the Rashad stuff, I started to try to transition from my life in Taiwan videos to the Rashad stuff, and then that's when that Jimmy video came out, and that's when I kind of changed over to. Well, first of all, I have been looking at the Rashad structure since 2008. The slide I have since 2009, but that was only when I did a shout out on Facebook saying I'm going to go here someday. Well,
Right.
I fulfilled it. I did it, and
Right.
so I'm proud of that. But at the same
Yes.
time, I think you can see a lot more from Google Earth, and I am a Google Earther. I've been doing Google Earth for like 15, according to that slide, 15 years, and I see
Right.
more from Google Earth. When I first went to the Rashad the first time, and I know a lot of people probably wonder how I got there and what the trip is like, and I promise I can cover that. I do welcome more questions
Yeah. Well,
about
we're
that.
going to see what comes up in the chat room. Let's get
Yeah,
started with the slideshow, and
sure,
because
sure.
yeah,
Well, while you're pulling that up, I'll just let you know that after my first trip, I went home thinking, nah, this wasn't Atlantis. But honestly, those words kept haunting me. Those chert outcrops in the structure
right.
being quarried by somebody hundreds
Yeah.
and thousands of years ago, he said. And by the way, he may have deleted that video. There's a couple videos that are not there anymore on Randall Carlson's channel. But I took a clip of it just to prove that, because I don't want anybody like saying, "Oh, I actually had people say you're a liar," and I said,
Well,
"Well,
you know what?
look at this
Here's what.
link.
Yeah, here's what I
Look
say,
at
Stig. That
yes,
you have control. You can manage the whole slideshow
okay,
from your end. I'll bring it up. You bring it up when you're ready, and let's just explore the photos. Just explain what it is. Let people just make the choice for themselves based on your presentation and your research, what it is you want
No,
to talk
there's no choice to be made. They must
about.
accept everything that's said.
Guys,
It
this
sounds
I
like you're
feel
trolling me. Sounds like you're
yeah, this
trolling me or something.
no,
That's the thing. People
no,
come at
but
me on the YouTube. No, I'm just joking. I'm
yeah,
kidding,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
You have
no,
to.
no. Like you have people have to come to their own determination. But a lot of it is also perception. We don't all see things the same way, but it gives them a good opportunity to go
Sure.
visit your
Sure.
page, to go visit your YouTube, look at your different videos, and to do research themselves as well. And you may just find yourself getting some emails saying, "Okay,
Oh,
I found this," or remember, you guys can in the show write-up, Stig's email is in there. If you have questions, you can go in and email him with those
you can
questions.
contact
I
me,
just
no
don't think
problem. You can
yeah,
get to
there
me.
we go. Okay,
And,
let's
I
get
mean, you can
started.
get to me many ways. I can get triggered in many ways, but
Yeah,
no,
they're all in there. So let's
yeah.
yeah.
So
All
I'll
right.
definitely show you several things. You got the do you see my
Okay.
desktop? I've been there it is.
Yeah, so
And
you can you're the one in charge because it's on
so
your desktop. So
it is.
yeah.
Trust me, there's
Okay.
nothing bad. It's all boring
Oh
stuff
yeah,
here
that's
on my
all right.
desktop.
That's all right.
If
So this
anything
is an
slips,
overhead, which looks pretty
it's
amazing.
it's more of a that's a picture taken from Google Earth, but using the 3D
Mm-hmm.
function, which I'll try to show you later for
Mm-hmm.
something I found in South Africa. I do want to give you a quick look at South Africa before I get deep
Yes.
into the shot, because
Okay.
honestly, most of what I say, most of the things that come out of my mouth, even the pre-South Africa me would think I'm crazy. But the
Right.
ridges I've found in the Rishat and outside
Mm-hmm.
all over Africa,
Mm-hmm.
and all over in North America, especially around the Continental Divide. I'll
Mm-hmm.
show that. But what I want to say about this shot is it looks like someone's standing on the cliff outside the Rishat structure. And for those of you who, I mean, some people might not even know what it looks like because like I said, it's the radio. Some people may have never seen this. The
Yes.
Rishat structure is the cornea of the eye of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And the white of the eye is actually the darker Adrar Plateau. And the
Mm-hmm.
Rishat is a bowl, a basin. It's missing the 800 feet down. So when people say it's a volcanic dome, well, they also say it's like collapsed. First of all, I don't
Mm-hmm.
even believe that. But the point with this slide is there's no way somebody could stand on the cliff and see that. And check out my video with Izzy Boots. She's a motorcycle off-roader, like she goes everywhere. She's European. Amazing drone shot of she went straight up, and it really took several hundred feet before you could even see that you were in something like this. So when people
Wow.
think, there was some rumors that like spies from Egypt went to this to Mauritania, and they stood there and saw it and wrote all this down. No, I believe the survivors of Atlantis were already in Egypt when the cataclysm happened. They had to have been. I mean, according to Plato, they had sway. So when the cataclysm happened, they were already there. They didn't have to like run for their lives and run to Egypt. Let's go. Let me move to some more slides. I'm going to go through these rather quickly, I think. That's what I look like. I'm having a bad hair day, so I kept the hat.
Okay.
I'm wearing the same outfit just to support myself. Thanks for subscribing. Even in 1970,
I subscribed.
thank you. Even in 1970, I was into this stuff. This is the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. I was probably 2. I wasn't supposed to be in there. But actually, it was Brian Forrester who told me which temple this was, because I had no idea. I lived in Guatemala in 1986, right after I graduated high school. And then I went and joined the army. Now, why am I talking about this? Because I learned Chinese and I moved to Taiwan for 20 years. And little did I know, I was in 100 miles from Yonaguni at that time. That's Taipei.
Wow.
But
Yes.
I had some poor times. I was really destitute financially, and I really had the best time. I volunteered for a dog sanctuary, cat sanctuary up in Taiwan, and I was remodeling a house, so I got to sleep there. And so what did I do for the audio was Graham Hancock's audiobooks, and I was up there, and I really had no money. And he said in the book Underworld, he went to these ruins down in southern Taipei, Dulan. There's a Beinan
Mhm.
site, and there's the Dulan Wall, Dulan. There's a lot. Well, they're right in here. I guess we can say the pregnant rock that has
Mhm.
two
Mhm.
nubs,
Yes.
and then there's
Yes.
this thing which is more of a sarcophagus thing. I think it was for water. And then there's this
Mhm.
thing which has two alignment holes. Now that broke. The two holes, unfortunately, part of it's broken off now. But I
Mhm.
did go there right away, and I was so lucky. A wealthy friend of mine let me have the keys to his house and the keys to his van, and it was a 4x van. So I drove everywhere down there,
That
going to all this.
works.
And it's on my
Sure.
channel. It's on my channel. It's about like
Right. Well,
since
you guys have to go into Stig's channel and just poke around and find some stuff.
yeah, don't go away yet. And by the way, Graham and I are good. Next, Cambodia, 1987. This is before I really had an understanding. I went the first time right when I went to Taiwan, and that was the thing I wanted to say. Taiwan allowed me to visit 10 countries in Asia, and doing visa runs. And I went to Cambodia not just once but twice. There's some amazing, not just polygonal stonework, right, but also three-dimensional in Cambodia. And here's the problem. When I went, I was still ignorant to all of this. I had no clue. I was still just wandering around, and I did it. Okay, I should have put this in the presentation, but on my let me just go out of here and go to my Twitter. One thing about that, let me just go to my profile in my Twitter, or it's now called x.com. It's Stigum Up. I should probably change that, but I do want to go and show you this, that I took this picture from somebody else. But yeah, here, this is the one thing that I did get from those trips to Angkor Wat, were these balustades. What's the word? I wrote it down right here. Balusters in the windows of Angkor Wat. That's not wood. That's stone. So if you know
Right.
about lathing,
Yes.
wood,
Yes, I do. Yes, yes.
well, that's
That's
not
very
wood.
detailed. No, that's very detailed.
You can see
Some
where
people
the
believe that these ancient civilizations, had access. They believe this is lasers, which I'm sort of like, well, that's interesting, considering that there wouldn't be such a thing then, to our knowledge.
well, and that's a question. Was it done with lasers? I mean, there's a few things about this that it could have been done later. Nothing's
Yeah.
100%. I don't know how they attached it to here. It looks like cement at the bottom. I guess I can
Yes.
enlarge that for you.
Mhm.
But and then you do see these up down lines, and maybe they didn't even lathe it. Maybe they literally carved it.
Yeah, possibly. Sure.
How old is Angkor Wat? It's supposed to be about 1200 or 1200 AD. They say. I don't believe that for a
Yeah,
second.
it's quite old. It's quite old.
Yeah, I think it's
And
older.
it's got some amazing stuff there. Absolutely.
Okay, where was I? So, anyways, I was still ignorant, but then when I left, and I finally started doing Google Earthing, I was still ignorant. I was ignorant about the Rashad structure until, oh, by the way, this is just some close-ups, until Jimmy, and I'll show you the slides later. But again, why I kind of messed up my slides here. But the thing I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I'm good with Randall, although he's Team Azores.
He's Team Azores. Oh,
yeah, he's
boy.
Team Azores, or basically Team Not Rashad. And I heard that Jimmy Corsetti and Dan the Debunker Joe Rogan interview today. Even Joe Rogan said, "I just don't understand Randall." And I was like, cool, maybe. I love Randall. I'm not at war with him, but he definitely is not. I wish I could zoom in on this, but if you see from this is probably one of the best, and I think it's LiDAR. And if any of your audience out there has anything to do with satellites and LiDAR and how to scan stuff, please hook me up. When I saw this, and I'll show you where it came from a conspiracy of the cartographer's website. Somehow he got this, but I've been following this line over here underneath the second Simsiat, they call it a dome. I don't think it's a structure. But that line, I've been looking at that line for 8 years now. And now I realize that it actually went across the Wadan River, maybe a bridge or a dam. Earlier, I thought it was a dam for damming, but now maybe it was just a road. I mean, especially down here, you can see it very clearly. It goes off and maybe went into the structure. we can talk more about this later. I'm going to go. Here's
Go
that
at
image.
your pace. Yeah,
Okay. Can I be wrong sometimes?
of course.
So I was kind of incorrect in my earlier videos about Plato and I used to think Plato said, I saw Solon's diaries and I still have them in my possession. It was that same David Miano video that I was watching where I realized, you know what? I am wrong about that. It was a dialogue. It was Critias that said, I claimed I still have these Solon writings in my hand, and I studied them when I was a young child.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that I'd really want to say is that what I really believe that Plato is not lying. It's not an allegory about Santorini. It's a real story about a place that has concentric circles, and the only place on Earth that's actually as close as the Rishat structure. Mike Parker, who's very into, he's writing a book right now, and he shared this slide with me. He gave me this and shows these are the proportions. So the Rishat structure, remember, okay, I think there was a big cataclysm there that took away, it's the gums of the previously had teeth. So the teeth of Atlantis are no longer there. They were blown away. And I'll show you what I think did it later. I'll give you a quick hint. But, who's this guy?
I don't know, but I love him on the show.
It's Robert Schock. I used
I
to be
know.
afraid of him. But I saw him just a few weeks ago at the CPAC 2024. I was lucky enough to go, and I used to think he was scary.
Brilliant man.
Yeah, and by the way, everybody says he changed his mind. He didn't change his mind about the Sphinx. He even thinks it could be older. When he spoke at CPAC, he said that Göbekli Tepe has now rewritten the history. I'm going to show you something that's rewritten it even older, but Göbekli Tepe has blown the narrative out of the water.
Yes.
And
they just found one that was older, by the way. Very close by.
Oh, yeah. Another Tepe in Turkey.
Yes.
Karahan?
Yeah.
Is it Karahan Tepe? You know, the problem with that location is too many statues of naked dudes grabbing themselves. It's just too embarrassing.
A lot of that's almost like the Roman thing.
I have
other ancient texts.
I have a book right here from Hugh Newman. Hugh Newman wrote a book on giants, and I met him at the same thing. And he did a presentation on those tepes in Turkey.
Yes.
And he basically said, you know, there's just phallic symbols everywhere.
Well, there's also stuff underground now. They've just planted a bunch of trees over it.
Right. And Jimmy brought that up. I saw that too, but Jimmy brought it up.
Don't even get me started on that. I got hostile about it.
Yeah, right. It's weird and stupid. And let's not even focus on the toxicity of it all.
Yeah.
I better go faster. But and another thing is he did that presentation on, he believes that the ice sheets were melted by CMEs. Okay. He did a very long presentation on it. And I took a lot of photos, but not time to try to share all that. But so he's got a very open mind about but I'm more of an impact person, and the reason why I put this slide up is these are the Carolina Bays, possibly the creation of the Great Lakes. And that's why I think that during the same time, if you don't know what the Carolina Bays are, you have to look it up. I wish I had more slides here. But my point is that there's a possibility something hit Africa too. Most of the stuff that created the Carolina Bays was probably ejecta, and the stuff that hit the Great Lakes was the impact. However, and you can't see this stuff from the ground at all.
Right.
I saw this in California just a few days after I saw Robert Schock, and I went there with I Am Kairos channel. He showed me this. He was kind enough, and also this. Now it's not as old as Atlantis, in my opinion, but it's this Trivergence wall, and it's like older than the United States. They say the Chinese did it after they stopped building railroads, but these I call them the California Mystery Walls. They're all over California, Oregon. I heard even Seattle. CF Apps, Chuck, who I didn't watch a lot. I'm trying to go back and watch his video. He passed away. He was showing some of this stuff. That's the first time I ever saw this. But then I Am Kairos channel took me there. And so
Right.
that was, and even this mountain, it looks almost regular, but it's got some terracing that's
It does.
very down
Yeah.
here, and even right there, there's a lot of
Mhm.
terracing here. So I am Kairos calls that a pyramid. I think that it's more about ancient mining. I just went to these Devil Slides. I heard
Mhm.
about Devil Slide, Utah. I accidentally went to Devil Slide, Montana when I
Wow.
visited Sage Wall.
But
There's
still,
like,
it's just
yeah,
impressive.
but if you look in there, it's almost a perfect little line in there. I just don't,
Mhm.
and the rest of it's uplifted strata of the earth. I do think so. I do
Mhm.
believe that strata of the earth got uplifted, but I don't think those walls have anything to do with it. Montana either. And I was there. Check out my videos. Here's Utah, and if you notice, there's a big mine across the street from it. Okay,
Mhm.
usually cement. I think that I found a lot of things on the Continental Divide here up in. I know this is these ridges. Now, when I show you the South Africa stuff, this is a ridge coming not just down from Radio Mountain in Colorado, but around. It curves around. When I drove through, I've been to all these places, and when I drove through there, I saw the sign for the Continental Divide, but it didn't
Mhm.
yet click on me. And then Colorado, that's not on the Continental Divide, but they definitely mountains that are. This is called Spanish Peaks, Colorado, up on
Mhm.
the and if you look closely at the way these so-called volcanic dikes, that's where I'm afraid to tell Robert Schock about this. I got his email address, and I do need to send him a thank you email. His wife wrote a book, and I bought her book, and I met her too. They're great. And
Mhm.
but stuff like this, I am afraid to talk to him about because I don't want him to stop talking to me. So
Yeah.
the fact that on one side, look at this over here on the right hand side, this stops before the ridge. It curves up and meets the ridge. So it's a junction between two volcanic dikes. The one below it is actually, I think, a restart. You can see how the material starts and stops and starts and stops. Now you think I'm crazy. On the other side, it's diametrically opposed, the same deal. So
Mm.
the ridge comes up in junctions and stops. That's not how
Mhm.
volcanic dikes work, in my opinion. So
Mhm. You don't see a lot of that looking like natural formations. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not an expert, but that's quite interesting.
Shiprock has the
Mhm.
same ridges. I
Mhm.
found one that's 13.5 miles long near Shiprock. I want to visit someday. But
Mhm.
Pie Town, I almost died climbing it. It's not just a small ridge. It's these, I can't zoom in, but if you can see the lines there,
Mhm.
parallel ridges, not perfectly straight, but 12 miles long. All they originate in a mountain. They seem to control water, and they even start and stop. But when you
Mhm.
zoom in, I can zoom in and show you how incredibly unnatural they look. All these volcanic dikes are that one too. That's south of Spanish Peaks. It's just incredible. It looks like it was done in layers. And that's why I
Mhm.
added that in there.
And
Sage
that's
Wall.
not erosion, right? Because some people will tell you that's
No,
erosion.
okay. So if you want, but now then you go over to Utah, and they don't say, "Oh, those are volcanic dikes." Well, that's
Right.
salt.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they give it different explanations, different
Mhm.
places. Now they do say it's erosion for a volcanic dike. By the way, when you use the term volcanic dike in your YouTube videos, you
Mhm.
do get blocked in your Google searches as well. It's not a
Oh,
combination.
great. So do I have to put the show in private mode when we're
Yeah.
done?
No, you don't
Oh,
have to. The next slide
okay.
will prove that. Um, so the point
Oh.
I'm trying to make though is there's 3 or 4 events. First,
Mhm.
the bedrock cracks. Then,
Mhm.
okay, now how long is a crack? How wide is a volcano?
Mhm.
4 miles wide at the caldera point, if I'm using the right word, or the base. Mount St. Helens, I think, is like almost 40
Mhm.
miles wide. But then we've got these ridges coming from mountains, so-called magma, that fill these cracks, and then they harden,
Mhm.
and then the erosion happens around them, and they get exposed. And I had one picture I was going to grab, and I didn't grab it, that shows this big, huge dike on top of a mountain. But it's like, wait a minute, how does that natural-looking mountain erode down to that point and leave this big thing? Again, here, the same story. And you can literally see the segments in this. I'm sorry, Sage Wall is kind of small when it comes to this, but I think there were the similar ways. This is the top of the rock at Sage Wall. Do you see that nub right
Mm-hmm.
there and how
Mm-hmm.
flat the top is? Let's assume that there was another rock on top that fell off. How would it have a nub and how would it be flat? I just don't see erosion happening this way. By the way, Sage Wall was introduced to me by Wandering Wolf, Michael Collins. He just did an interview with Graham Hancock. He got this other wall down here. It's called the Keweenaw Wall in Michigan. So you might want to check out Wandering Wolf. And that really looks like bricks to me, by the way. By the way, Sage Wall is down there, but up here, there's these, we call them circular dikes, and they have ridges coming from them. I use this topographical software called, in fact, it's right here waiting. This is those two down in Pie Town. And I told you I almost killed myself because when I climbed it, I didn't realize how tall it was going to be, and I almost gave myself a heart attack. But do you see these? Anyways, I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to keep going about these ridges, and we're going to get to the shot. But all these circular dikes are on private property, and some of them have eroded a lot older than the others. And to me, I just feel like maybe they were some type of an ancient mining overburdened by giants. I don't want to say humans did this, but now people are tuning out. This guy is crazy.
Nah, I don't think so. It's all right.
if Jimmy Corsetti in 2018 did a video and he mentioned this, I can't remember if I already kind of knew about the Younger Dryas boundary, but if you notice, Mauritania is not inside, and all those the Carolina Bays. I'm not really sure what all these red dots are, but the Carolina Bays from the Great Lakes, something happened there. Something melted. That's why I think it was an impact. But you don't see anything here. So I'm going to be honest. Jimmy, in 2018, pointed this out. He pointed out the Herodotus connection, that there's an there's an Atlas Mountain in Herodotus histories. But full disclosure, those stories were about the Persian Wars about 600 years before he passed away. So I'm maybe during his lifetime. I think he was a kid when the Persian Wars finished. So this is not Ice Age. And so but there's one thing, and I'm going to point it out in another slide. I thought it was the next one. You don't just have the Atlantis tribe, which is next to the Atlas Mountains. You also have the Atarantis tribe, which there is a city of Atar right next to the Adrar Plateau, but that's on the other side. So, and Jimmy also pointed out the castle, and this just blew my mind. My mind was blown because when I first saw this thing, I thought this was pre-Ice Age architecture. And then I went there, and it was just a pile of rocks. Right. Jimmy doesn't really talk about it anymore, but it was basically for military training for infantry. And I went there on Valentine's Day. But if a lot of people come to me, they still think this stuff is super old. And I just really want to reiterate, this stuff was probably built in the 1800s, late 1800s. People say, oh, the Foreign Legion. Well, not just foreigners, but anybody in the French military, because the French were in charge of Mauritania during that time. But they weren't, we're talking about in the 1800s, right when mercantilism started and the colonization of Africa. So even though that was my first stop, and I was so happy to have gotten those, but then, and I went and did a video, got the castle, and two other people went before me, Josh Sigerson and another gentleman named Graham Langdon, and he's got some great stuff to show. I'll show you later. But that neither of them went to the castle. And I'm like, oh my God, you didn't go. I was still in Taiwan. Right. I was still stuck. And like I said, I came home from Taiwan in 2021, and I went here January of 2022. That was my first stop. Anyways, and then I went there my third time. Now, this LiDAR photo I showed you before shows these structures so much more clearly, including these agricultural ridges. But yeah, like you said, I believe I call this the Giant's Quarry. This is my next visit. I just can't get there. I've been trying. But that guy, Graham Langdon, he went back a second time, and he went up near that Giant's Quarry, and he found these hand axe heads. Wow. He met a nomad that showed him this field of these, and then they're clearly altered by maybe human, probably human. And I
Mhm.
believe there were many different types, but the photo I'm showing, if you watch that video, he shows it's definitely evidence of a prehistoric city found in the Richat structure. Now, he doesn't necessarily embrace the Atlantis stuff, or
But he knows there was an ancient civilization there for sure.
we
It's
have a
clear.
lot of.
Yeah.
Okay, so these things, I don't consider that terribly advanced technology. But what I
No.
do believe is what I'm going to show you, that Giant's Quarry.
Mhm.
I believe that there were several different projects going on, and those were found right nearby this. And there were
Mhm.
literally hundreds of thousands of them just laying out in the sand. And you can tell they're like arrowheads.
Mhm.
And another thing that really I can talk about is I found a canal going through the Adrar. I call that the lower Adrar.
Mhm.
In this picture, you see the Rashat, and then the shape of the Adrar Plateau makes the eye shape. But over on, and some people compare it to the Osiris eye. The lower Adrar kind of has that flare that kind of looks like the Egyptian eyes. Not Osiris.
Mhm.
Sorry, there's two of them. The eye of, I'm brain farting right now.
The eye of the
Anyways,
Sahara. Yeah.
no, the gods of Egypt, the eye of
Oh, Ra. The
Osiris.
eye of the eye of the eye of Ra?
Ra is one of them, and the other one is Osiris, I believe.
Osiris.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Osiris. Thank you. I was, like I
You're
said.
welcome.
But in the lower Adrar, it's just as high. That brown area around the cornea, which is the Rashat structure, that's 2,000 feet above sea level. The Rashat structure is only about 1,200 feet above sea level. So
Mm.
some people think, oh, it's a volcano. Well, what happened to that disc of 800 foot thick by 45 kilometers wide material, that content?
Mhm.
Live on a live stream, I discovered this canal, and I can show you more about that later. But to me, that's when I woke back up about it possibly being Atlantis and definitely being an ancient civilization. Because I'm worried we might not have a lot of time, but I found this canal, and it's 50 miles
Mhm.
long. And yeah,
Mhm.
it's not perfectly all 100% canal, but I think it's
Mhm.
very convincing that it's heading right towards the mouth. Okay,
Mhm.
now if you can look at this picture, you're going to know about how I think the cataclysm destroyed it. But I'm going to talk about that later. Right now, I'm going to talk about South Africa, because a friend, we haven't met in person, but a fellow Google Earther named Anthony Tunstall from Zero Control, and YouTube's been horrible to me, but YouTube's also been horrible to him. He's got a great collection of Google Earth collection. He told me to go to South Africa. Now, this is the structure that I added to the presentation just today. 500,000 years old. It had to. It's
Oh,
wooden.
absolutely.
Yeah, it had to have been waterlogged. Apparently, I'm just learning. They found it in 2019, but the Smithsonian Magazine recognized it and published it in just last year. Now, I just heard about this, but this structure, I did an AI search and said, "What's the oldest wooden structure?" And this was the only one that was really a building. The rest were just pieces of wood. And I guess it got waterlogged, but it's old. And this is my mound. I found it. It's in South Africa. That's Stig's mound. These
Right.
ridges are all over down there. And what looks like cart ruts, but they're even wider. They're 40 feet wide, those cart ruts. This image is actually part of Lesotho, not Lesotho, but Lesotho. And it's got these haulage roads all over it, these ridges. So that's what made me realize that some of the stuff I've seen elsewhere is not necessarily natural. Here I showed two plateaus, and you've got definitely a 90-degree, or, this is not east-west, but you can see at the compass down below, they're diametrically opposed. I believe that these were quarried away. They were taking material away, and they were driving through. Look how the road, I believe it's a road, which is about 40. This one down here shows 100 meters. So the road is up here is about 40 meters wide. And then it goes through. You can see it go through, but you also see a little shortcut. And nearby, I'm going to show you where there's another plateau with the same 90-degree perpendicular.
It's pretty identical. Like, it looks very, very similar.
Yeah, and that's another 100 meters. So here, up here, the road is about 30 meters wide. I mean, and I believe they had like dump trucks and stuff, or something was going on, because you can see something. I mean, sometimes it looks like what but then when sorry, see now I'm getting all excited.
That's okay. That's okay.
But when it goes into the shortcut mode, it gets skinnier. And it's only about 20 meters wide. And it's the same thing down here. Up here, it's nice and thick, but down below, the little shortcut guy. And by the way, I saw one more thing. That little nook right there is very identical to that little nook right over there, too.
Yes.
So something I believe created that. That's the structure here. One of them is up here. That's one of those I call it an ancient intersection. But this is part of a bigger structure. And I can show you that later. I want to get through South Africa, but there's so many things down there. I call that Stig's Mound because Google Earth, those are how that little white speck is a house. I want to show that to you. And there's about 5 of these things. There's also channels that go up into the mountains. And look at these 90-degree angled mountains here. There's 2 of them. That's all. And then you get these things, and I'm going to show you where these all are, but these some type of terraforming was going on here. And it's part of a longer road. It's just here they interact with each other. There's all this white slurry stuff. I think this was ancient mining. They were creating slurry and processing the slurry on these roads. This is really amazing. It's a long channel, but then it seems to have like this pit. And right next to it's this mound. Maybe the stuff was left there to be processed. I don't know. The triangles here, I'll show you where that is. And then what looks to me like ancient mining compared to modern day mining. So we're going to get into that. I'm just going to show you real quick because I have it ready for you. I hope it doesn't freeze everything. This is Google Earth Pro. One more thing I'll bring up is Google Earth. We're really challenging my bandwidth. Google Earth domain. And I'll show you Google Earth Pro in a minute. But first, since we're going in here, let's just zoom out and go straight down to South Africa and just show you how to get there if you want to go there yourself someday. I heard it's kind of dangerous, but then people say the Mauritania is dangerous, and I think they're crazy. So when you zoom in here, you don't have to turn on the borders to see the border of Lesotho. For some reason, that border is a different color from the rest of South Africa. Lesotho is a landlocked country, and down here there's this little notch, and you get that channel I just showed you, and you can take it out. You see lines; they're definitely degraded. I'm not saying they're perfectly straight. And then cut back. Let me get rid of that. Cut back and go this way on this line. And that's when you can zoom in and get to my mound, which is on this line, by the way. It's this ancient road or line. And you can really see this in Google Earth. Zoom right in there and see the structure in South Africa. I mean, I personally think it's not necessarily aiming north, but to me, that's just the epitome of proof that this ancient culture created this, and we're probably worshiping that. I don't know what they were doing with it, but so so I collected everything. So I'm just going to show you that was called Mohale's Hook. Can definitely make this smaller. That's Mohale's Hook, and let me get rid of that. No, Stig's Mound. I took you there already. That's up here. There's something I call the Star of Adam. Those are these little houses right there, right? You can see the houses. Like, there's no way a human probably did that. Now we're talking about the Anunnaki story, right? That they were probably mining stuff. I call this the Star of Adam because there's like 5 corners and it almost looks like a star in here. That's like a little stubby corner. And also, when I see lines like this, I really do believe that they were machining and working the land. And I think that I found everything I'm showing you here in the Rishat. This big plateau, I call that the siren. It's got these lines in it. And what I believe is when you see these roads up against a cliff, they were mining the material and taking it away at the cliff. I'm just going to go through here real quick. These things, I mean, to me, honestly, I don't see how anybody can think that's natural. You see this road come down here. And you see what looks like these enclaves, these amphitheaters of material have been removed, but then you've got the road going right through it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just part of it. You've got that plateau, and then over here you've got another little corner. And you've got these roads, I call them gutters, like cart ruts, like a rut, but gigantic. They're not skinny. And don't get tricked by lines like that. That's just a modern day fence. I showed you this Kolonyama. Yeah, so if anybody wants this file and they want to go through all this, if you can't find it, go to my videos. I've got it. Kolonyama, this structure. It also has very interesting, like a isosceles triangle embedded into it. And like I said, that's a house over there.
Mm-hmm.
So when you got this big triangle that's almost perfectly isosceles, is that correct? Then it's obviously not done by the contractor that did these homes. And it goes down. Into, you've got this ancient pit that also has been breached, Okay. I just want to keep moving here because this is about African Atlantis. This is pre-Atlantis. There's my shortcut that I showed you. It's actually part of something bigger. That's one of the shortcuts. The other one was on that Kolonyama I just showed you. So anyways, I'm going to lots of intersections. I'm just going to bust through a bunch of ancient intersections really quick. Actually, I think that we could probably cut it short. But these plateaus, I mean, were they mined away? Sometimes I believe that this is a secondary. You see all this white stuff. I kind of think that's the slurry, just like the Malta. I don't know about those cart ruts, but they look like it's gone through slurry too. I call that the fat intersection because it's got the lines, but it's got that big chunk.
Right.
So many. I'm gonna try to avoid clicking. I almost wish it would go in faster for you. I like that.
No. It doesn't need to go faster. This is okay. We're all right.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to use my mouse. I was trying to use my.
You waited a long time for this interview. I want you to be able to.
Okay, well, I'm worried that we're gonna have to go over 2 hours a little bit. It's already 7:07.
Yeah.
So I mean, I found these bizarre these ridges, and I showed you the map. There's literally hundreds of miles of these. And you see how it gutters out? And that's a modern day that's a road for a dirt road for a car right there. So that shows you the difference between, I don't know why it's a gutter there instead of a road anymore. I'm not actually trying to see how the line just keeps going. It goes for like 40 kilometers, and you can find other ones as well going through this bedrock. There's a lot of them. I have to thank Anthony of Zero Control for making me look, and a lot of this stuff I found myself. This is that little cluster of these terraformed ridges and mountains over here. There's a good one. It's a little triangle, perfectly natural, right? That's how nature works this way, right? I don't know why it's a triangle. I have no idea. Okay, that's it. And then so many mysterious little features. And Stefan Milo and Milo Rossi did a video, and I was so triggered by that. There's my little slurry. Now, when you look at that thing, how did that little bit of white rock get in there and be 90-degree angled on this corner, 90-degree angled? Looks like roads going through. I think it was ancient mining. Oh yeah, and I'll stop there for a second. This is something very interesting. If you know about Graham Hancock's America before, he wrote about something called Terra Preta. I think this might have something to do with it. I don't know what these lines are. This line is actually north-south, isn't it? No, I'm wrong. That's something else. But that darkness there, when you get on the ground, you can't see it. But I really feel like it's some type of you can follow this weird dark line. And then when you get to different scans, it disappears because the season grew grass on it, I guess. But why is the earth such a different color like that? And it's part of this whole matrix. Okay, I'm almost done talking about South Africa because I really think that there's just a lot of reasons why I can't unsee it. So many lines, so many ridges. It just makes me realize something. I believe this was older than Atlantis. By the way,
well, if you're going back to Anunnaki time, for example, or the ancient Sumerians, absolutely.
Look at this. This is what I
Anyway.
call one of the channels. It goes to the mountain, but it's got this perfect 90-degree angle going through it. And then when you follow that line up, it takes you to this. I'm just going to go the north channel right here. It takes you to this other channel. The line sometimes disappears, and these lines are not perfectly parallel like that other one was. But I just feel like there was some reason they had a two-way street going to the mountains there. I am going to get rid of that. I'm going to go back to the presentation, talk about Plato a little bit.
Okay.
How are we doing with questions from the audience?
Well, there's been a lot of comments up there. People are very attentive. Dolly basically has just said, South Africa was covered in glaciers at one time, also 30 meters high in water. So yes, it would definitely be older. And of course, like I said, there's all these comments up here. Keep up the good work.
The
Right?
king. Wait a minute. If you're not the king, I'm the king, right? You get the money. You're the king.
I know, right? No,
You're
that's yours.
You can be the king. This is
That's
your deal.
yours. No, this is yours. I'm
Oh.
putting this up. This is on your channel.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you. I don't get a lot of how do you do that? Okay, I actually don't know how to do that. Okay, I made this timeline to kind of show where Solon was and where Plato was.
Right.
And the lineage there would be Solon to Dropidas, his friend, and then Dropidas gave Critias the elder the maybe they were related. And then there was the middle guy, because Critias the elder is the grandfather of Critias the younger, and Plato knew Critias the younger. And I guess he knew him when he was Critias the younger was older than him. So when we talk about this, like I said, I realized this dialogue Plato wrote was coming from Critias the younger. Critias, and in the dialogue, he claimed to have the writings of Solon in his possession. So it's not a telephone game. Well, I mean, the telephone game is from the Egyptian temple of Sais to Solon, maybe, but that's because they were interpreting hieroglyphs on the temple and telling him. And by the way, the Piri Reis map also shows the Paleo-Taman Rasset. If you don't know what that is, a very important river that's right there. This mountain is probably the Adrar Plateau. And yes, there's a little dog and a goose between this circular structure here, but what the heck is that circular structure? And these black lines are rivers, right? Could that be the Rishat structure? And if so, what's that in the middle? Is that a temple? Is that a guy's face?
Yes.
This is the Piri Reis. This is a Piri Reis map. Looks like a little face, but it's probably a little castle. We're talking about what Plato wrote. Plato said that there was an impassable barrier of mud. You're not going to get that in the middle of the Atlantic.
Well, remember, though, you're going back pre-Ice Age. Maybe.
Well, I'll show you the line I believe was the ancient shore. I believe we can see it in Google Earth. I could be wrong, but let's just say that the chances that there's a barrier of mud keeping you from getting to an island, I think I wouldn't have described it like that, but something inland, yes, I would describe it like that.
Right.
Also, Plato mentioned that there were islands in the open sea. This is to combat the Azores argument. By the way, this word diverse, I thought it was said some one version I had didn't have the E, so I thought it was divers, people diving. I'm like, yeah, those divers, they live out on islands. No, various islands in the open sea were referred to by Plato. So in contrast to an island that's bigger than Libya and Asia combined. Now the Taman Rasset Paleo River went right there, that purple line. Just because we have the slide up, I can tell you that Plato mentioned the Pillars of Hercules. I went there. There are two mountains. So when people talk about columns, maybe, but I believe the mountains were there first. I can get into that, but check my channel about how Hercules broke through and let the waters of the Atlantic pour into the Mediterranean. Okay, I don't know. That's before all this.
Yes.
So the pillars, he said, go, they're beyond the Pillars of Hercules. He said that. I believe that means that it's through here. He also mentions Cadiz. I went to the Cadiz. Unfortunately, got a little sick and I had to leave. and it's a beautiful city. I'm going back for sure. But it was in Plato wrote that the twin of Atlas received the extremity of the island towards the Pillars of Hercules. So this, in my opinion, was the island. And he said across from, facing the region of Gades. Gades, in the translation say Gades. Gadieris was the name of the twin. So I was really confused. Did he get Spain or did he get Morocco? I'm still confused, but I believe he got Morocco. So we're putting Atlantis in Morocco.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. And by the way, like I said earlier, I do believe that Atlantis was probably in the Azores and in Doggerland. Do we know where Doggerland is or was? It was right to the east of England, to the west of Denmark. And I believe that was it. So this part was mentioned by Plato. He puts a real world city in the story. And then he doesn't really mention the Atlas Mountains, but King Atlas was the name. And the Atlas Range is right there south of there in Morocco. I went there, didn't have a lot of success touring it in one day. Like I said, I got a little sick and I left Morocco kind of sick, and I went back to Cadiz. And even though it was so beautiful, I was getting sicker, and I went back to Madrid, and then I got well again. So after that, I went back to Mauritania. Herodotus Histories mentions the Atlas Mountains, and I already mentioned Attar right next to it. There's also a study by Michael Hubner, who passed away. He was a German researcher he did a masking of global indication layers from the Plato story, and it pointed right south of the Atlas Mountains in the Su-Masa Basin. So according to what Plato wrote, this is the most likely place for Atlantis. Talking about mountains, where the mountains were, where the oceans were, using his language to focus in on one spot. And look at that little crescent right there is what you get. So I think that's quite significant if you talk about what Plato wrote. Now, the history of Mauritania also had the King Atlas. King Atlas of Mauritania, he was definitely not the same King Atlas from pre-Ice Age, unless that word of mouth story went on forever for 12,800 years or whatever. But the King Atlas of Mauritania, he's famous for creating the celestial globe. That's the stars. The Atlas. He invented it. And he was the king of Mauritania, and also navigational techniques. So we're seeing now that the Tamanrasa. Okay, I'm going on. So King Atlas.
That's okay. Yes.
King Atlas of Mauritania was like when you talk to Mauritanians, they talk about their knowledge of this ancient king that was the Mauritanian king. So it's like, wait a minute, was he a descendant? His name's Atlas. I mean, was he like not a descendant of the original? And by the way, Plato created Plato created the concentric circles, the circular ditch. And I'm sorry, did I say Plato? I meant to say Poseidon. Poseidon created the circular ditch. Was that an allegory for a natural event, or was that really a man who dated Cleito, the mother? It's all, it's myth. And like I said, gun to my head, I'll probably say Atlantis was in the Azores. Okay, but the Tamanrasa people say it was an island, there was nothing there, where there was no water. How can you have an island? How can you have water if it was concentric circles of water? Well, the Tamanrasa is a real thing. The Paleo River, that says Hogar Highlands, but that's also called the Tamanrasa Mountain. And then you have the Atlas Mountains, and the water is coming from those two directions. And the Rashat structure is right down there. I can show you canals that connect those two things. Also, don't forget the ancient lakes, the Maghreb Sea. If there was the cataclysm, I think the water that flooded that whole area came from the Maghreb Sea.
Wow.
Yeah, lots to say. And that's just this is what I believe exists. That big, thick red line I'm showing you was the most likely route of the Tamanrasa. Now, that dark circle is an ancient mining hill the longest train in the world brings iron ore from there every day. You can get on that train for free and drive it to the capital down by the ocean. But I kind of sometimes believe that the river didn't go that way. I think the river went this way, down below it. But what I do think is that north of that Adrar Plateau, that's a 200-mile long shoreline. And you can see a dry lake bed down there. But then the sand covers it all up. And so I believe that whole area was an ancient sea. I also think in those seawalls you mentioned, I believe down on the south side had an ancient sea as well. And I believe there was probably another outlet down here. But this red line, I believe that shows the pre-Ice Age shoreline. So when we talk about the Tamanrasset River exiting, we can't use the modern-day land shore as a reference point. But there is a shoal of mud right down there. However, the true place that the Tamanrasset exited is over here where that red line shows that. See how the change in color happens? I believe we're seeing that pre-Ice Age shoreline from there. And so I think that there was an ancient sea north of the Adrar and an ancient sea south of the Adrar. And look at that shape. It just feels like that river probably went this way.
Yeah,
as
you're not
opposed
wrong.
to back up. Oh, and here it shows that's the line over on that north part because it's getting covered with sand. So that could have been a really, and again, that thing I just showed you is over here off the photo. I call it the corner of the eye, Michelle's curve. She's another friend of mine who I've never met. She showed me a lot of stuff. And this curve right here, I believe those were canal inlets. I found a lot of canals. Those red lines are those canals. And I walked down 2 parallel canals in the Adrar Plateau. Also, I just feel like it's probably the right time to show you this other.
Yes, if you can gear it up, I have to do a very quick station and sponsor ID. So for those of you who are just tuning in, you are listening to The Outer Realm, and I'm your host for tonight, Michelle DeRoche. Our special guest tonight is David Stig Hansen. We are talking about the Rishat structure in the African Atlantis, and it's quite informative. We've been having quite the slideshow. So tune on in. And for those just joining us, please know that we are also live on Rumble and on X. We can see your comments. We can put them up and share them with everyone. So please feel free to comment if you so choose. We were having a problem connecting with our Facebook page on Facebook, obviously, but